Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
In the wide field behind the Xavier Mansion, Logan and Wyatt faced each other like two fighters at opposite ends of a very unfair matchup. Wyatt wore loose training clothes, soaked through with sweat and streaked with dirt and dry blood. Logan looked untouched in jeans and a white tank top, as if he had just stepped outside for a walk. A few yards away, Kurt, Evan, Kitty, and Rogue lounged around the pool, pretending to observe the session. In their opinion, it wasn't training at all. It was Logan legally committing murder. "Come on, kid. I know you've got more than that," Logan said, rolling his shoulders. He slipped into a relaxed stance and motioned Wyatt forward. "Show me what New York's big hero can do." Wyatt made a face at the jab, but pushed past the pain that had built up over the last 2 hours. He settled into his stance. "Careful what you ask for, Mr. Logan." He launched himself forward. A burst of punches and kicks cut through the air with clean, controlled force. For months ago, he'd been all flailing limbs and blind panic. Now, every strike flowed with intent and practice. Logan's training had sharpened him into something real. "Good. Keep your balance. Watch your blind spots," Logan said as he swatted aside Wyatt's blows or slid effortlessly out of the way. With the adamantium gone, Logan was faster than ever. His senses were razor-sharp, his movements light, and he had zero hesitation about using every advantage he had. He also felt he owed Wyatt for extracting the metal in the first place. The expensive barrel of smoked whiskey Wyatt had brought him only made him more willing to give his best, or worst. Wyatt's breath hitched and started to spike, but he shifted into one of Logan's breathing drills. Within seconds, his lungs steadied. He leapt, aiming a kick at Logan's head, but Logan caught his ankle midair and drove a fist into Wyatt's gut. Wyatt hit the ground with a pain grunt. "What did I say about flashy kicks? Miss it by even an inch and it'll kill you," Logan said as Wyatt curled up, coughing. And noted, Wyatt wheezed. Kurt winced. "I don't remember Logan ever being this rough." "That's because Wyatt told him not to hold back," Evan said. "Idiot move. Brave, but still idiot." "Look at him, though," Rogue said. "He used to drop after 2 minutes. Now he's still standing." She paused, spotting Kitty watching Wyatt a bit too intensely. Rogue smirked to herself. Poor girl was gone for him. Wyatt pushed himself up. "I'm good. Let's keep going." "No," Logan said, turning toward the mansion. Scott walked out in warm-ups, stretching his arms. "You need someone closer to your level. Fighting me won't teach you the right lessons." Scott stiffened. That sounded a lot like Logan putting him and Wyatt in the same bracket. He didn't like that. He respected Wyatt's heroics as atomic, sure, but he assumed half of it was raw power doing the heavy lifting. So if Logan wanted him to spar with Wyatt, Scott was ready to show him what actual skill looked like. Wyatt noticed the tension instantly. Scott had been giving him side-eye for weeks. This was overdue. Life at the mansion had settled into a good rhythm for Wyatt. Even though he didn't have an X gene, everyone had welcomed him without hesitation. Charles especially saw him as a sign of what coexistence could look like. Wyatt had become close with the whole group, training with Logan and Aurora, nerding out with Beast, and spending his free time with Gwen, Peter, and Harry. He'd even built a new play area at the mansion, and the kids treated him like a walking miracle machine. Everyone liked him, except Scott, who still couldn't shake the unease he'd felt since the mansion break-in. Wyatt had done nothing wrong, but Scott's gut refused to trust him. "Here we go," Kurt said as the group got up to watch. "You both ready?" Logan asked. Scott settled into his stance. "I'm ready." "Same here," Wyatt said. "No powers," Logan reminded them. "Begin." Scott darted in first, throwing a quick series of punches. Wyatt stayed defensive, weaving and blocking until Scott slipped a backhand across his cheek. Wyatt grunted, dipped under a wide hook, and planted a palm strike into Scott's gut. Scott staggered back just long enough for Wyatt to spin and slam a hook kick toward his head. Scott caught it on his guard with a hiss. He dropped low and swept Wyatt's legs. Wyatt hit the ground hard and rolled away right before Scott's heel slammed down where his ribs had been. They're not sparring. They're trying to kill each other, Kurt muttered. Yeah, this is personal, Evans said. Wyatt lunged from the ground, grabbed Scott's legs, and yanked him down. The two rolled, trading punches with zero restraint. Kitty flinched as Wyatt took a solid kick to the jaw. Logan, stop them. This isn't training. Not yet, Logan said calmly. Let them work it out. Punches, kicks, grapples. Neither boy stopped until they were both bruised, heaving, and bleeding. Wyatt finally shoved Scott back and roared, What is your problem with me? Scott spat blood. You're my problem. He drove an uppercut into Wyatt's stomach. You're not one of us. So why are you still here? That's what this is about. Wyatt grabbed Scott's shirt and cracked their heads together. You're mad I don't have an X gene? It matters. Scott snapped. Everything he'd buried boiled over. You don't know what it's like to get hunted for something you can't control. Mutants get dragged off the street every day. And you, New York's big hero, you never show up. You fly over the whole city, but somehow you never see us. Wyatt froze, breath caught in his throat. I didn't know. I'm done talking, Scott said, shoving past him. Rogue hurried after him. Wyatt stood there, stunned. Scott's words hit him like a punch he hadn't seen coming. Because Scott wasn't wrong. Wyatt hadn't helped mutants the way he helped everyone else. Maybe he had been too focused on his own missions. Maybe he hadn't looked hard enough. Kitty stepped close and touched his arm. Hey, don't take that to heart. He's stressed. He didn't mean it. He did, Wyatt said quietly. And he's right. He turned to Logan. Do you think I should be doing more? Logan looked toward the mansion, where Charles was almost certainly listening from his office. He sighed. Kid, you're carrying more weight than any 16-year-old should. You do more good in a week than most people do in a lifetime. The mutant problem isn't yours to solve. That's on us. Keep doing what you're doing. It's enough. Wyatt stared at his bruised hands. His friend's eyes were on him, waiting. But the answer came to him anyway. No, it isn't enough. Not if people are still being taken. There has to be more I can do. The streets of Harlem were moving at their usual morning pace. People hurried to work or drifted along with coffee in hand. Wyatt blended in with the crowd, hood up, hands in his pockets, dark circles under his eyes. Note to self, sleep. Actual sleep. Ever since the blow-up with Scott, he'd been pushing himself harder than ever. More patrols, more calls, more time as Atomic, and less time as Wyatt. 5 hours of sleep a night, if he was lucky. I can't keep this up. I'm not Superman. I'm not built to go without rest forever. I'm just a guy with weird powers, not a walking battery. He reached his usual stop and looked up at the new soul food restaurant sitting where Luigi's Pizzeria used to be. Through the windows, families laughed over plates of food while Mary worked the counter with her usual warm smile. Mary and her husband, Jackson, had bought the building after Luigi's death. They were old friends of his, and opening the place felt like their way of keeping a part of him alive. They'd even put a few of Luigi's classic pizzas on the menu. Wyatt had walked past the restaurant every week since the funeral. Every time, he told himself he'd finally go in. Every time he failed, he turned away again. If I slow down, people get hurt. I can't let what happened to my parents happen to anyone else. Or what happened to Luigi, or to Serena. I have to keep going. I have to. He shook off the exhaustion and kept walking. Kids sprinted past him, yelling about something to do with lunch money. One of them wore an Atomic shirt. Another held an Atomic action figure like it was a prized relic. Huh, guess the merch made it out here too. Storefronts showed posters and toys with his symbol mixed in with Iron Man masks and Captain America shields. A lot of heroes got branded. Wyatt didn't mind it happening to him. If he wanted money, he could make a diamond the size of a car. He didn't need royalties. Up ahead, two kids chased each other around a worn-down park. I blasted you. Nope. Force field. Wyatt laughed under his breath, but the sound died as he took in the park itself. Rusted swings. Busted benches. A single flickering lamppost. The place looked tired. You know, it didn't always look like this. An older man in a cap sat nearby, a chest set open on a folding table. Name's Bobby Fish. I've seen you walking through here every week. Figured I'd finally say hello. He nodded at the empty chair. Wyatt hesitated, then Saturday Wyatt Wilkins. You play? Sure. They traded a few moves in silence before Bobby spoke again. You look weighed down, son. What's on your mind? Wyatt nudged a knight forward. You ever go to Luigi's Pizzeria? Who didn't? Best slices in Harlem. Bobby's smile faded. Terrible what happened to him. Were you too close? He helped me a lot. His daughter was my best friend. I guess I keep coming back to the place because I don't really know how to let go. I hear you. Mary and Jackson aren't Luigi, but they've kept the heart of the place alive. They even had a mural painted of him in the back courtyard. Beautiful piece of work. Makes you feel like he's still there somehow. Wyatt paused, staring at the board. A small smile formed. You're the second person to tell me something like that. He moved his rook. Checkmate. Bobby blinked, then laughed. Well, I'll be damned. Wyatt stood. Thanks for the game. And the talk. Anytime. I'll be at Marcus Garvey Park if you want a rematch, Bobby said. And maybe one day this old park will get rebuilt. Wyatt glanced at the rusting fence. Don't worry. Someone will take care of it. Later that evening, two young brothers, Henry and Jordan, ran down the sidewalk out of breath. Hurry. Mom's going to kill us. I can't leave Atomic behind. Henry had dropped his action figure near the park, and the two had raced back before their mom noticed they were gone. They slipped through the gate just as the last of the daylight died. Should you two be out this late? The voice came from above. They looked up and froze. Atomic hovered in the air, backlit by the lampost's soft glow. No way, Henry whispered. Atomic dropped lightly to the ground. A pulse of energy rippled from his boot. A moment later, he dug through a bush and pulled out Henry's lost toy. This what you came for? He asked, kneeling and handing it over. Why, yes, sir, Jordan stammered. Henry practically bounced. Atomic stood. It's not safe to wander around after dark. How about I walk you home? He paused, then added, but first. He raised his hand. A wave of bright energy swept across the park. When the light faded, the change was stunning. New swings, new slides, soft turf, painted benches, fresh trees, modern lights, everything clean and polished. The boys stared, speechless. That was awesome, they yelled together. You'll have plenty of time to try everything, Atomic said, guiding them toward the sidewalk. Right now, let's get you home. The walk drew plenty of stares. People stepped out of shops to watch the hero strolling down the block with two kids in tow. The brothers' nonstop questions kept him busy until they reached a small townhouse with a garden out front. Their mother, Keisha, burst out the door. Where have you been? I was about to call the police. Atomic walked us home. Henry said. Keisha turned and froze. You're actually Atomic. I figured they shouldn't walk alone, he said gently. She placed a hand over her heart. Thank you. Really. Atomic crouched to eye level. Listen to your mom and get home before dark, all right? Yes, sir. He lifted off the ground and rose into the night sky, leaving the family staring up in awe. By morning, Harlem woke to find every park, playground, and court in the area transformed. Bright paint, repaired structures, fresh plants, and clean spaces. Word spread fast. Most people credited it to the hero in the helmet. Those who'd seen him knew for sure. Atomic landed on a rooftop overlooking the neighborhood, exhausted but lighter than he'd felt in days. Helping the twins, helping the community, it had taken some weight off his shoulders. A voice drifted out from behind a water tower. Smooth, amused. I always wondered why someone with your power wastes it on helping humans. He turned. A woman stepped out of the shadows, her form shifting until Mystique's blue skin and red hair appeared. 5 more figures joined her. Avalanche, Toad, Quicksilver, Blob, and Pyro. Mystique smiled like she already owned the moment. You're a hard man to track down, Atomic. She leaned in, her voice softening. Or should I say, Wyatt Wilkins. She straightened and gestured at the rooftop like it was a private meeting room. Let's talk. You're a very hard man to find, Atomic, Mystique said as she walked up beside him with a sultry smile. She leaned in and whispered beside Atomic's helmet. Or should I say, Wyatt Wilkins? Let's talk, shall we? How does she know my name? The thought ricocheted in Atomic's mind, sparking surprise and confusion. He paused to weigh the possibilities. Then it dawned on him, wait a minute, to break in at the Xavier Mansion. Could Charles have kept my information hidden away somewhere? The pieces began to fit together, forming a chilling picture. I see. It was Mystique who had infiltrated the mansion that night, using Weber as her pawn to breach Cerebro and steal whatever information Charles had stored within it. Damn it! Atomic swiped his finger, creating a glowing platform beneath Mystique's feet. The platform swiftly carried her back to stand in front of her allies. Before anyone could attack, Mystique raised her hand to calm everyone down. The Brotherhood of Mutants, Atomic stated. He had heard various stories from his friends at the Xavier Institute about their confrontations with this universe's Brotherhood. While the group wasn't yet at the same level of danger as their comic or movie counterparts, they were not to be dismissed. I see that Charles and his students have talked to you about us. Just know that not everything you've heard is true, Mystique replied. We're not here to fight. We just want to talk. Talk. Let's speed this up and carry his unconscious body to the boss, Pietro said, attempting to run but finding himself unable to move. He looked down and saw that his feet were encased in solid steel, stuck to the roof. What the hell? Seeing this, St. John glared at Atomic and was about to unleash a wave of flames when the fireballs floating around him were suddenly extinguished. When he tried to release more flames from his flamethrower, nothing happened. He soon began to have trouble breathing as his body started to shake. The phenomenon occurred because Atomic siphoned the oxygen from the air surrounding St. John's location and significantly reduced the surrounding air temperature. This drastic environmental alteration effectively extinguished any possibility for the fire wielder to conjure flames. Mystique narrowed her eyes at Atomic's quick reaction and discreet use of his powers. He was far more capable than she had anticipated. Charles and his students must have informed him of our abilities. We're at a disadvantage, she thought. No one here attacks without my say-so. Do so, and you'll face the consequences. Is that clear? The young mutants all annoyingly agreed and backed off, with Pietro glaring at Atomic as he tried to pull his feet free. Hey, you heard her. Let me go, Pietro said. She can't breathe, so cold, St. John said. He resembles a young Aaron Taylor Johnson, but he's behaving quite differently from his character in the MCU. If he's here, then where's Wanda? With a casual wave of his hand, Atomic undid Pietro's bindings, and the controlled environment around St. John shifted. What do you want? He asked, his voice firm but free of hostility. Like I said, we just want to talk, Mystique said with a serious tone. More specifically, our leader wants to speak to you. Magneto, Atomic stated. Then why isn't he here? Our leader is a very busy man. However, he eagerly hopes you agree to meet him. And if I refuse? From what I've been told, your group isn't exactly trustworthy and peaceful, especially considering how you try to trick my friend, Rogue. Atomic said. Atomic's words hung in the air, prompting a frown to crease Mystique's features. Hey, you're lucky we're even asking, Lance barked, stepping forward with a flash of bravado, but he quickly hesitated, caught off guard by Atomic turning his attention to him. Memories of the video of the fierce battle against the Hammer drones at the Stark Expo surged through him, stirring a mix of respect and unease. Despite his own confidence in his abilities and powers, the thought of confronting Atomic, whose abilities and skills were known across the country, made him reconsider. He began, trailing off, unsure of how to proceed. Enough, Avalanche, Mystique hissed. Listen, I'm well aware of our shared history with the X-Men, but our business with you is different. We're extending a friendly hand. If you decide not to speak with our leader, we would understand. The members of the Brotherhood all turned to her with confused expressions, a fact that Atomic caught on to as well. This will turn ugly if I refuse. Atomic thought and looked down at the apartment building they were on. If a fight breaks out, the people within it would be in danger. I can't risk that. Fine. Take me to Magneto. I'll hear what he has to say. Mystique looked momentarily surprised at his acceptance, but she quickly looked pleased with herself. Excellent. Your time won't be wasted, I assure you. We'll see about that. Atomic thought and raised a hand to Frederick. The large mutant braced himself, but at the glow behind him, he saw the brick wall he broke through be fixed in an instant. Wow, Frederick muttered. Holy crap, he really can make anything he wants. Todd whispered, a storm of ideas of how to become rich raging in his mind. Like gold. Atomic ignored their chattering and created a large platform under them all. The Brotherhood watched as the platform began to float into the air, with Atomic flying beside them. Lead the way, Atomic said. Let's hope this doesn't blow up in my face. Atomic thought as Mystique guided him. As he soared through the skies, he took meticulous care to replace any metallic components in his suit, swapping out the resilient adamantium plating and helmet for non-magnetic alternatives. He chose durable ABS plastics and lightweight carbon fiber. While these substitutions might not offer the same level of protection as the formidable metals, they were a calculated precaution, an essential adaptation in case he encountered the formidable master of magnetism in the heat of battle. Oh. It didn't take long for Atomic to arrive at the location Mystique had directed him to. As he gently set down the members of the Brotherhood, he lifted his gaze to behold the imposing silhouette of the Statue of Liberty against the twilight sky. The statue, a beacon of hope and liberty, stood in stark contrast to the tension brewing in the air around them. Atomic, I'm pleased you decided to accept my invitation. A deep, resonant voice cut through the evening stillness, drawing Atomic's attention upward. There, silhouetted against the dark heavens, was Magneto, Eric Lyncher, his figure regal and commanding as he floated effortlessly, suspended high above the gathering below. You've been a very busy man ever since you discovered the extent of your powers. Eric's eyes glinted with a mix of intrigue and something darker as he surveyed the scene, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the charged atmosphere. It seems that only Magneto and Mystique know about my identity. Atomic thought. Atomic frowned from behind his helmet and flew up to float in front of Eric. They were now eye to eye. It shouldn't come as a surprise that I don't trust you, Magneto. What is it that you want? Ah, yes. Charles and his X-Men have undoubtedly filled your head with tales of our encounters. But let me be clear, I'm not here to fight. I'm here to extend a powerful invitation, an invitation to join the Brotherhood of Mutants, Eric stated, confidently extending his hand. With you by our side, the future where mutants can live without fear and embrace their true freedom is not just a dream. It is a certainty within our reach. Atomic frowned, hearing that. You're a powerful man, Eric. I'm also assuming you're a well-informed man. You must know that I'm not a mutant. I don't have the X gene. A small chuckle escaped Eric. He floated over to stare out at the glowing city in the distance. That, my young friend, is where you're wrong. At least to a degree. Like Charles, I have friends everywhere. It wasn't hard to convince a few laboratory scientists to change the results of a test. Atomic was taken aback by Eric's statement. Were the test results he received fake? Could it be that he was actually a mutant all along? You're saying, I'm Dash, a mutant? Unfortunately, that remains unconfirmed, Eric confessed, his tone revealing his intrigue. You see, your blood seems to lack the X gene. However, traces of it still exist strongly in your DNA. It's almost as if the X gene is evolving beyond its current form. Isn't that fascinating? But before my team of scientists could uncover the truth about your DNA, your blood somehow eradicated itself. It was as if it had a delayed, defensive mechanism, leaving us without any biological information to analyze or explore. What? What's he talking about? So, I'm a mutant, but not at the same time? That doesn't make any sense. Atomic thought, growing more annoyed. What's your point? My point is that you're one of us. You're our future. The abilities you possess are meant to help us claim our rightful place as the dominant species on this planet. We shouldn't be living in fear, treated like second-class citizens at the mercy of these humans, and dragged into government facilities just because they fear what we could become. With you on our side, we can assert ourselves as the dominant species on this planet. That's wrong. Just because mutants have powers, it doesn't make them us, you, whatever. It doesn't make mutants any better than regular people. Atomic said, the people are just afraid of what they don't understand. If we can show the world that mutants are no different from regular people, then their misguided fear will go away. Naive, just like Charles. What do you propose we do about our fellow mutants being ripped from their families and homes? Are we just going to turn a blind eye to their abduction and abuse? Ignore the reality as we're thrown into camps. Eric's voice thundered, causing the nearby Statue of Liberty to tremble with his fury. He took a moment, inhaling deeply to regain his composure and halt the shaking of the statue. I've heard of your so-called heroics, Atomic. Let me ask you plainly. When the day comes that you witness an innocent mutant being dragged away by the Department of Mutant Affairs, will you stand idly by and let it happen? Or will you take a stand, defy this oppressive regime, and become their enemy? I'd do the right thing, Atomic said without hesitation. Humans, mutants, it doesn't matter. I'd step in and help anyone in trouble, no matter who I could make an enemy of by doing so. From under his helmet, Eric smiled. I see. He then floated to the ground and approached Mystique, who had a laptop in her hands. The Brotherhood all grew nervous at Eric's presence. Even Pietro, the man's son. Prove it to me, Atomic. Prove it to me and everyone here that you truly are the hero you say you are. Atomic narrowed his eyes, a flicker of suspicion igniting within him as he descended to the ground. Eric gestured toward the laptop's glowing screen, urging him to look closer. When Atomic's gaze fell upon the images displayed, he paused, his breath hitching in his throat. The screen revealed a collection of grainy photographs, captured from awkward angles, showcasing a sprawling government facility shrouded in an air of foreboding. The images depicted a diverse group of people clad in drab gray jumpsuits, each emblazoned with stark, unfeeling numbers across their chests. Among them were primarily youthful faces, though interspersed were middle-aged and even elderly people. What captured Atomic's attention were the horrifying and inhumane conditions in which these people were imprisoned. Straitjackets twisted and contorted their bodies, rendering them helpless. Full metallic face masks, with only small breathing holes, obscured their features, transforming them into mere shadows of their former selves. Their hands and arms were encased in cruel, unyielding steel that restricted any semblance of movement, turning them into mere objects of confinement. The government's oppressive effort to suppress their abilities and autonomy was palpable. As the photos scrolled to reveal the slivers of space where these individuals were confined to sleep, Atomic felt a sinking despair. Small, claustrophobic rooms crafted from jagged chains, cold concrete, and unforgiving steel appeared, offering barely enough space for anyone to stretch their arms fully. The stark reality of their suffering pressed heavily upon him, and he instinctively looked down, unable to bear the weight of what he had just witnessed. What will it be, Atomic? Will you help me free these mutants? Or will you turn away from their suffering? Eric asked. You don't have to worry about being persecuted for something beyond your control. How many mutants get taken away by the government for no other crime than existing? And what do you do about it, hero? You fly all over the city, but not once have I seen you stop those fascists from taking my people away. Are we not worthy of help like everyone else? Or are you just blind to it all? Scott's words to him echoed loudly in Atomic's mind. The Brotherhood watched as Atomic gazed back at the laptop screen. Their uncertainty about his expression hung heavily in the air. Finally, Atomic reached out and closed the laptop screen. Where is this facility? Eric smiled victoriously and extended his hand toward Atomic. Welcome to the Brotherhood. This does not mean I'm joining you. I'm only doing what needs to be done to help those people, Atomic stated, his voice unwavering. I'll work with you this time, but let me make this clear, I don't trust you. That is understandable. However, trust isn't necessary for us to work together to free our fellow mutants, Eric replied, nodding as he placed his hands behind his back. By the end of our rescue operation, I believe I will have earned your trust. I doubt that, Atomic thought as he shook Eric's hand. To him, it felt as if he were making a deal with the devil. Even with the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders, Atomic knew he had no choice. The sight of those desperate people, Their faces etched with fear and hopelessness haunted him. He could feel their pain resonating within him, a relentless tug on his conscience. Ignoring their plight was simply not an option. He couldn't turn his back on those who needed help. The consequences of his future actions were not lost on him, but in that moment, their need outweighed whatever drawback he would undoubtedly receive. In a groundbreaking announcement that has the scientific community buzzing with excitement, the brilliant Reed Richards has unveiled his ambitious plans to create a state-of-the-art spaceship designed to journey to planets beyond our moon. With federal funding secured, this highly anticipated project promises to break barriers and redefine our understanding of space travel, set to launch in just 2 to 4 years. Though Richards is confidently predicting a finish in a mere 2. Christine Everhart was on the scene in front of the iconic Baxter Building, capturing the energy of the moment. She exclaims, "While some may question the audacity of such a claim, this is Reed Richards we're talking about." From his extraordinary achievements as a teen genius at just 15 years old, earning the esteemed title of prodigy, to his groundbreaking innovations at 25 that have transformed our everyday lives, Reed has consistently proven that the impossible is simply a challenge waiting to be conquered. Get ready, because the future of exploration is about to take flight. Wow, I can't believe we'll be able to travel further than the moon. Do you think we'll actually reach Mars? Just imagine all the discoveries we could make with astronauts conducting live research on a new planet. Gwen exclaimed as she, Peter, and Harry all leaned in to watch the news feed on her Stark tablet. Won't they just find red sand and rocks? How exciting is that? Harry asked as Gwen put her tablet away. The sounds of the busy mall echoed around them from the food court. Harry, that's just what's on the surface. Who knows what else Mars could hold? Maybe an answer to all human disease. Peter said with an excited smile. What do you think, Wyatt? Wyatt, huh? Wyatt blinked and looked away from his fries. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you say? Gwen leaned forward with a spark of enthusiasm in her eyes, her voice brimming with excitement. We were discussing Reed Richards' incredible planned spaceship. She began, her tone animated. Can you believe it? If he succeeds, the spaceship could travel far beyond our moon, venturing into the depths of space where few have dared to go. Just imagine the possibilities, the worlds it could explore, the mysteries it could uncover. Isn't that thrilling? Wyatt hummed thoughtfully as he reflected on the topic. Well, going off of Reed Richards' impressive track record of accomplishments, him developing an interplanetary spacecraft seems very possible for him. Add on the team of genius scientists and engineers that will assist him, he's very likely to succeed. And yeah, you're right, Gwen. Reed's spacecraft could provide humanity with the opportunity to finally explore other planets and make significant discoveries, maybe even helping us to enhance our understanding of the universe. Or it could give him and his fellow crewmates cosmic powers. Wyatt thought knowingly. As they strolled through the bustling mall, the group moved from store to store, pausing to admire window displays that showcased everything from trendy clothing to the latest tech gadgets. Laughter and idle chatter filled the air as they exchanged opinions on various items, commenting on the absurdity of some of the fashion choices or the appeal of the newest gaming consoles. Wyatt, however, remained a step behind, his thoughts drifting far from the playful banter of his friends. The weight of the recent news about the captured mutants in Nevada haunted him, making it difficult to engage in their light-hearted conversation fully. At one point, Harry received a call from his mother, summoning him home, much to his chagrin. He rolled his eyes, expressing his annoyance to the group before bidding them farewell. Now it was just Gwen, Peter, and Wyatt left to enjoy their planned movie night. They stood in line at the concession stand, the aroma of popcorn and candy wafting through the air, when suddenly Peter's spider sense jolted him. A prickling sensation raced down his spine, leaving him alert and on edge as he scanned their surroundings, sensing something was amiss. Sorry guys, but I completely forgot I told Uncle Ben that I'd help him repaint the kitchen. How about a rain check? Peter said, and quickly left the theater. Once out of sight, he changed into his suit and swung away. He's been doing that more and more lately, Gwen said as she turned to Wyatt. You're not going to ditch me too, are you? Trusting Peter to handle whatever was going on in the city, Wyatt shook his head with a small smile. No, you're stuck with me tonight. Good. I don't know what I would do if you flaked on me too, Gwen said. You'd probably give me the look, Wyatt said. What? I wouldn't do that. You're doing it right now. Ugh, whatever. Gwen rolled her eyes and looked down at her movie ticket. With Peter and Harry gone, I'm not really in the mood to watch the movie anymore. Do you want to, I don't know, walk around or something? Wyatt shrugged and nodded in agreement. He wasn't in the mood to watch the movie that Peter and Harry had chosen earlier either. His mind was too busy and chaotic right now to focus on some dumb action movie. After leaving the theater, the two of them walked side by side through the streets of Manhattan until they reached Madison Square Park. Okay, what's on your mind? Gwen asked as they took a seat on a park bench. Sitting beside her, Wyatt handed her a vanilla ice cream cone he had bought while he held a chocolate cone in his own hand. You've had that contemplative expression all day. Oh, you noticed that? Wyatt responded, not attempting to deny it. He had learned that Gwen was very outspoken and stubborn, though she often disguised it under her sweet, bookish demeanor. It's a bit hard to ignore you staring at your Subway sandwich as if it held the answers to the universe, Gwen said, an amused smile on her face. Talk to me, Wyatt. What's wrong? It's just... Wyatt began, pausing for a moment. He had debated whether to lie about his true thoughts, but felt the urge to seek Gwen's opinion on his current dilemma. He knew he had to be careful with his words. It's about a book I'm reading. You see, the protagonist is facing a tough moral dilemma. He has to confront a significant challenge, but the consequences could change everything for him. I see. What's the challenge? He has to go against his nation's government to save hundreds of kidnapped civilians. However, what the government is doing, taking these people, is not seen as wrong by a significant portion of the population. Do you think he should help free those captured civilians, even if it means becoming an enemy of the nation and facing hostility from the people he has served up to that point? Wyatt asked, leaning forward on his knees, his ice cream forgotten. Gwen hummed in thought and took a lick of her frozen treat. Well, I'd like to know more about this book, but based on what you've told me, I believe the protagonist should do what he thinks is right. What if what he believes is right turns everyone against him? Wyatt whispered, I believe that's a possibility. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. If it were, everyone would be doing it. It takes a certain amount of bravery and courage to stand up for your beliefs, regardless of what others say. So yes, I think the protagonist should save those people, no matter the consequences, Gwen replied. Now I'm curious. What's the title of this book? Wyatt stared at his ice cream cone and gave a small lick. Turning to Gwen, he smiled appreciatively. Honestly, I forgot the title. I just remember this part. What? You can't do that. Now I'm even more curious to find this story. Gwen lightly glared at Wyatt for piquing her curiosity and leaving her high and dry. Do you at least know what he ended up deciding to do? Wyatt chuckled as Gwen lightly pushed his shoulder. He did the right thing, regardless of what the world says about him. It's like a wise woman once said, even when the whole world tells you to move, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree, look them in the eye, and say, no, you move. Wyatt quoted the woman who founded S.H.I.E.L.D., the legendary Peggy Carter. Wow, that's beautiful. Are you going to tell me who said that? I'm thinking about it. At his answer, Gwen gave Wyatt what the group called the look. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the city, Wyatt offered to walk Gwen home. They stood at a bustling intersection, the air filled with a mix of voices and distant sirens as they waited for the crosswalk sign to light up. Gwen, feeling the gentle breeze ruffle her hair, glanced around. A hurried businesswoman clutching her phone, a group of laughing students with backpacks slung over their shoulders, and an elderly man with a cane, and many more, all waiting for the light to change. At last, the pedestrian signal changed, brightening green. The people at the corner began to step into the crosswalk, eager to cross the street and continue on their way. Just as they made their way forward, a sudden cacophony shattered the evening tranquility. Crashes echoed, blaring horns invaded the air, and startled screams arose from the crowd. Gwen and Wyatt spun around, eyes wide, as an out-of-control box truck barreled down the street toward them. Get out of the way. My brakes don't work. The box truck's driver screamed in a panic as he tried his best to slow himself down. His hand pulled on the emergency brake as far as it would go, and he maneuvered the truck to avoid all the cars in his path. Move! Everyone on the crosswalk instinctively recoiled, their faces pale with alarm. Wyatt, in a blur of urgency, seized Gwen by the arm and yanked her back to a safe distance. As she stumbled away, her eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before her. A boy with oversized headphones nestled over his ears strolled forward, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lost in the rhythm of his own world. Just as panic surged within her and the urge to scream bubbled up, Gwen caught a fleeting glimpse of a red-brown blur dashing beside her. Wyatt sprang into action, his muscles coiled like a tightly wound spring as he dashed toward the oblivious child. Time seemed to slow as he propelled himself forward. With a fierce, adrenaline-fueled burst, he leaped, extending his arms as he soared through the air. Wrapping them protectively around the unsuspecting boy, he spun them both in a nimble arc, rolling across the asphalt in a desperate bid to escape the encroaching danger. The massive box truck careened down the street, a blur of steel and decibels, missing Wyatt's foot by a mere 5 inches. In a fluid motion, he turned his head, eyes locked on the behemoth of metal, and subtly extended a hand toward its ominous wheels from under his body. In an instant, a dull cascade of crimson light enveloped the truck's underside, illuminating the grimy surfaces as the brake pads seemed to meld to the disc rotors. A resounding, agonizing screech tore through the air as smoke billowed and churned from the tortured tires, which finally surrendered to the unrelenting force and came to a grinding halt, kicking up a cloud of smoke further down the road. "Hey, what was that for?" The kid yelled angrily as he took off his earphones. He then finally noticed the smoking box truck and realized what had occurred. "Oh man, my mom's going to kill me." Wyatt gazed at the kid with a mix of disbelief and concern, his brow furrowing as he stood up slowly. After carefully inspecting the boy for any injuries, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Just as he was processing the moment, the unexpected warmth of a hug, almost a tackle, surged into him, catching him off guard. He looked down to find Gwen's anxious face, her eyes wide and searching, staring up at him with a mixture of relief and worry. "Wyatt, that was amazing." "No, wait, that was extremely stupid and dangerous." "Are you hurt?" "Oh, sorry. I guess my body just moved on its own," Wyatt said with a shaky smile, as applause erupted around them, filling the air with a chorus of gratitude and admiration. Wyatt felt a mix of exhilaration and vulnerability. The crowd's appreciation for his heroism would typically have been a familiar experience, especially when clad in his atomic suit. But now, stripped of that protective armor, he felt exposed and uncertain, as if the cheers were not for him, but for a stranger. He managed a shy smile, rubbing the back of his head, his fingers running through his tousled hair in a nervous gesture. Gwen, stepping back to take it all in, couldn't help but shake her head in disbelief. He had just pulled off an incredibly dangerous stunt, an act that bordered on reckless, but there was no denying the bravery it took to put himself in harm's way to save someone else. As she observed him, something shifted within her. Despite the wildness of his actions, Wyatt's selflessness shone through. There had always been something remarkable about him, but today, watching him bask in the spotlight, she began to see him in a new light, one that illuminated not just his courage, but also the heart beneath his seemingly carefree exterior. "You're kind of amazing, aren't you, Wyatt?" Gwen thought, a warm smile spreading across her face as the realization settled in. It was a moment that marked a turning point in her perception of him. "Number 077, an MRD agent said, gripping his assault rifle tightly, ready to fire. 3 other agents stood alongside him in the large, white room, their weapons drawn. "You may now begin." A 15-year-old boy with blonde hair and blue eyes nodded shakily as he rubbed his sore legs. He glanced back at the restraint chair that had held him for the past 12 hours, fear evident in his eyes. The boy's name was Samuel Zachary Guthrie, a young mutant from Kentucky who had been kidnapped from his family's farm 6 months ago. Number 077, begin, the MRD agent commanded again, his voice low and authoritative. He, along with the rest of the agents in the room, raised their rifles and aimed directly at Samuel. Okay, Samuel stammered and quickly moved to the center of the room. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Glowing orange energy erupted around his feet, and after a moment of struggle, Samuel began to float in the air, empowered by his ability to generate thermochemical energy released from his skin. With sweat pouring down his face, Samuel slowly flew around the room. However, after 20 seconds, he gasped and fell 20 feet to the ground. Samuel cried out in pain and rolled on the floor, trying to ease his discomfort. After almost 30 seconds of erratic flight, number 077's performance showed a slight improvement compared to yesterday's meager 27 seconds. Bolivar Trask, a man of short stature yet immense ambition, said as he jotted down notes in the expansive control room of the high-security facility. The air was filled with a palpable tension as the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, illuminating the myriad of screens displaying live feeds of the captured mutants. The facility, situated deep within the arid landscape of Nevada, was a fortress funded by the U.S. government and designed to currently contain the growing population of mutants, 213 in total. Its towering walls and cutting-edge technology are provided by the powerful conglomerates Hammer and Oscorp Industries. Bolivar's eyes, sharp and analytical, scanned the monitors displaying Samuel's chaotic attempts as he winged and stumbled through his test. Glancing up from his clipboard, Bolivar locked his gaze onto the one-way reinforced mirror that separated him from Samuel. Disappointment etched across his features, and he spoke with frustration and pragmatism. At this rate, we'll be throwing away resources for something that shows little promise. I propose we relocate 077 under my watch where it might serve a more strategic purpose, he declared. Beside Bolivar stood a tall, gray-haired man in a high-ranking military uniform. Colonel William Stryker, Jr. He frowned and shook his head. You mean your laboratory? What happened to the other 7 subjects you had? They broke down under the stress from my testing. I require more. Unfortunately, we can't provide you with any more. General Greller has decided to take a more active role in the MRD. If more of these subjects start to disappear without explanation, he'll scrutinize the facility and find out what you've been doing. For now, we continue with the intended mission, Stryker said, visibly dissatisfied. Yes, the government's plans to inexplicably create an army of super soldiers using its newly reinvented super soldier serum to defend the country. An army of Captain Americas. What a farcical plan. It's disgusting to use these creatures to protect our nation. It will never work. These subjects are only useful for research purposes, nothing more, Bolivar remarked, watching the agents below as they strapped Samuel into a restraint chair. Orders are orders, Stryker replied, no matter how idiotic they may be. If it were my decision, I'd eliminate all these subjects the moment we found them. That would be a waste. Despite their nature, these mutants have their uses, Bolivar said with a smile, showing no regret or shame. Shall we proceed with our next future soldier? Yes. Bring in number 201, Bolivar instructed, pushing a button on the control panel. Down below, Samuel was wheeled out of the room, and a new mutant was brought in. The agents at her sides undid her bindings and removed her blindfold. Jubilation blinked and adjusted to the bright light. With a defeated expression, she looked around the room and began to display the results of her enforced training. Oh. At the outdoor training grounds of Xavier's mansion, a small group of teens wearing black and yellow uniforms chatted and joked with each other. On one end of the field, Scott and Kurt stood near a high-tech projectile launcher designed to help train the younger X-Men in using their abilities. All right, focus up. Bobby, you're up, Scott called out. Finally, let me show you all how it's done. Robert Bobby, Drake exclaimed as he stretched his arms. A chorus of chuckles and groans erupted from his friends. Let's do this. Okay, and launch, Kurt announced as Scott pressed a button on the remote he held. The machine whirred to life and launched a speeding projectile toward Bobby. With a confident smile, Bobby fired a beam of ice that struck the projectile, encasing it in frost before it shattered into pieces. He let out a cheer and turned to his friends with a cocky grin, utterly unaware of the second projectile flying straight at him. "Behind you!" Amara, Juliana, Olivia, Aquila cried out and pointed to the disc flying at Bobby's back. Bobby quickly turned around and raised his arms to guard against the spewing disc, only for the disc to explode thanks to one of Scott's optic blasts. And that's why you don't turn your back on an opponent. Always stay on your toes, Bobby. There won't always be someone to warn or help you, Scott said, taking his hand off his visor. "Ah, right," Bobby said in embarrassment. "Hey, isn't that Wyatt?" One of the young mutants cried out, pointing at the sky above the mansion. Floating above them, with his cape billowing in the air, was Atomic. "What's he doing up there? I have a bad feeling about this." "Kurt," Scott said, and in an instant, Kurt placed a hand on his shoulder. They vanished and reappeared at the mansion's front entrance. Logan, Aurora, and Hank were already there. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, and Evan quickly ran outside and looked up to see Atomic descending. Usually, this wouldn't have been an odd sight. Wyatt had traveled to the mansion in costume on several occasions, but he had always removed it upon arrival. Now, however, he stood tall in his red and white suit before them, surrounded by a heavy energy. "What's going on, kid?" Logan asked. "I'm here to speak to the professor," Atomic replied, without removing his helmet. His voice lacked the usual levity and ease that his friends were accustomed to. The only other time he acted this way was when Cerebro was compromised during their house party. "It's important." "Easy, Wyatt. You're among friends. What's troubling you?" Beast inquired, his brow furrowed with concern as he studied Atomic's tense demeanor. "Wyatt, what's wrong?" Kitty chimed in, her eyes wide with worry, mirroring the unease etched on her face. Atomic's shoulders rose and fell as he took a deep, steadying breath, searching for the right words. Before he could respond, a figure emerged from the sprawling mansion behind him. Charles, exuding an air of calm authority. "I'm here, Wyatt. Why don't we step into my office so we can talk?" he suggested, his voice soothing yet firm. "No, we can talk out here," Atomic replied, his voice gaining strength as he regained his composure. The statement hung in the air, sending ripples of tension through the group. Scott's frown deepened, and Logan raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet wary. Younger mutants, who had gathered at a respectful distance, exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued by Atomic's unusual intensity. "Okay, you're starting to scare me. I've never heard you sound so serious," Kitty said, her tone laced with trepidation. "Did someone die, or something?" Kurt blurted out, only to receive a swift smack on the back of his head from Rogue. "Sorry," he muttered, sheepishly rubbing the spot. Atomic paused, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He exhaled deeply, then allowed his helmet to dissolve into thin air, revealing his face to everyone. This was a moment he had hoped to avoid, yet he understood that he had to confront the truth and take responsibility for his future actions, regardless of what his mentors or friends might think. With a straight back and a steady expression, Wyatt took a deep breath and shared the gravity of his decision. He spoke candidly about the upcoming joint operation with Magneto, ensuring that no details were left unspoken. He revealed his plan to liberate every mutant imprisoned by the government. As he spoke, he pulled out photographs he created using his memory that Magneto had shown him, evidence of their cause, vivid and charged with emotion. The only secret he withheld was Magneto's alarming theory about his own questionable identity as a mutant, a thought he decided not to share amidst the tension of the moment. "I knew it. I knew you couldn't be trusted. You're working with Magneto, of all people. Don't you know everything he's done? The pain and suffering he has caused to everyone here." Scott raged. "And even with all that, you're still working with him." As Scott tried to advance toward Wyatt, Logan held out an arm. "That's enough, Scott," Logan said, his voice steady. "Stand down." "But I won't repeat myself," Logan stated with a tone of finality. The students exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond to the situation. They knew what was happening with their fellow mutants. It was the reason the majority of them were at the institution seeking safety. Wyatt, What you're doing will have serious consequences. Consequences that could destroy everything you've built. The trust of the people could vanish if you go through with this, Charles warned. I understand, but I can't ignore what I've seen, Wyatt replied, turning to Scott. I have to do something. Scott's anger began to fade at Wyatt's sincere words. Unsure of how to respond, he ultimately chose silence. Charles nodded and rolled closer to Wyatt. That's very admirable of you, Charles said. But it seems you have more to say. I do. I want your help. I don't trust Magneto or his Brotherhood of Mutants. But if I had you all on my back, then I'm certain we can pull this off and free everyone they've captured. Wyatt said, as his words hung in the air. Students and teachers exchanged thoughtful glances, each grappling with their own feelings about the risk ahead. The younger mutants, their eyes wide with anticipation, turned toward their teachers for guidance on what to do. Logan, the grizzled veteran of the group with years of battle-worn experience etched on his face, stepped forward. He placed a strong, reassuring hand on Charles's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity. Charles, whatever path you choose, we'll back your decision, Logan said. Aurora, with her regal presence, and Beast, with his keen intellect, nodded in agreement, their silent support palpable in the tense atmosphere. Even the oldest students added their nods, a collective show of unity. I'm sorry, Wyatt, but we cannot join you on your mission. My agreement with the President of the United States is, at best, shaky. This school is the only thing that stands between the MRD and everyone here. If we proceed with this mission, my students will no longer be safe. I want to help. I truly do. I'm fully aware of what's happening outside my school, and to those trapped in the facility in Nevada. It pains me deeply. I can barely sleep at night knowing there's nothing I can do to help, but I have to prioritize my students. They're my responsibility. Charles said, Professor, we have to dash. Scott was quickly stopped by Jean, who shook her head. Scott looked at her as if she had grown a second head and shrugged off her hand. Scott clenched his fists, the intensity of his emotions bubbling just beneath the surface. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Charles and passionately advocate for the X-Men's involvement in the mission ahead. The stakes seemed incredibly high, and the thought of the team standing idle while others fought for a cause he believed in gnawed at him. Yet, as he searched for the right words, a wave of reason washed over him, dousing his fiery impulses. He realized, with a heavy heart, that Charles's perspective was grounded in a sobering truth. If the X-Men were to engage in this mission, they wouldn't just confront external threats. They would put their very existence at risk. The possibility of losing their safe haven, the fragile balance of their lives, and everything they had fought to protect loomed heavily in his mind. The thought paralyzed him momentarily, forcing him to acknowledge that the cost of participation could be far greater than he had imagined. Damn it, Scott thought. Is there truly nothing we can do? Rogue asked softly, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as if seeking comfort from her own doubts. She looked around at her friends, searching their faces for any glimmer of hope. Man, this is so messed up, Kurt said, his voice heavy with sadness. He stared at the ground, the weight of their situation pulling him down. Beside him, Evan nodded in agreement, placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, silently conveying his shared frustration and helplessness. Sorry, Wyatt, but we can't help. Our hands are tied, Logan said regretfully, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. The anger in his eyes mirrored his inner turmoil. As a protector, he hated feeling powerless. It's all right. I understand, Wyatt replied, a small, understanding smile playing on his lips despite the dread surrounding them. But when this is all over, those mutants will need a place to go, a sanctuary where they can feel safe and accepted. Charles, ever the visionary leader, smiled sadly and nodded in agreement. My institution will welcome them with open arms, he assured them, his voice steady but tinged with the weight of his responsibilities. Wyatt was about to leave when suddenly Kitty dashed toward him, her expression frantic as she grasped his arm. No, this is so messed up. You can't do this. Please. Her eyes shone with urgency, desperation spilling over in her plea. "I have to, Kitty," Wyatt said gently, patting her back in a comforting gesture. "I can't just stand by and do nothing. That's not who I am, and you know that." Then I'll come too," Kitty exclaimed, her voice rising in intensity. "You said my powers were perfect for something like this. Let me help. I can make a difference." "Kitty," Aurora interjected softly, her tone tinged with concern. She stepped closer, but ultimately made no move to physically restrain the spirited girl. "Think about what you're doing. If you go, you won't be safe anymore, not even here with us. We won't be able to protect you if the government comes for you." "I don't care," Kitty shouted, her frustration boiling over. "What are we even talking about? There's a whole facility of people like us. Isn't that what the X-Men are for? To help mutants in need? This is so stupid. We're abandoning our kind." She turned defiantly toward her teachers, her voice filled with conviction. "We have to do this, even if it means risking our own safety." "As she's right. We have to help," Kurt said, stepping resolutely beside Kitty and Wyatt. His determination flared as he looked around, seeing the mutual fear and uncertainty. "I won't let my friend do this alone." "Me neither. I'm not going to sit this out," Evan added, his chest swelling with pride and rebellion, as a newfound sense of purpose took hold. Jean, watching the scene unfold, turned to Scott, seeking some direction from him. He had been unusually silent, with an eerie calmness that made her uneasy. Deep down, she felt torn. Part of her yearned to aid those trapped in despair, desperate for freedom. Yet another voice whispered caution, reminding her of everything at stake. The safety of Xavier's school for the gifted youngsters hung in the balance. "Kitty, Evan, Kurt," Scott said slowly, his voice low and steady, cutting through the tension like a knife. "Enough. Get back here." The authority in his tone demanded attention, redirecting the energy of the group and challenging their resolve. But Scott dashed. "No, I understand what you're feeling," Scott said, his voice steady but filled with emotion. He took a deep breath, his brow furrowed with the weight of the moment. "Hell, I want to join you. I want to be out there, fighting for those people, setting them free. But if we go through with this, we'll tear this place apart. We'll destroy our home and everything we've fought for. We need to trust Wyatt to handle this. As difficult as it is to accept." He stepped closer to Wyatt, pausing to meet his gaze, determination etched on his features. "I was wrong about you. I'm sorry for what I said before. That was wrong of me." Wyatt blinked in surprise, briefly catching Scott's intense gaze. He looked down at the hand extended toward him. Then a small smile crept onto his face as he grasped Scott's hand firmly. "Thank you, Scott. That means a lot. Just be prepared. Several of these people will need the X-Men to help guide them, to show them how to use their abilities. They'll need this school. They'll need a good leader like you to show them the way." Scott nodded solemnly, taking a step back as the gravity of his decision settled in. He felt an aching desire to join Wyatt and fight alongside him, but he had to stay strong. "Come on, guys. We have to let him go." Kitty, Evan, and Kurt exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of concern and frustration, itching to argue against Scott's decision. But before they could voice their protests, Wyatt gently glided them back using his powers. "Scott's right. You all shouldn't be implicated in this. The X-Men can't be seen defying the government like I planned to." "But Wyatt," Kitty started to say, her voice full of urgency, but her words were cut short when Wyatt put on his helmet. The sleek, metallic surface glinted as he shook his head, signaling the finality of his intent. With a deep breath, he began to float gracefully, leaving the ground behind. "Wyatt, I'm truly sorry we can't stand with you," Charles said, his voice thick with regret. He looked at the young man before him, a mix of pride and sorrow in his deep-set eyes. "Good luck out there. You're going to need it." With a determined nod, Wyatt focused on the skies above, his figure becoming more defined against the backdrop of the gathering storm clouds. Then, with a powerful blast, he surged into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering energy behind him as he vanished into the depths of the clouds. "Kitty, I'm sure everything will be fine," Aurora began, her voice steady as she tried to offer reassurance. But before she could finish, Kitty abruptly phased out of her hold, her distress evident in her eyes. She rubbed them in frustration, trying to brush away the tears that threatened to spill over, and then dashed inside the mansion, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. The remaining group stood in heavy silence, each lost in their own tumultuous thoughts. A million unspoken words and regrets swirled in their minds, lingering in the air like a heavy fog. They all felt the weight of helplessness, yearning to have done something, anything, to help. Even Charles, typically a beacon of strength and wisdom, remained motionless. He observed Atomic's retreat with a mix of concern and sorrow, his hands clenched into tight fists at his sides. The gravity of the moment pressed down on him, and he bowed his head in shame, wishing he had found a way to assist in freeing all those trapped. Gunshots echoed ominously through the dimly lit alleyway, casting fleeting shadows on the damp walls. A terrified man clutched a purse tightly in his trembling hand, his wide eyes darting around as he desperately searched for an unseen presence. "Where are you?" he shouted, his voice cracking fearfully. Suddenly, a thick shimmering web shot through the air, ensnaring and yanking him upward into the darkness. The man's gun clattered to the ground alongside the stolen purse. "Don't you know guns are so last year?" Spider-Man said as he wrapped the thief in a bundle of webbing. "You must get with the times, otherwise you'll be left behind. Is that what you want? To be lame like everyone else?" "Let me go, you basta." The thief was quickly interrupted as his mouth was webbed shut. The only sounds he could make were muffled screams of anger as he struggled against the webbing that trapped him. "Language," Spider-Man said as he hung the man from a fire escape, right over a bin of trash that had been forgotten for 2 weeks. "Now then, where can I find your partner?" Spider-Man's senses tingled as a ripple of gunfire rang out through the alley. With a leap, the web-slinging hero dodged the bullets that would have ripped through him and landed with the grace of a gold-medal gymnast on the wall beside him. From this vantage point, he saw the upside-down thief's partner aiming an MP5 submachine gun. Just as the man was about to pull the trigger again, a flash of crimson light enveloped his MP5. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, confused as he raised his weapon. Suddenly, it transformed into a gun made entirely of Lego. In an instant, crimson spheres appeared around his hands and feet. The man gasped as he was lifted into the air, his limbs stretched out. "Show off," Spider-Man remarked, watching Atomic gently descend in front of the thief's partner with his arms crossed. Floating behind Atomic was a glowing sphere containing a briefcase. At the sight of the case, Spider-Man arched an eyebrow in confusion. It's you," the thief exclaimed wide-eyed. "Listen, man, I was just defending myself from that freak." "Honestly," Atomic rolled his eyes from behind his helmet and waved his hand. The thief yelped as he was forced to the ground in a heap, his limbs locked together by thick ropes that trapped him face down. "Eve, notify the police about these two." Atomic instructed his AI, named after the woman whose powers his own had seemingly mirrored. With another wave, the thief's Lego MP5 reverted to its original state, handprints and all. "Yes, sir," Eve replied in a robotic tone, lacking any human emotion. "How's the AI doing?" Spider-Man asked as he placed the stolen purse on a nearby crate. He then stuck a sticky note that read, "Courtesy of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." "Oh, and Atomic. She still needs some work, but your notes on how to improve her voice recognition helped eliminate the whole killer robot voice she used to have," Atomic said as he and Spider-Man made their way to the rooftop. They traveled a few blocks away and stopped on the roof of a taco restaurant. "So what's up? Need a hand saving the day and getting the girl? Or are we just grabbing a late-night snack?" Spider-Man asked. "No, nothing like that," Atomic replied, glancing out at the sprawling city of New York, its glowing lights piercing the darkness of the night. "I'm here to let you know that there will be some news about me soon. News that could paint me as a criminal. Or terrorist, really." Spider-Man immediately straightened up, sensing the seriousness in Atomic's voice. "What do you mean?" he asked. "You're aware of the government's actions against those who awaken the X gene, right?" Atomic replied, "Yeah, it's really messed up. I can't believe they're doing something like that." Atomic nodded, and the air between them grew heavy. "The facility where they hold all the captured people is in Nevada. I'm going to help free them all." "Whoa, hold on. You're saying you're going to go against the government? Are you serious?" Spider-Man's eyes widened in disbelief. "I get that what they're doing is wrong, but if you do that, the government will come after you. It's not just going to be those lame court summons they've been issuing. They'll actively pursue you." "Yeah, I understand that. But, Spidey, they have those people in cages like they're animals. I can't just ignore that," Atomic said, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "That's why I'm counting on you to pick up my slack in case something happens. I'm leaving the city under your protection, at least until I get back." Spider-Man's eyes widened at Atomic's words. Those sentiments meant a lot coming from someone he admired, the very person who inspired him to become a hero and to do what's right. After taking a calming breath, Spider-Man nodded and stood up straighter, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "I understand, but I'm not too worried. I know you'll free those people and come back. I doubt there's anyone stronger than you out there, especially with your powers," Spider-Man said. "Remember, Spidey, there's always someone stronger than you, stronger than me," Atomic replied. "But you're right, I'll be back. Just make sure the city doesn't burn itself down while I'm gone." Spider-Man chuckled and nodded. "You got it." "All right, before I forget," Atomic said, motioning for the large briefcase behind him to float to him. Once it reached his hands, the glowing sphere that had kept the case suspended vanished, allowing it to land safely in Atomic's grasp. The briefcase had a large Spider-Man logo on top. "This is for you." Spider-Man tilted his head in confusion as he accepted the briefcase. "Oh, thanks. What is it?" Atomic chuckled and started to float. "Open it and find out. I have another stop to make, so I'll be heading out now. See you when I get back." Before Spider-Man could respond, Atomic blasted into the sky, leaving a trail of red behind. Confused, Spider-Man opened the briefcase. His eyes widened at the sight before him. He placed the briefcase down and slowly pulled out a new version of his suit. A large white spider logo adorned its chest. As he rubbed the fabric, he discovered it was made from various tough materials. "Whoa, is this a mix of a carbon fiber weave and silk?" he muttered, feeling the red and blue sections of the new suit. Next, he examined the thick, armored white sections. "This is pure carbon fiber." Lifting the suit higher, he found another suit underneath it, a spare copy of the one in his hands. His attention shifted to the new mask, curiosity sparking within him. Once he made sure there were no cameras or people in sight, he quickly switched masks and gasped as a HUD sprang to life before his eyes. The lenses even had a zoom function. "Holy crap, this is awesome," Spider-Man whispered. His focus was then drawn to the 4 pairs of web shooters. Unlike the ones he currently wore, these were smaller and more compact, made of adamantium. There were also 2 cases filled with his web fluid formula cartridges. As he was about to close the briefcase, he noticed a note on the underside of the top lid. "See, I told you that Goody Two-Shoes wouldn't actually show up." Lance scoffed, his voice echoing slightly off the cave's cold, damp rock walls where he and his fellow Brotherhood members were waiting. The air was thick with anticipation, mingled with the earthy scent of moss and stone. He pushed himself away from the jagged wall, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he crossed his arms over his chest. They were 8 kilometers away from the MRD's heavily fortified facility, the fortress that stood as a symbol of their oppression. Today's mission was critical, not just for their cause, but for proving that they could strike where it hurt. "Atomic will show. Have some patience, Lance," Mystique said, her voice smooth and reassuring as she perched gracefully upon a weathered rock. Her penetrating gaze was fixed on the cave's mouth, beyond which an endless expanse of sun-baked desert stretched out, shimmering under the midday sun. Suddenly, a silver streak darted in and out of the cave entrance, coming to a skidding halt to reveal Pietro, his expression a blend of impatience and annoyance. "When are we going to do this? I'm losing my mind in here," he exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Why do we need that guy anyway? Can't we just smash in there and do this ourselves?" Frederick chimed in, his mouth still full of chips, crumbs scattering as he spoke. I like the guy. Anyone who can make me free stuff from thin air is all right on my books, Todd declared, his green-tinted skin almost glowing with anticipation as he leapt down from the cave ceiling. His eyes sparkled with a covetous gleam, reflecting dreams of treasures yet to come. You really think Atomic is going to make you a mountain of gold? Keep dreaming, Toad. He'd sooner turn you into the cops, St. John chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With a flick of his wrist, he coaxed a swirling ball of fire into life, shaping it into a vivid rendition of Atomic and a bound Todd. The fiery figure of Atomic soared overhead, clutching Todd and depositing him unceremoniously behind a flaming jail cell. Hey, what do you know? Maybe if I ask real nicely, Todd protested, but his words were interrupted as a striking figure, clad in red and white, gracefully descended at the cave's entrance, immediately capturing the attention of the group. Mystique's lips curved into a satisfied smile at the arrival of Atomic. A sense of relief washed over her. Her earlier concerns about whether the hero would appear had been unfounded. Heroes like him, unwavering and reliable, had a knack for keeping their promises, even when it put them in precarious situations. Atomic touched down with a purposeful grace, his sharp eyes surveying the ragtag group before him, his allies for the day. The Brotherhood stared back, a mix of skepticism and curiosity etched across their faces, as the air thickened with anticipation for what was to unfold. "Where's Magneto?" Atomic asked. "Right here, Atomic," Eric said from the skies. Atomic looked up to watch Eric float down from the sky, his arms behind his back. "With everyone here, we can begin our mission to save our brothers and sisters. Now then, let's go over strategy dash. Before that, let me make one thing clear," Atomic said and stepped closer to Eric, making everyone tense up. "We do this clean. We focus on rescuing and getting everyone out. But no one dies today. If any of you cross the line, our little partnership ends then and there. Is that clear?" Eric narrowed his eyes at Atomic, and a tense silence hung over them. "Very well. Our sole focus will be freeing our kind. The agents that beat and kidnapped them will live to see another day," he said tensely and turned to his Brotherhood. "Is that clear?" A chorus of agreements quickly followed, while Mystique remained silent and narrowed her eyes at Atomic. Satisfied that he had thoroughly expressed his point, Atomic stepped back to listen to Eric's plan of action. The strategy laid out before him was uncomplicated yet daring. Mystique would infiltrate the heavily fortified facility, disguised as one of its personnel. Her primary objective was to locate the control room. Once she gained access, she would deactivate the facility's security systems and unlock all the holding cells, freeing the mutants who had been captured and confined for far too long. As chaos reigned from the now-freed mutants, the rest of the Brotherhood would storm into the facility, wreaking havoc and destruction to create a potent distraction for the MRD agents. Under the cover of this madness, Pietro would dart throughout the building with incredible speed, racing against time to ensure that every captured mutant made it out of the facility. Atomic's role in the operation was, on the surface, deceptively straightforward. His task was to forge a clear escape route by dismantling any defensive systems the facility had in place with his powers, as well as removing the large outer perimeter wall. The simplicity of his assignment nagged at him. It felt almost beneath his capabilities. When the dust settled and the escapees were safe outside the facility, Eric's formidable powers would bring the entire facility to ruin once everyone, including MRD personnel, was clear, a grand finale to their mission. Atomic couldn't shake a sense of unease as he contemplated the plan. Although it was undoubtedly simple, loud, and explosive, he felt the lingering doubt that Eric was deliberately underutilizing his talents. Was it intentional? Despite these inner conflicts, Atomic resolved to keep his misgivings to himself, opting to follow Eric's plan for the time being. Yet beneath his calm exterior, he began to devise his own contingency plan, just in case things didn't unfold as expected. Dr. Robert McPherson, once a dedicated U.S. Army medic and now a highly accomplished physician and researcher, walked through the sterile, fluorescent-lit corridors of the MRD's Nevada facility. His calm demeanor and schooled features masked the turmoil churning within him. Beneath the surface, Robert was a man weighed down by the heavy burden of his moral conscience, grappling with his inability to act upon what he knew was wrong. He had initially joined the MRD in response to the government's urgent efforts to prevent another incident like the one involving Sasha Connor, a disaster that had left the nation reeling with fear and distrust. The event had amplified a once pedestrian concern about mutants into a full-blown societal anxiety, driving wedges between communities and fostering prejudice against those who were different. Eager to contribute positively, Robert had accepted a position at the facility, drawn by the hope of studying and helping young mutants learn to control their burgeoning abilities. The prospect of exploring the intricate interactions between the X gene and human DNA had filled him with anticipation. He envisioned a future where mutants could be understood and accepted, living harmoniously alongside humans. However, this dream of potential and compassion was quickly extinguished when Robert uncovered the grim reality of the facility. What had been sold to him as a sanctuary for growth and understanding was, in truth, a nightmarish facade. Day after day, he was forced to walk the same sterile halls and witness the anguish of kidnapped mutants, both children and adults, who had been wrenched from their homes and thrust into a nightmarish existence. They were subjected to cruel testing and forced to endure inhumane conditions that pushed the boundaries of pain and suffering. The heart of Robert's resolve began to crumble. He felt a visceral sickness each time he observed the fear in the eyes of the frightened subjects, many of whom were barely clinging to hope. The intention of helping and fostering understanding had been replaced by a grim pattern of exploitation and torment, leaving him in a moral quagmire. The urge to quit consumed him. The thought of abandoning ship, however, was quickly quelled by the shackles of his government contract. It was a grim reminder of how far he had strayed from his initial intentions. He recalled the fate of the previous physician whose position he had unknowingly taken, a cautionary tale of what happened to those who dared to defy the dictate of the government. Any misstep could lead him down that same dark path, and the fear of becoming another casualty of this twisted system bolstered his internal struggle. Robert McPherson was trapped in a reality where his desire to help had turned into a haunting nightmare, one that threatened not only his career, but also the fragments of his dwindling moral integrity. Pausing in front of the imposing steel door, Robert inhaled deeply, allowing the cool, metallic scent to fill his lungs as he steadied his racing heart. With a final steadying breath, he pushed the door open and stepped into the dimly lit medical exam room. There, Jubilation sat calmly in the center, her expression unreadable. Looming behind her were two MRD agents, their eyes sharp and vigilant, fingers hovering just above their holstered firearms, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. "It's okay. I can handle it from here," Robert said with a calm demeanor. "I'm sorry, doctor, but we have orders," one of the agents replied. "I understand, but I can't perform my duties with you two gentlemen making her uncomfortable," Robert said, gesturing toward the door. "If I need your assistance, you'll only be a few feet away. Please." The MRD agents exchanged glances and shrugged. Without another word, they left the room. As soon as they were gone, Robert dropped his cold exterior and offered Jubilation a small smile. "Hello, Jubilation," Robert said, deliberately ignoring his orders to refer to the mutants in the facility by their assigned numbers. "How are you doing today?" Jubilation took a deep breath and returned his smile, raising her hands, which were secured in thick steel handcuffs. "Oh, document. About as good as any other day," she said, tilting her head. Her now shoulder-length hair brushed against her neck, tickling her. "So, what's on the agenda today? A psych test? A physical? A mental evaluation?" Robert's smile faltered slightly, but he pulled a tablet from his satchel. No test today. But today's Thursday. Shouldn't you be doing your usual weekly tests?" I thought we could try something new today, Robert said as he tapped away on his tablet. Once he was finished, he flipped it around to show Jubilation a video of 3 women dancing on stage. They were performing a K-pop song, moving with incredible fluidity. I finally gave that group you recommended a try. Their songs are pretty catchy. Huh, I told you the Sunlight Sisters were amazing. Jubilation exclaimed, grinning from ear to ear as she watched one of the world's most famous K-pop groups sing and dance. What I wouldn't give to have seen them perform live. It's too bad they retired. Robert smiled softly as he watched Jubilation become engrossed in the video playing on the screen before her. He set his tablet down gently beside him, allowing her the quiet space to indulge in the moment. As she watched, Robert shifted his focus to the assessment report he needed to complete. With practiced ease, he began crafting the necessary paperwork, though it was a facade, embellished to align with the expectations of the facility's guidelines. To Jubilation and the other residents confined within the stark walls of the facility, Dr. Robert was a beacon of kindness. He was not just one of the 3 doctors on staff. He was the one who stood out for his genuine compassion. He treated each individual with respect and dignity, a rare commodity in their world. While the hierarchy often instilled fear and distrust amongst the staff, Robert went above and beyond to ensure that his patients felt cared for and valued. He risked his own safety to navigate tight situations, often bending the rules to bring them small treats, little tokens of normalcy in an otherwise controlled environment. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered. A violent tremor rippled through the examination space, shaking loose papers from the desk and rattling the instruments mounted on the walls. Panic flickered in Jubilation's eyes as the harsh red lights began to pulse rhythmically, casting an ominous glow over the room. The blaring alarms filled the air with a frantic cacophony, signaling an emergency that no one had anticipated. Thinking quickly amidst the chaos, Robert sprang to his feet. Quickly, he hurled his tablet into a nearby trash bin, prioritizing Jubilation's safety above all else. With instinctive protectiveness, he positioned himself in front of her, ready to shield her from whatever threat was looming. Just then, the door swung open with a forceful bang, and 2 MRD agents marched into the room, rifles at the ready, their expressions taut with determination. Tension electrified the air as the reality of their presence settled in. This was a moment that would test Robert's resolve like never before. "Doctor, we have a situation. We're moving you to the evacuation center," one of the agents said. "What about Juby number 201? Robert asked. "Forget about her. You're our priority." "Now get moving," the agent replied, pushing Robert out of the room. Robert craned his neck back and gasped as he saw the other agent raise his firearm at Jubilation. "Close your eyes, kid. I'll make this quick," the agent warned. Adrenaline surged through Robert, and his hand flew to grab the pair of scissors from his desk. Planting his feet on the floor, he shoved the agent behind him back, taking him off balance. With a spin, Robert swung the pair of scissors into the agent's neck, slicing through his flesh and ripping the man's internal jugular vein. "What the hell?" The agent who was about to shoot Jubilation yelled and turned to Robert. He paused in sheer disbelief as he watched his partner fall to his knees, grasping his bleeding neck. "You fucker!" The agent growled and raised his rifle. Robert stepped back and froze at the sight of the barrel. Before the agent could fire, Jubilation yelled and brought down her thick steel handcuffs onto the agent's neck, knocking the man out cold. Snapping out of it, Robert grabbed one of the agent's assault rifles, a key card, and a set of keys. "Fuck me, no going back now," he whispered. He then turned to a scared Jubilation and resolved himself. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he wasn't about to allow Jubilation to get hurt, not as long as he could do anything about it. "Come on, I'm getting you out of here," he said as he unlocked Jubilation's steel cuffs from her wrists and ankles. Jubilation whispered, her voice trembling as she instinctively glanced toward the bleeding corpse sprawled on the cold, sterile floor. Before she could fully lay eyes on the corpse, Robert stepped in her path, a firm but gentle presence that shielded her from the sight. "It's okay. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. "Now, follow me," Robert said, his voice steady as he opened the door to the examination room, peering cautiously into the chaotic hallway beyond. The corridor was filled with an eerie cacophony of blaring alarms and the glaring illumination of red emergency lights, casting frantic shadows over the faces of scientists, doctors, and facility personnel. They darted past in a frenzy, adrenaline propelling them toward the evacuation zone, their expressions a mix of fear and anxiety. Taking a steadying breath, Robert stepped back into the room. He placed the rifle down with a deliberate motion, then swiftly removed his doctor's coat, wrapping it around Jubilation's shoulders. "Okay, stay close to me. I'm getting you home, all right," Robert said, forcing a shaky smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as the facility shuddered violently. Jubilation inhaled deeply, steeling herself before nodding in quiet resolve. With a final reassuring glance, Robert returned the smile, small yet genuine, and together they stepped into the chaos unfolding outside. Chaos surged through the Mutant Response Division's facility, transforming it into a battleground of red lights flashing ominously against the stark white walls. At the same time, blaring alarms pierced the air like a relentless cacophony. The occasional tremor or explosion shook the building to its core, sending employees scrambling with wide-eyed panic. Yet amid the chaos, the more seasoned MRD agents remained composed, moving with precision and purpose to reach their posts and respond to the escalating attack. One figure stood out among the flurry of frantic movements. A man clad in an officer's uniform strode through the halls indifferently, as if oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. His hat was pulled low over his eyes, casting a shadow that concealed his sharp, almost glowing gaze. When a pair of agents rushed past him, breathless and oblivious to their surroundings, the officer allowed himself a smirk, the corners of his mouth curling as they failed to acknowledge his presence. In reality, this officer was none other than Mystique in a meticulously crafted disguise. Her surprisingly straightforward mission brought a hint of amusement to her lips. Engaging her shape-shifting abilities, she soared into the facility as an inconspicuous bird, seamlessly adopting the guise of a U.S. officer, idly smoking a cigarette on the rooftop. With cunning precision, she had polished the surveillance cameras in that area out of existence before swooping down to knock him out cold. Though a surge of anger coursed through her at the thought of strangling the man. After all, he represented the scum of the earth in her eyes, a cog in the machine that kidnapped and tortured her kind. She restrained herself. Eric had instructed her to avoid taking lives for now. They needed Atomic on their side, and jeopardizing that fragile alliance by spilling blood was not in her interests. With her disguise firmly in place, Mystique strolled through the facility's stark, fluorescent-lit corridors, finally arriving at the control room. Initially, a wave of apprehension washed over her at the prospect of hacking into the facility's intricate systems alone. Technology was never her strength. In the past, she had to rely on the tech wizard Weber to infiltrate Cerebro and plunder student BIOS, including Atomic's true identity. Fortunately, any doubts were banished when Atomic presented her with 2 flash drives, each loaded with the necessary programs and code to tap into the facility's computers. While the Brotherhood regarded Atomic with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, Eric merely flashed a knowing grin. This so-called future mutant kind was not only extremely powerful due to his potential abilities, but also exceptionally intelligent, a perilous combination in her eyes. Despite her reservations regarding the flash drives, Mystique recognized she had no choice but to trust them. Once inside the control room, she wielded her officer guise to navigate freely, exuding an air of authority that silenced any potential questions from the bewildered tech experts surrounding her. No one dared to question why a high-ranking officer was gracing them with her presence. When a moment was ripe, Mystique deftly inserted the flash drives into the main computer, her heart pounding in anticipation. In less than 10 seconds, the facility was plunged into utter chaos. Security cameras went dark, perimeter gates ground to a halt, and the heavy doors leading to hundreds of cells swung open with a satisfying whoosh. Control over the facility's once mighty systems had crumbled like a house of cards, releasing a glorious avalanche of systemic failure. As the pandemonium erupted behind her, Mystique grasped the flash drives and exited the room, a triumphant grin plastered across her disguised face. Confusion and panic swirled in her wake, enveloping the tech team in disarray. Little did she, or anyone else within the Brotherhood, realize that those flash drives harbored a secret purpose that would unravel with a devastating impact well before it was too late. Oh, get the hell out of my way. A thunderous crack reverberated through the air as Fred, known to many as the Blob, charged through yet another thick concrete barrier within the facility, his grin wide and infectious. The startled MRD agents flinched as a cacophony of gunfire erupted behind him, bullets ricocheting off his broad back with a metallic clink, leaving only a slight sting. Confused expressions painted their faces. It was clear their weapons were no match for his formidable physique. "You're going to need something stronger than that," Fred bellowed, his voice booming with exhilarating confidence as he lunged forward. With a powerful yet controlled thrust, he sent the agents sprawling back into the clustered mass of their comrades, the impact creating a wave of chaos among their ranks. "Gotta be careful not to hurt these guys too much. Don't want to kill these he reminded himself. With renewed determination, Fred turned his attention to the next obstacle standing in his way, a solid wall that loomed imposingly before him. He leaned forward, letting out an impressive roar that echoed through the facility. Then, with sheer force and an unwavering focus, he smashed through the concrete with ease, as if it were nothing more than fragile cardboard, sending debris flying in all directions. "Oh, hands in the air, now!" commanded an MRD agent, his voice slicing through the tense air like a knife. A dozen agents, rifles clutched tightly in their hands, stood in a half circle, expressions a mix of determination and incredulity, their steely gazes directed squarely at Pietro and St. John. They stood before the yawning entrance of the facility, where the once imposing steel and concrete wall that had stood like a sentinel was now inexplicably absent, as if it had vanished into thin air. "Quicksilver, if you would," St. John called out, his fingers hovering ominously over the triggers of his flamethrowers, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "Don't tell me what to do, smoke breath," Pietro retorted, his confident grin cutting through the tension, the corners of his mouth lifting in playful defiance. "Just don't blink." In a heartbeat, a whirlwind of dust erupted at his feet, and a dazzling blur of blue and silver streaked across the courtyard, manipulating time itself with a speed that seemed otherworldly. In a blink, Pietro came to an abrupt halt, a comical pile of rifles tumbling into his outstretched arms, leaving the MRD agents frozen in astonished silence, their minds racing to comprehend the absurdity of the scene. "What was it you said?" St. John quipped, a mischievous grin blossoming across his face as flames flickered menacingly from his flamethrowers. A magnificent, fiery dragon curved through the air above him, its blazing form casting a spellbinding yet ominous glow, compelling the agents to stagger back in shock and terror. "Right, hands in the air," Pietro chuckled, delighting in the chaos as the flaming dragon swooped through the courtyard, its scorching breath forcing agents to tumble helplessly to the ground, their uniforms scorched and tattered. The anguished groans mingled with the hiss of flames, but against all odds, they were still drawing breath. "Now then, it's my time to shine," Pietro announced with exuberance, refocusing on the enormous, jagged holes left in the facility's facade by Fred's relentless charge. In a flash, he surged inside, his movements a blur of speed and purpose, ready to fulfill his part in the daring plan. With extraordinary velocity, Pietro navigated the maze of dimly lit hallways, his feet barely grazing the ground as he swiftly liberated the newly rescued mutants from their grim confinement. Like a tempest, he whisked them from their tiny, prison-like rooms, racing back through the paths carved by Fred and their new, unlikely ally, the sound of his swift movements echoing like thunder in the silent facility. To Pietro, the world unfurled in slow motion. He plucked each captive mutant from their confines, swiftly carrying them away to the cave where the Brotherhood had gathered just hours earlier. What just happened? Joanna Cargill stammered, her mind struggling to catch up as she attempted to grasp the surreal reality of her newfound freedom. She glanced around, absorbing the bewildered faces of her fellow mutants, each of them grappling with the sudden shift in their fate. The heavy shackles that had bound them were now mere shadows of their former selves, discarded metal clattering on the sandy ground. A soft thud distracted her as her own cuffs fell away, tumbling to earth with a reassuring finality. "What's going on?" Joanna murmured, her voice barely more than a breath, before stepping toward the cave's entrance, where several other mutants stood, their expressions reflecting a blend of confusion and wonder. She stepped into the brilliant sunlight, a wave of warmth enveloping her as she emerged from the shadows of captivity. The vast expanse of a bright blue sky stretched above her, and a small smile crept across her face, filling her lungs with the refreshing scent of crisp, clean air, a sharp contrast to the stagnant atmosphere of her former prison. Oh. Lance grunted, his brow furrowed and face glistening with sweat as he honed in on his surroundings. Violent tremors rocked the facility, sending dust and debris cascading down from the ceilings as he toppled another lookout tower. The agents stationed within scrambled to escape, their eyes flaring with panic as they turned to confront him. Before one could level a weapon in his direction, a long, sinuous pink tongue lashed out, swiftly ensnaring the agent's rifle. With a mighty tug, Todd yanked the firearm from the agent's grip and dropped from the wall he had been clinging to, moving with a fluid grace. He landed deftly, delivering a sharp kick to one agent's face that sent him sprawling to the ground, then pivoting to leap over to another agent just as he fumbled for his sidearm. Not one to stand idle, Lance focused his energy, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him. He summoned a tremor that rippled through the ground like a shockwave, collapsing the solid surface underneath the remaining agents and plunging them into a pit, where they were trapped beneath a cascade of rubble. Pained screams echoed around him, a cacophony of despair mingling with the sound of cracking bones as the unfortunate agents tumbled into their makeshift prison. "Good riddance," Todd exclaimed, hopping up to Lance's side as they peered down into the chaos below. "That makes 3. Come on, there's still a few more to destroy," Lance replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with an urgency born of adrenaline. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a throng of facility personnel spilling out from behind a nearby structure, their faces registering shock and disbelief at the sight of the 2 young Brotherhood members. "Hey, are those employees?" Todd asked, his voice tinged with surprise. "Yeah, the very ones who kept our kind locked away in cages," Lance muttered, his gaze hardening as he glared at the bewildered figures before them. Drawing on his powers, he began to shake the earth beneath the gathered personnel. "Wait, what are you doing?" Todd questioned, concern etched across his features. "Are you really going to crush them?" "They deserve this," Lance growled, images flooding his mind of fellow mutants, limbs and heads restrained, enduring unspeakable suffering. A wave of fury washed over him, transforming the bad taste in his mouth from seeing his fellow mutants living in such horrible conditions into a tempest of rage focused on those who had perpetuated such atrocities against his kin. As the ground trembled ominously, screams and shouts of panic erupted from the facility personnel, their faces pale with terror as they stumbled backward, desperately trying to escape the impending doom. "But what about what Atomic said?" "Fuck Atomic," Lance roared, his voice echoing with an intensity as he slammed his hands downwards, causing the earth below the personnel to split open with a deafening crack, sealing their fates in a cacophony of chaos. Screams of fear echoed as everyone fell into a deep trance where sharp, jagged rocks awaited them. As they were all about to fall to their deaths, a large glowing red sphere wrapped around them all. Everyone blinked in surprise and looked up to see a bellowing white cape. Atomic said nothing to the people trapped in his grasp as he soared high into the azure sky, the ground shrinking away beneath him. Once he was high in the air, he cast his gaze downward at Lance and Todd. Lance stood defiant, his posture rigid and unyielding, while Todd cowered, anxiety flickering across his face like shadows in the fading light. "We had an agreement," Atomic said, his voice a low rumble barely audible above the wind's howl. "No one dies." "Yeah, screw that. Can't you see what these monsters did to us? What this place represents? They deserve everything coming to them." Lance shouted, his fury emanating from him like heat waves, causing the earth below to tremble. "Whose side are you really on?" In response, Atomic fell silent, raising an arm with deliberate slowness. At his command, the ground erupted beneath Lance. A swirling mass of dirt and stone entangled him like a serpent. Lance's eyes widened in shock as he fought to harness his own power, but before he could react, a sharp prick at the side of his neck sent a wave of darkness washing over him. As his consciousness slipped away, he caught a glimpse of a glinting, glowing needle hovering against his skin. "Don't worry, it was just propofol, an innocuous anesthetic," Atomic assured Todd, who was wide-eyed and trembling. With a flick of his wrist, he released Lance from his earthen prison. "Now, take him back to the rendezvous point. You two are done here." Todd gulped, swallowing his fear, and nodded vigorously. With urgency propelling him, he hoisted Lance over his shoulder and hopped away, moving as fast as his legs would carry him. I've seen you on the news. You're that hero from New York. Atomic, right? Why are you attacking us?" One of the bolder individuals, a researcher in a shimmering sphere, asked, her gaze locked onto Atomic, a mixture of fear and curiosity in her eyes. "I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm here to free those who were taken against their will and locked away within this facility," Atomic replied coldly, his tone chilling as he ascended. Instead of flying to the rendezvous point, he altered his course, flying away from the cave where all the freed mutants were being brought to and towards an open expanse a good distance away from the facility. As he descended, he gently placed the large group of people on the ground and dismantled his protective sphere amidst a flicker of light. "What you all did here, to these people, to these children, I promise you, it will haunt you until the end of your days," Atomic said. He soared into the sky with those haunting words, leaving those he had saved to grapple with their mixed emotions, watching him fade into the distance. Dismantling the turrets and other aerial and outdoor defenses that the Nevada MR Durun facility had strategically placed along its heavily reinforced outer walls was no challenge for Atomic. His incredible speed and the ability to use his powers almost instantly enabled him to swiftly circle the expansive facility. He easily dismantled the formidable walls that kept people in and out. With just a thought, he shattered the very matter that made up the walls and defenses, rendering them useless against the impending assault. As the Brotherhood of Mutants advanced, they wasted no time executing their part of the plan. Atomic flew toward the center of the facility and placed a hand on the roof, concentrating on scanning the entire 3-mile expanse. This was a remarkable improvement from months ago, as he had once struggled to scan the X-Men's Blackbird with such efficiency. After 5 minutes of intense concentration, the blueprint of the facility materialized in his mind, detailing every room and corridor. It felt as though he had connected directly to the structure itself. With determination coursing through him, he focused with a level of intensity he had never encountered before. As waves of energy pulsed through the walls, roofs, floors, and pipes, he felt the delicate systems of the facility meld beneath his influence. Each pulse sent vibrations through the very essence of the structure, directing him toward the areas where the MRD stored their most dangerous weapons. At the same time, he came across a stockpile of explosives that appeared to be intended to implode the facility. Without hesitation, Atomic transmuted every explosive and anything resembling a weapon into harmless fragments, but also meticulously disengaged doors, neutralizing any access points not intricately connected to the facility's central systems. With a gasp, he collapsed to the ground, out of breath and drenched in sweat. That was tough, Atomic gasped, slowly rising to his feet. But now I don't have to worry about anyone grabbing any more weapons. Once he caught his breath, he couldn't shake his curiosity about the lone life signature detected at the lowest level of the facility, which appeared to be part of a secret area. In one of the rooms within this deep underground level, there was a single trapped person. Atomic would have released them from their bindings, but unfortunately, they were beyond his reach due to the depth of their confinement. He felt fortunate to have found them at all. He realized he would need to venture into the facility himself to rescue them. Why do they have someone all the way down there by themselves? He muttered. Flying off the rooftop, he glanced down just in time to see Lance and Todd standing a few yards away from a group of evacuating personnel. Oh, come on, hurry, Jubilation shouted, desperation lacing her voice as she urged the group of mutants hustling behind her. The echo of gunfire punctuated the air, and they flinched, seeking refuge against the cold concrete wall to their left. Get down, Dr. Robert roared, fists clenched around his weapon as he returned fire, the sharp crack of gunfire mingling with the chaos around them. 2 MRD agents loomed at the end of the hall. Angry frowns spread across their faces. Damn traitor, one of them snarled, unleashing a relentless stream of bullets that tore through the air like a swarm of angry bees. Hug the wall, Robert barked, his heart racing as he glanced at the terrified children huddling behind him. Just then, a bullet sliced through the flesh of his left shoulder, causing a guttural cry of pain to escape his lips. No! Jubilation screamed, her heart pounding furiously as she scanned the darkened hallway. With a fierce determination, she aimed her hands and unleashed a brilliant display of pyrotechnics. A storm of colorful energy surged forth, striking the agents and momentarily throwing them off balance. Thinking quickly, she unleashed another blast, this time targeting the ceiling ahead. The deafening cracks reverberated through the air as the structure crumbled, a cascade of debris showering down and barricading the corridor. Doc! Jubilation rushed to Robert's side, horror coursing through her as blood painted his arm crimson. Oh my God, you're hurt. I'm okay, Robert gasped, forcing a weak smile as he surveyed the frightened group. Is anyone hurt? The mutants exchanged anxious glances, shaking their heads. Jubilation sighed in relief, briefly assessing her own unscathed form. No, we're fine. But you, don't worry about me. We need to get you kids out of here, Robert insisted, the weight of urgency in his voice as he began to lead them through the maze of hallways, each step leaving a trail of crimson behind. But before they could escape, the wall before them erupted in a violent explosion. Instinctively, Robert shielded the teens behind him, raising a stolen pistol, his jaw clenched in determination. Jubilation, trembling but resolute, stood ready at his side, her powers crackling with energy. As the dust settled, Fred blinked, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity. You guys mutants? He asked, his casual demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos. Yeah, one of the members of the group replied, still shaking from adrenaline. Cool. Follow the holes I made, that's the way out. Fred gestured backward, then barreled forward, smashing through walls like a juggernaut unleashed. He's definitely one of the reasons everything is going to hell, Robert muttered, shaking his head. Okay, kids, you heard him. Let's move. Without another thought, they followed the path of destruction. MRD agents lay knocked out, remnants of Fred's rampage scattered about the ruins of the facility. Minutes felt like seconds as they burst outside into the glaring sunlight, the sky a sharp contrast to the darkness they had just escaped. How long has it been since I've seen the sun? One of the young mutants breathed, awestruck. I can't even remember. Another muttered, eyes closed as the wind ruffled their hair, a moment of bliss before reality crashed down on them. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them as a large section of the facility behind began to quake violently. We need to move now, Jubilation called, her voice slicing through the air as they took off in a panic. "Come on, doctor." Robert struggled to keep pace, his body weak from blood loss, lightheadedness clouding his thoughts. And then his foot snagged on a loose stone, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jubilation's heart dropped as she skidded to a halt, others following suit. Could they leave him behind? "Come on, Doc," they shouted, desperation overtaking their fear. "Get up. Let's go." Without hesitation, Jubilation and Samuel Guthrie hoisted Robert to his feet. But no matter how fast they ran, the crumbling behemoth was hot on their heels. Panic surged as Robert, his breath shallow and strained, pushed the kids down, instinctively covering them with his body. Jubilation's heart raced as she braced for the worst, their breaths suspended in terror. Could this really be it? Time slowed, and all they could do was close their eyes and wish for a miracle. The sounds of crashing concrete echoed in their ears, a storm of chaos descending around them, and they awaited the inevitable with a mix of fear and despair. But after a few seconds of waiting, nothing happened. "What the hell?" Samuel gasped, his voice barely audible above the chaos, as he and the others looked up in awe at Atomic soaring over them, arms outstretched. Above him, the massive structure trembled and shook, held back by an immense construct of red energy that shimmered in the air. "Jigo," Atomic grunted, his face set with fierce determination as the red wall began to splinter under the immense pressure. "Now!" Jubilation snapped out of her daze first, adrenaline surging through her veins like wildfire. "Move! Move!" she shouted, rallying the group as they sprinted away from impending disaster. Glancing back, she witnessed an extraordinary sight, a wave of crimson light engulfing the building, its form twisting and turning like a living thing. With a startling suddenness, the structure transformed into a gigantic heap of marshmallows, plummeting to the ground with fluffy, harmless poof. Did that building just become a mountain of marshmallows? Jubilation exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "No way! I saw it too!" someone shouted, pointing at the sugary mess. Emerging from the confectionery chaos, Atomic landed gracefully in front of them, shaking his head. "Are you all okay?" His voice was steady, despite the immense effort he'd just exerted. Yeah," Jubilation replied, still reeling from the bizarre spectacle. Atomic's gaze shifted rapidly, landing on Robert, who was wincing from a deep gunshot wound. Without a moment's hesitation, Atomic rushed over, his hands glowing with a soft light as he worked to stabilize Robert until they could reach medical assistance. "There's a safe zone 2 miles southwest of here," Atomic instructed, his tone urgent. With a swift motion, he stomped on the ground and summoned a gleaming yellow bus that burst into existence with a flash of dazzling light. "Get on this! Hurry!" The sight of the bus, a miraculous creation, left the group stunned, their confusion mingling with awe. But Robert, fueled by the urgency of the moment, quickly ushered everyone inside. Just before they pulled away, Robert looked back. "Thank you." Atomic nodded, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene unfolding before him as he rose into the air, vigilant and ready. Below, he noticed several MRD agents unconscious and subdued, either knocked out or buried beneath debris. To his right, several armored trucks sped away, kicking up clouds of dust as they escaped with personnel from the facility. With a steely resolve etched across his face, Atomic soared higher into the sky, driven by a strong sense of purpose. "It shouldn't take long for Pietro to finish," he muttered under his breath, casting a glance downward. There, amidst the shadows of the facility, he spotted the speedster's blurry form darting in and out, a streak of motion maneuvering through the chaos. "I doubt he's going to find the lowest level. I need to hurry and free whoever's trapped in there," Atomic said. In a single, fluid motion, Atomic dove into the facility, gliding through its dimly lit corridors. As he descended, he methodically double-checked each floor, scanning for signs of life. By the time he reached the last floor before the secret level, He noticed with a mix of admiration and exasperation that Pietro had already extracted everyone from the facility's clutches. "Speedsters are so broken," Atomic said, shaking his head with a hint of disbelief. In a flash of blinding light, he opened the floor beneath him, revealing a dark abyss that led down to the secret level. As he floated downwards, a protective shield formed instinctively around him, shimmering like a second skin. Suddenly, turrets sprang to life around him, emerging from hidden compartments in the walls and floor. They unleashed a furious barrage of gunfire, the bullets cracking against his barrier like raindrops on glass. With a calm gaze, Atomic extended his hands, unleashing a wave of incandescent light. The turrets shuddered and transformed, their metallic forms transforming into bursts of smoke. Now more vigilant, Atomic cautiously navigated through the eerie dimness of the level, each step resonating with the weight of urgency. The air was thick with the scent of cold metal and lingering copper as he approached the room where the lone captive waited. However, as he neared the doorway, he halted at the sight of a cracked door to his left that seemed to beckon him closer. Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside, gasping at the shocking scene laid before him. The room was something made of nightmares. Pictures of dead young mutants with their bodies sliced apart covered a workstation as several medical tables sat along the wall. Dozens upon dozens of crumpled research notes lay strewn across the cold, hard floor, each sheet bearing the frantic scrawls of a mind in turmoil. It was as if the papers had been hastily gathered in a moment of desperation, only to be abandoned in a chaotic flurry of thoughts. To Atomic, the room felt like a twisted den of torture, thick with the palpable scent of anxiety and despair. The flickering fluorescent lights cast eerie shadows on the walls, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Every corner seemed to echo with the weight of failed experiments and unfulfilled ambitions. He wanted to leave, but before he could muster himself to do so, he turned and saw a lone corpse lying on the ground, alone and forgotten. Waking over to it, Atomic looked down at the mutilated body of a young 16-year-old boy. His body had been picked apart. Quickly removing his helmet, Wyatt turned away, nausea clawing at his throat, and he couldn't help but throw up. "Christ," he muttered through gritted teeth. His eyes landed on a document lying nearby. An image of the dead boy stared back at him, a reminder of a life that had been extinguished far too soon. His name was printed at the top in bold letters. John Proudstar. With a heavy heart, Wyatt kneeled beside John's lifeless form. He placed a hand on the cold, still chest of the dead teen. "I'm sorry this happened to you," Wyatt whispered, his voice small. He felt an overwhelming weight of grief and guilt wash over him as he summoned his powers. John's body, no longer a vessel of life and now vulnerable to Wyatt's powers, began to shift and break down in sorrowful resignation. In mere moments, his body transformed into an urn, a steel shell containing John's cremated remains. Wyatt's heart ached at the reality of what he had done. With a heavy sigh and a deep sense of loss, he stood up, steeliness returning to his spine as he donned his helmet once more after cleansing his mouth with his powers. He gently placed the urn within a glowing sphere where it would float behind him. As he exited the dimly lit room, Atomic took a moment to scan every shadowy corner with his exceptional powers. With painstaking precision, he copied and memorized the grim details contained within the Chamber of Death, ensuring he gathered vital evidence. Amidst the scattered documents and sinister research papers, one name emerged repeatedly, striking a chord deep within him. Bolivar Trask. A surge of fury ignited within him, momentarily halting his advance. He turned sharply, extending his hand toward the heart of the room, which now felt suffocatingly oppressive. With a decisive snap of his fingers, a thunderous explosion of fire erupted, consuming everything in its path. The inferno churned with a vivid orange and crimson hue, reducing the macabre contents of the room to mere ashes that fluttered like dark confetti in the aftermath. This devastating technique was inspired by Roy Mustang, a formidable alchemist from a beloved show he had watched in another life. It required a deft mastery of oxygen manipulation, employing his control to create precise vacuums and replace the space with nitric oxide. All it took was a single spark to unleash an overwhelming blast of flame. This ability, while incredibly potent, also bore a lethal edge. Though Atomic refrained from wielding it against living beings, the destruction of such a malevolent sanctum left him with no moral hesitations. He felt a grim satisfaction as he decimated the room, ensuring its dark legacy would be eradicated. Leaving the charred ruins behind him, Atomic navigated the cold, metallic corridors until he faced two imposing reinforced steel doors. With a mere wave of his hand, the formidable barriers succumbed to his power, melting away in a shimmering pools of liquid, as though they were nothing more than ice on a blazing summer day. Huh? Why are you bozos here today? Why is everything shaking? A feminine voice, laced with a thick accent, asked from the shadows of the expansive, cold room. Atomic summoned several orbs of light that burst forth, flooding the room with a soft golden glow that danced across the stark, gray walls. There, perched on a steel chair that looked as unyielding as the room itself, sat a girl with cascading waves of orange-red hair. A thick blindfold concealed her striking features, while a white straitjacket bound her limbs tightly, the material stark against her pale skin. Chains clinked ominously, tethered to the walls and ceiling, ensuring she remained trapped in her desolation. "I'm not one of them. I'm here to help you," Atomic said, a little thrown off by the girl's reaction. With a flick of his wrist, the restraints vanished, leaving only the echoes of her confinement. Kneeling before the now liberated girl, he moved deliberately, careful not to startle her. Slowly, he peeled away the blindfold, allowing her to acclimate to the warm light surrounding them. As she blinked, adjusting to the brightness, her dull green eyes roamed the room, suspicion and confusion flickering across her features. They finally settled on Atomic, and in that moment, recognition sparked within him. Wait a minute, Elizabeth Olsen? No, it's Wanda. Atomic's mind raced as he processed the reality before him. A 16-year-old Wanda Maximoff. Who are you? Wanda asked, her voice thick with curiosity at seeing someone dressed so colorfully. Ugh, Power Ranger. No, I'm not a Power Ranger. I'm here to free you, Atomic said, a bit exasperated. He then extended his hand toward her. What do you say? Wanda furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting through the stark, white expanse that had imprisoned her for the last year, a tumult of emotions churning within her. I say let's go, she replied, taking his gloved hand with a tentative yet determined grip. I'm Wanda, by the way. Wanda Maximoff. I'm Atomic, he said. Now let's get you out of here. Eric Lensher hovered high in the sky, the crumbling MRD facility visible in the distance. The sun's warm rays cast long shadows behind him as he surveyed the chaos below. The once imposing structure trembled under the weight of destruction, and billowing clouds of smoke spiraled upward, twisting and dancing like phantoms in the wind. He shifted his gaze downward, where over 200 young and middle-aged mutants stood in a collective throng. Their faces were illuminated by a mix of relief, quiet joy, and bewilderment as they stared wide-eyed at their newfound freedom. To Eric, these individuals were not just survivors. They were potential recruits, future members of his brotherhood. Each grateful expression he saw filled him with a sense of purpose, fueling his ambition to dismantle the world's entrenched power structures and build a future for his kind. However, despite the large number of mutants, he failed to find one specific individual, his estranged daughter, Wanda. To Eric, his children held little significance. They were merely the byproducts of a momentary lapse in judgment, a fleeting weakness he rarely acknowledged. If not for their inheritance of the X gene, their existence would have slipped entirely from his mind. Nonetheless, as mutants, their lives could not be easily disregarded. Eric understood the implications. Abandoning his own offspring would not only tarnish his reputation, but also undermine the trust of his future followers. As he remained vigilant, Eric observed his son, Pietro, animatedly engaging with the gathering of mutants below. They expressed their gratitude, offering heartfelt thanks for freeing them from the oppressive confines of the facility. For a brief moment, Pietro glanced up at Eric, only to quickly avert his gaze. Pietro's abilities were undeniably impressive, granting him extraordinary speed that could easily turn the tide in any conflict. Yet, Eric couldn't shake the disappointment he felt regarding the boy's erratic behavior and lack of focus. In hindsight, Eric regretted leaving Pietro in the care of a carefree guardian, whose absence of proper guidance and discipline had done little to cultivate the boy's behavior. Wanda, his only daughter, had been placed in the care of her birth mother and her new husband in Sokovia from an early age. Eric had maintained a distant watch over her for the day her mutation finally arrived. It wasn't until a few years ago he had been informed by one of his spies in Sokovia that Wanda's X gene finally awakened. This had been a relief to Eric. As the years passed, Wanda's continued dormant X gene had caused him to grow increasingly disappointed in her. Much to Eric's chagrin, this lack of visible ability, compounded by her step-parents' loving support, led him to lose interest in her existence. That all changed when her abilities finally activated. The day it happened was when Wanda had recently traveled to Washington for some unknown reason. On the very day of her arrival in the United States, her powers erupted into the open. Eric watched from the security tapes one of his loyal government subordinates had sent him with a mixture of awe and pride as she unleashed a torrent of red energy, devastating a large section of a parking garage. Unfortunately, the chaotic scene attracted the attention of the MRD agents, who swiftly descended upon her, forcibly taking her to their facility in Nevada. The emergence of Wanda's abilities ignited a spark of curiosity within Eric, a burning desire to understand the full extent of her powers. This newfound interest solidified his resolve to mount an attack on the facility that held her captive. If her capabilities were as formidable as he anticipated, Wanda could become a pivotal asset in his overarching plans, collaborating alongside Wyatt in a future that promised to reshape the world for all mutants. Was my informant lying about Wanda being here? No, that fool wouldn't dare. Eric thought. Gliding downward, Eric floated ominously over the gathered mutants, his piercing gaze locking onto his son. Pietro, are these all the captives? Yes, Faith, I mean Magneto. Pietro's voice trembled as he quickly counted everyone. I double and triple checked. There's no one left inside the building besides a handful of those damn agents. Before Eric could respond, a school bus broke through the endless desert, drawing all eyes toward it. It came to a jolting halt a few feet away, and a man stepped out, his shoulder drenched in dry blood. Robert scanned the crowd of liberated mutants, his heart racing as recognition flickered across their faces. Turning back to the bus, he nodded at the others, who hesitated before stepping into the chaos. Jubilation and Samuel emerged, their expressions a mix of awe and fear as they took in the mass of their fellow captives. But when their gazes locked onto Eric, a cold shiver crawled down their spines. They could instinctively tell that the floating figure was a force to be reckoned with. You are not a mutant, Eric intoned, his voice a low rumble as he fixed Robert with a fierce glare. In a quick, instinctual move, Jubilation and Samuel positioned themselves protectively in front of Robert. Leave him alone. He's not like everyone back there. Jubilation shouted, the fervor in her voice betraying her fear. She's right. Don't touch him. Samuel roared, his shaking fists clenched tightly as he exchanged worried glances with the others, who nodded in agreement. Who are you? Robert asked, maintaining a facade of calm, though his pulse quickened. Are you teamed up with the other guy back there? The one in white. For now, Eric replied, the danger in his voice thickening the air around them. He offered no semblance of warmth and stepped away from the group as though weighing his options. Engaging Robert could risk the fragile trust that Atomic had placed in him. For now, he would leave the human be. His gaze shifted to Mystique, poised elegantly near the cave entrance, an aura of anticipation surrounding her. It's time we finish this. Without a word, Mystique transformed into a large hawk and took flight, her sudden metamorphosis startling the two young mutants beside her. The gathered crowd below watched in anxious silence as Eric and Mystique soared off toward the facility. Uncertainty gnawed at the edges of their thoughts. What were Eric and Mystique planning for their former prison, and for those still within its walls? Oh. I don't understand. Why are you helping these people? Wanda asked, her voice tinged with disbelief as she trailed behind Atomic. Her former drab jumpsuit had been replaced by soft, comfortable clothing and a pair of brand-new sneakers. Atomic paused momentarily to glance back at her, concern flickering in his eyes before he returned his focus to the task at hand. He carefully maneuvered the unconscious MRD agents out of the crumbling facility, their bodies slumped limply over his large stretcher construct. The cavernous holes torn through the walls, destructive byproducts of Fred's earlier rampage, provided easy access for him to transport the remaining personnel to safety. Thankfully, Fred had already vacated the premises and was making his way back to the rendezvous point. I know what these men did to you all was horrific, Atomic said, his voice steady yet filled with empathy. But if I leave them here, the facility could collapse and crush them. I can't just let them here to die. Wanda's lips curled into a frown, a mixture of anger and confusion swirling within her. That's really stupid. After everything they did to me, to everyone, these guys deserve to be buried beneath this place, she said. Atomic fell silent, his heart heavy with her bitterness. As he continued to gather more agents, he struggled with the impulse to impress upon her that all life has intrinsic value. But the images of Wanda's trapped state stopped him, her days spent trapped in that dark, suffocating room and the anguish she must have endured at their hands. He understood that her fury was justified, and it weighed heavily on him. And so, he kept silent. Wanda huffed in frustration, her gaze shifting to the inexplicably delicious sandwich Atomic had prepared for her earlier. She lifted it to her lips and took a hearty bite, savoring the delicious taste the weird, out-of-nowhere food held. "Did you do all of this yourself?" she asked, her voice muffled by the sandwich as she surveyed the devastation strewn around them. "No, I had help," Atomic replied, leading them both outside. Their methods were a lot more violent than I would have liked, but they got results. Wanda paused, her senses awakening to the vibrant blue sky above, a stark contrast to the darkness they had just escaped. A smile broke through her frustration, momentarily brightening her expression. Now, with every MRD agent and other personnel that had failed to evacuate outside, Atomic couldn't shake the relieved sigh that escaped him. Miraculously, it seemed that no one had perished in the chaos of the plan, aside from that close call he had with Lance. That didn't mean there weren't any casualties. Within the facility, Atomic had run across a few dead agents who had several bullet holes and one with a stab wound from a pair of scissors. After scanning their bodies, he came to the conclusion that their deaths were the result of infighting due to their deaths having occurred before he or the Brotherhood commenced their assault of the facility. Their corpses were brought along as well. "I've been meaning to ask," Wanda said. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the floating urn hovering behind Atomic, encased in a gentle glow. "What's that?" "That's an urn. It carries the remains of someone that didn't make it," he replied quietly, the weight of those words heavier than the object itself. "Oh," she murmured, her expression softening as she contemplated the solemnity of his task. As the haunting memory of the teenager's lifeless body surged into his mind, a fierce wave of anger constricted around Atomic's chest. The fury was directed not at anyone else, but at himself. The weight of regret bore down on him, relentless and suffocating. In that moment, he felt powerless. He could never go back and change what had happened to John Proudstar. Perhaps if he had arrived sooner, he could have made a difference, but there was no point in dwelling on what-ifs. He knew all too well that such thoughts led only to a spiral of despair. "All I can do now is bring his remains back to his family," Atomic murmured, his voice thick with emotion as his gaze fell upon the unconscious agent sprawled before him. A sudden vision flashed through his mind, ground beneath the agents' bodies, transforming into a river of molten lava, engulfing them in vengeful flames. A primal urge to punish these men surged within him, to make them feel the weight of their actions, to instill in them a sense of regret that would mirror his own. Wanda, standing close by, noticed the shift in Atomic. She blinked, her focus intensifying as she observed the clenched fists trembling at his sides. His shoulders quaked under the burden of his emotions, as if he were a coiled spring ready to unleash all the pent-up energy. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and reached out to connect with him, an ability she had learned under the harsh, enforced training she received within the facility. Wanda was immediately overwhelmed by the torrent of anger radiating from his core. Yet, as quickly as it had come, that fury subsided, giving way to a profound sadness and a haunting sense of regret. Okay, let's see who you really are, Wanda thought. Once the haze of anger cleared, Wanda delved into the depths of his mind. Initially, she encountered a barrier that prevented her from fully exploring his thoughts, but it vanished moments later. Though briefly puzzled by this obstacle, she pressed on to peer into his consciousness. Wanda managed to catch glimpses of his past, a collage of memories filled with warmth and kindness. She saw him performing countless selfless acts, helping strangers, comforting friends, and standing up for those who could not defend themselves. It became evident to her that beneath the turmoil, Atomic, or Wyatt Wilkins, was a genuinely good soul at heart. Leaving his mind, Wanda shook her head slightly, grounding herself in the reality around her. She watched Atomic take a deep, steadying breath. It seems that our grand mission is now complete. Wanda gasped, her heart racing as she looked up to see a man flying through the air, his red and purple suit shimmering like a beacon against the sky. The moment he spotted her, his expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with intensity as she moved closer to Atomic. And a very successful mission at that, Eric declared, landing with a heavy thud, his hands clasped behind his back. Mystique descended gracefully behind him, shedding her bird transformation with an air of urgency. Now do you see it, Atomic? By uniting our strengths, we can shatter any barrier that stands in our way. That can wait, Atomic shot back, urgency lacing his voice. We need to get everyone as far from here as possible before the government sends in their reinforcements. This place is going to become a battleground if we don't hurry. With a swift motion, he summoned a massive platform to carry the unconscious agents aloft. But then, a deafening crash erupted as a steel beam hurtled through the air, shattering his construct into splinters. What are you doing? Eric's voice was a low growl, thick with tension. Are you seriously helping these people? These monsters who captured and tortured our kind? Yes, they need medical attention. Atomic's voice rose in protest. Your Brotherhood may not have killed anyone, but they didn't hold back. There are men and women here with shattered bones and critical injuries. Enough, Eric roared, his face twisting with fury. I've indulged your compassion for too long. Do you really think I'll stand by while you help those humans? The same creatures who tear my kin from their homes and drag them off to these camps? No, they deserve no mercy. They deserve to be obliterated. He extended his arms wide, and the very structure of the 3-mile-wide facility groaned in response, with steel beams bending and walls buckling under the immense pressure of his power. With a terrifying screech, jagged fragments tore free, twisting and warping into deadly javelins that glinted menacingly in the fading light. Eric's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed his chaos. With a flick of his wrist, the lethal javelins erupted into the air, slicing through the sky like shooting stars. The projectiles descended with terrifying speed toward the unsuspecting facility personnel below. Atomic and Wanda, being so close to the agents, found themselves in Eric's crosshairs, with the deadly missiles hurtling toward them and no time to escape. Wanda gasped as Atomic dashed, his strong grip encircling her waist as he propelled them toward the throng of agents. Her heart raced, a thrilling mix of fear and disbelief coursing through her. The landscape below blurred as they approached the heart of the imminent danger, and just as she opened her mouth to scream, Atomic raised one hand toward the sky. In an instant, the terrifying shards of flying steel javelins morphed into delicate leaves, transforming the scene from peril to beauty. Still cradled in Atomic's arms, Wanda watched in mesmerized wonder as the foliage swirled gracefully through the air, glistening in the sunlight before gently cascading down around her like a vibrant autumn shower. Is this his power? Wanda mused, captivated by the ethereal display as she glanced up at Atomic. His sleek helmet caught the sunlight, shimmering like a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. She remembered how he had previously wielded his abilities to conjure garments and sustenance with mere thought, leaving her astonished by his creativity. But this was something entirely different, a breathtaking transformation that turned a life-threatening assault into a moment of serene beauty. It left her feeling insignificant in comparison. The vastness of her own abilities felt dwarfed by his extraordinary gift. "Stop this, Magneto! We don't have to fight," Atomic shouted as he gently set Wanda down. He stepped protectively in front of her, his heart racing at the possible fight with the master of magnetism. Wyatt barely had time to react when he felt the ground tremble beneath him. With a swift motion, he raised a shimmering barrier just in time to block a deadly barrage of rebar and steel pipes that hurtled toward them. "I'm done talking," Eric growled, his eyes narrowing with cold determination. "I see now that I have no use for someone like you in my future world." As he lifted his hand, a menacing growl of helicopter blades sliced through the air, drawing his attention. "Damn pests," he spat, irritation flashing across his face as he turned to confront the swarm of government attack helicopters soaring toward them. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and steel pillars erupted from the crumbling remains of the facility, spiraling into the sky like angry sentinels. A cruel grin spread across Eric's face as he fixed his gaze on Atomic. "If you love these humans so much, you can mourn for them," Eric sneered. "I've noticed that several of this story's readers have strong opinions on how Wyatt operates, acts, and the general way I'm handling his character. All I want to say is that if you don't like that Wyatt is trying to be a good person and a hero who doesn't kill, then you might as well drop the story. I have written 11 chapters ahead of this one, and Wyatt/Atomic will continue being this way. He is striving to be an ideal hero, but that doesn't mean he will be perfect. He will stumble, he will fall, but he'll keep trying. That's the kind of character I want to write. But that's not realistic, I can hear some of you say. To that, all I have to say is you're reading fan fiction of a guy who can make a bus from thin air in a world where a lot of stuff isn't realistic. Like, come on. Another thing, Wyatt Wilkins is not some persona where I or any of you can self-insert into to live out a grand fantasy or anything like that. But you can if you wish, it's your life. He's his own character/person. He's going to make his own in-world choices and mistakes that won't always align with what the readers want. With all that said, I know I'm not some great writer or anything like that. I'm writing this story because writing is a hobby of mine that I like to do in my free time, and yes, I do use AI here and there to help me flush out more detail and to spell check my work. Another main reason I decided to write this story was because I wanted to get back into the world of the MCU, which I once loved, until its eventual fall off, that is, and explore its stories with a new and world perspective. For those who have been reading my story and have been finding what I have to tell enjoyable, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time out of your life to read my story, drop me some power stones, and to leave me comments. Enough with the yap fest, let's get on with the story. Without hesitation, Eric flicked his wrist, and steel pillars erupted from the crumbling remains of the facility, spiraling into the sky like angry missiles. A twisted grin spread across Eric's face as he fixed his gaze on Atomic. "If you love these humans so much, you can mourn for them," Eric sneered. "No!" Atomic surged forward, his heart pounding, ready to launch himself into the sky, but suddenly froze. He couldn't abandon Wanda and the unconscious MRD personnel to Eric and Mystique. "It's okay. Go," Wanda urged, stepping forward with her hands alight with fierce, swirling red energy. "I don't understand you." I still think that these people don't deserve to be saved after everything they've done, but I know now that you're not the kind of person to stand back when others are in danger. Not even if they're cruel bastards. So go. I'll make sure nothing happens to them. But when this is over, you owe me. Atomic stared at her, a mix of appreciation and urgency in his eyes. He didn't want to leave Wanda alone with Eric and Mystique, but he hoped that her relationship with her father would steady his hand. Thank you. He placed the floating urn down and then concentrated his power, feeling the energy electrify around him. He shot Eric a fierce glare from behind his helmet. This isn't over. With a thunderous blast of energy, Atomic rocketed into the sky. Wanda watched him ascend, a tired frown etching across her face. What am I getting myself into? She whispered, turning her gaze to Eric and Mystique. Listen, I don't know who you are, but you need to back off. This has to be a joke, Mystique scoffed, disbelief thick in her voice. You're willing to defend the very ones who imprisoned you? Are you mad? Trust me, Blue Lady. No one wants to see these guys get what they deserve more than I do. But I gave Atomic my word. Wanda shot back, her eyes igniting with crackling red energy. So step back. Eric chuckled darkly, stepping closer. His amusement evaporated when a wave of chaotic red energy slashed the ground before him, leaving a jagged gash that sizzled ominously. Wanda stood her ground, her glowing eyes locked onto his. Extraordinary, Eric said, his gaze fixed on Wanda's powers with a mix of awe and wonder. Back off, old man, Wanda warned, raising her hands, pulsing with raw power. Ah, how amusing. You truly don't recognize me, do you, my child? Eric intoned, the air thick with tension. He slowly lifted his hands to his head and slid off his helmet with deliberate slowness. To think you would forget the face of your true father. Wanda's eyes widened in horror, disbelief crashing over her like a tidal wave. Why, you're... Oh. Warrant Officer Hughes blinked in disbelief as he gazed out at the MRD facility, a ghost of its former self as its battered silhouette could be seen in the distance. To him, the once a formidable stronghold of cutting-edge technology and research development now lay in ruin, a haunting wasteland of blackened debris and swirling plumes of thick, acrid smoke. In response to the facility's emergency call, Hughes and his squadron had been scrambled to respond. But as he surveyed the ruin, he realized too late that their mission had changed. It was no longer one of providing air support, but to salvage whatever remained. At best, he prayed that the inevitable casualties would be low. Hughes, do you see that? Down in front of the facility? Warrant Officer Melendez exclaimed, pointing urgently. Hughes squinted, focusing on two vividly colored figures in red engaged in a fierce standoff. A blue-skinned woman beside one of them, and behind the other in white, a young girl and several unconscious facility personnel at their backs. What the hell is going on? Hughes muttered. His heart sank as massive chunks of the facility broke free from their foundations, hanging eerily in the air for a fleeting moment. It was as if they were caught in an unseen grasp, poised in suspense before they plummeted toward their helicopters with terrifying velocity, like lethal projectiles unleashed. Shit! Evasive maneuvers. Hughes barked, yanking the controls to veer his chopper aside, followed by his squadron in synchronized urgency. But one helicopter failed to move in time under the immense pressure of the chaos. A bone-chilling explosion erupted behind them, a deafening roar that seemed to split the very air. A massive steel beam, propelled by some invisible force, had sliced through the rear of Warrant Officer Hadlin's aircraft, tearing off the tail with a ferocity that made it appear fragile, like it was crafted from mere paper. The shockwave reverberated through the cockpit as the pilots struggled to maintain control. Shit, I'm hit. Hadlin and his co-pilot yelled, panic-stricken as the helicopter spiraled uncontrollably toward the ground, trailing flames like a comet of doom. The remaining pilots in the air were powerless, forced to hear the horrific cries as their comrades plummeted into oblivion. Then, out of nowhere, a red and white blur streaked past them, faster than the eye could see. What the hell was that? Melendez shouted, watching in disbelief as the blur barreled toward their falling ally. Atomic rocketed through the air and grasped the tumbling helicopter's fuselage with the grace of a guardian angel. He assessed the frantic pilots within, noting the missing tail, but understanding that simply fixing it wouldn't save the aircraft. He could stop the helicopter from falling and fix its tail, but he was short on time. Hold on, Atomic thought, adrenaline surging through him as he quickly undid the access hatch on top of the helicopter. With a swift motion, he secured both pilots within protective spheres and leaped away from the doomed aircraft. The helicopter crashed behind them in a spectacular explosion, debris spraying across the sky like a fiery flower in bloom. "You two all right?" Atomic asked, his voice steady amidst the chaos. Yeah." Hadeland stammered, still shaken but alive, while his co-pilot nodded vigorously. "Good. Now brace yourselves." Atomic shouted as he landed them safely on the ground. Without missing a beat, he rocketed back into the tumultuous fray. The scene before him was a whirlwind of chaos. The remnants of the MRD facility loomed ominously, their jagged edges glinting as they began to rise like a grotesque titan made of steel. Rising into the sky, steel projectiles, sharp and menacing, tore free from the monstrous mass. Their trajectories aimed directly at the helicopter squadron, cutting through the smoky air with a deadly intent. "Eve, connect me with the pilots," Atomic instructed as he raced through the air, his heart pounding. Connection secured. Eve, his AI companion, confirmed. "Listen, you need to turn these helicopters around. You're all in serious danger if you keep flying this way." Atomic called out, urgency dripping from his voice. "What the hell? Who are you? Are you the reason for this?" Hughes shot back through the comms, distrust simmering in his words. "Now is not the time for questions. Turn around now." Atomic yelled, his eyes darting to the chaotic scene above him. "Hold on, Hughes. I recognize him. It's Atomic. He's some kind of superhero. My kids talk about him all the time," Warrant Officer Gibbs interjected, his recognition breaking through the panic. "What the hell are you doing out here in Nevada?" Before Atomic could utter a word, the very foundations of the entire MRD facility erupted into the sky in a cataclysmic display of fury, twisting steel beams and razor-sharp metal shards shooting skyward like furious harbingers of destruction, arcing toward them with lethal intent. And there, soaring above the chaotic maelstrom, hovered Eric Lenser, a dark and ominous figure with a deep, charred mark seared across his chest. Atomic's heart raced, knowing he had to act quickly. The lives of the helicopter pilots remained at stake, and in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but worry about Wanda and the personnel left behind in the rubble of the facility. With a determined roar and fierce power surging through him, he dove toward the oncoming storm, ready to confront the master of magnetism. Oh. Why, you're..." Wanda's eyes widened, disbelief mingling with the growing fury coursing through her veins. A soft gasp escaped her lips, quickly morphing into an explosive rage as her eyes ignited with a seething red glow. "You're the good-for-nothing bastard who abandoned me." Of all the responses Eric could have anticipated, he never expected to hear such devastating words. Before he could muster a reply, a violent surge of chaotic red energy crashed through the air, hitting him like a freight train and sending the master of magnetism flying several meters back, pain ricocheting through his body. "What?" Mystique's confusion turned to horror as she turned around, only to be met by Eric's staggering form struggling to rise from the wreckage. Her shock quickly turned to agony when another wave of energy flung her into a nearby pile of debris, knocking her out cold. "What do you think you're doing, you petulant child?" Eric's voice rumbled, a low growl echoing with authority as he levitated his helmet back into place. Hovering above the scene with a stormy glare fixed on his face, he declared, "I am your father. How dare you? My father is Matei Burian. You're just a genetic donor. Don't you dare assume the title of my father after abandoning me and my mother." Wanda screamed, her fury radiating as her body unexpectedly lifted off the ground. Power surged within her as she extended her arms, a torrent of chaotic magic swirling and crackling around. With a shrill scream, she unleashed a colossal wave of energy toward Eric. No longer caught off guard, Eric reacted with instinctual precision, conjuring a massive steel wall to shield himself from the incoming onslaught. But to his astonishment, Wanda's attack pushed against his barrier with almost primal force. Incredible! Such raw power. Eric's mind raced, the potential of her abilities igniting a mixture of pride and dread within him. Yet, he realized the truth. She was untrained, her power an untamed beast full of potential. Exhaustion washed over Wanda, beads of sweat cascading down her face as she struggled to maintain her concentration. With her energy spent, she descended to the ground and collapsed to one knee, her limbs trembling as the weight of her unleashed magic threatened to overwhelm her. None of her enforced training sessions by the MRD facility had prepared her for such level of power. Did I really do that?" Wanda whispered, disbelief creeping in her voice as she tried to gather herself, fixing her gaze on Eric. There was a fire in her eyes, but her knees buckled beneath her, the effort of standing draining her strength. After regaining his composure, Eric inspected the damage to his suit, a charred testament to Wanda's violent power. Though it remained intact, he could feel the toll it had taken. His gaze shifted back to Wanda, her defiance flickering like a dying candle amidst the chaos surrounding them. "You're on your last legs, girl. Why are you still defending those animals?" Eric asked, his voice tense as Wanda clung to the remnants of her resolve. "Even in this state, I'll protect them," she gasped, her body unsteady and swaying dangerously close to the ground. "I gave my word." Eric's heart twisted. Her loyalty was as infuriating as it was admirable. Taking in her weakened form, he shook his head, the weight of their shared blood settling heavily on his shoulders. "Remember this, Wanda," he warned, his voice low and resonating with deep intensity. "You are my daughter, and I will return for you, whether you want me to or not." Wanda's glare pierced through the haze of exhaustion, a spark of defiance flaring within her as Eric ascended, retreating into the darkening sky, the entire MRD facility floating behind him. As the shadows of his figure vanished from her sight, Wanda fell to her knees, surrendering to the weariness that enveloped her. She crumpled to her side, her eyelids fluttering, fighting a losing battle against the encroaching darkness. "Yeah, you better run, you deadbeat," she whispered, right as exhaustion lulled her to sleep. "Get away from here. Now," Atomic bellowed, his voice piercing through the chaos around him as he turned to face the monolith of steel and metal in the distance. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself forward, charging at the gargantuan steel monstrosity hovering ominously in the sky. "You don't have to tell me twice," Hughes shouted, his heart racing at the terrifying sight of the sky-bound fortress. "Everyone move back. Let's get the hell out of here." In an instant, the remaining helicopters swung around in a synchronized retreat, their whirring blades slicing through the air, while one descended to retrieve Hadelin and his co-pilot. "Okay, I can do this. I can definitely do this." Atomic reassured himself, his mind racing as he surveyed the monstrous structure looming overhead. "God, please let me pull this off." The first wave of razor-sharp steel projectiles hurtled toward him like a storm of death, but Atomic stood firm. With a defiant wave of his hands, he unleashed a torrent of crimson energy that morphed into a titanic fist, smashing through the barrage and sending shards hurtling into the void. Steeling himself, Atomic soared into the heart of the storm, weaving through the onslaught of deadly metal with breathtaking precision. He had to reach Eric. Once the man was in range, it was game over. Suddenly, a shard of rebar sliced through the air, poised to pierce his back. But just as it was about to strike, it halted, frozen in mid-air, mere inches from impact. This was the culmination of Atomic's mastery over his version of the Infinity Technique, an incredible ability that allowed him to amplify the air's density around him, creating an impenetrable barrier. Anything that dared to strike him would be forced to a standstill, suspended before reaching his body. Yet this incredible power came at a steep price. To maintain such complex control, Atomic had to divert half his mental focus to sustain the technique, restraining his other abilities. He wielded this double-edged sword only in the most dire of battles, like now, as he squared off against one of the planet's most formidable mutants. Atomic glanced back at the rebar with grim determination, his hands crashing together in a thunderous clap. A shockwave of crimson light erupted from his palms, vaporizing everything within 30 yards, turning steel and concrete to nothingness. Eric glared, frustration etching deeper lines across his face as he watched Atomic evade his onslaught. Yet, buried beneath his irritation was an unmistakable realization. This young hero was drowning in chaos, floundering in a battle far beyond anything he had faced before, especially as he tried to reach him to deliver a winning blow. But Eric was no fool. He would keep away from Atomic's power's range. Is this truly all you are capable of, Wyatt? No, I know you can reach much greater heights than these. Let's turn up the heat, shall we? Eric said as he raised both hands toward the tempest above. With effortless malevolence, he began warping the MRD facility, twisting the mighty structure inward until grotesque tendrils of steel emerged, snaking down like sinister claws poised to tear Atomic apart. Despite his opinions of Atomic's childish outlook, Eric couldn't help but be curious at how far he could push the young man, to see just how far his abilities could take him. As the titanic metal appendages loomed overhead, Atomic's heart raced, and his breath caught in his throat. Holy shit, he breathed, momentarily stunned, eyes wide as a steel tendril lashed out from beneath him, striking like a viper. He gasped, feeling the force throw him into a dizzying, chaotic spin through the air. Thanks only to his infinity technique, he narrowly avoided being shredded, the tendril pushing him aside with raw, brutal force. Finding his balance once more in the swirling tempest, Atomic's eyes widened in horror as all 20 colossal tendrils converged upon him at once. A symphony of death and destruction unleashed. Oh. At a safe distance, the squadron of helicopters hovered with bated breath, their cameras capturing every breathtaking moment as Atomic valiantly fought to evade the lunging steel tendrils. Awe filled the crew's eyes as they witnessed an intense struggle that felt almost biblical. Several kilometers away, a massive gathering of 200 mutants stood frozen in disbelief, their hearts pounding as they gazed at the floating fortress that had once been their prison. The members of the Brotherhood could only stare, mouths agape, as they absorbed the immense power displayed by their leader. With a low groan, Mystique shook off the remnants of her fatigue and slowly rose to her feet. She looked up just in time to see the colossal steel monstrosity lashing out at Atomic, and an unmistakable thrill coursed through her veins. The sheer spectacle of the battle ignited an awe she could not contain. Not far away, Wanda watched from her sitting position as the ground quaked violently beneath her. A monumental steel spike plummeted 15 kilometers away with a thunderous crash, sending vibrations that rattled her bones. She gasped, her eyes wide with wonder as she turned her gaze skyward, witnessing Eric orchestrating the steel behemoth in its relentless assault on Atomic. In that moment, Wanda felt both powerless and exhilarated, completely captivated by the cataclysm unfolding before her. Her heart raced as she watched the titanic clash from her vantage point. Oh. Slicing through the skies with unstoppable determination, Atomic soared alongside one of the massive steel tendrils that twisted ominously in the air. With a fierce grip, he slammed a hand onto its surface, unleashing a wave of crimson energy that erupted along its length, transforming the cold metal into a cascading rain. With a deft flick of his wrist, Eric severed the tendril before the luminous wave could reach the vast armored body of his formidable steel beast. He drew his arm back, fingers splayed, and unleashed a torrent of steel spikes hurtling toward Atomic like meteors raining from the heavens. With remarkable agility, Atomic spun to face the deadly barrage, snapping his fingers in rapid succession. Each snap ignited a series of fiery explosions that roared to life in a brilliant display, obliterating the spikes into nothingness. But from his blind spot, a metal beam smashed into his side with bone-crushing force, sending him spiraling through the sky. Although his infinity granted him incredible defense, the jarring impact reverberated through his body, fragments of pain lacing his senses. It's too much. Magneto is a monster, and he's just toying with me. Atomic's thoughts raced as he hurtled through the air, the idea of fleeing into the vastness of space flickering tantalizingly in his mind. With a heavy, disappointed sigh, Eric glanced toward the distant helicopters. "I'm growing bored of you, boy," he taunted, pointing a hand at the helicopters hovering precariously. "Let's see just how much of a hero you truly are." Atomic's heart sank as a colossal segment of the steel behemoth tore away, morphing into 5 massive javelins, each aimed directly at an unsuspecting helicopter. Horror washed over him in waves. They're going to die. Despair clawed at his insides, the javelins flying through his mind's eye in agonizing slow motion. They won't stand a chance. I can't save them, Atomic thought with despair. As shame surged within him, Atomic turned away, ready to forsake the fight. "You're much stronger than you think you are. Trust me." Those words, spoken by the man of tomorrow, resounded in his mind. The very same man whose ideals he had sculpted his entire atomic persona from lingered within him, challenging him. Is my conviction so fragile that I abandon it at my first real life or death battle? Have the countless days, weeks, and months spent as Atomic merely been a facade? Was it all a delusion just to feed my own ego? I'm pathetic, Atomic thought, despair flooding his veins. I'm no hero, just a guy with powers. True heroes leap into danger without hesitation, sacrificing everything to save others. I'm no Superman. Yet then, a spark ignited deep within him. But, opening his eyes, Atomic gazed back up at the hurtling steel javelins, his once dull green eyes now aglow with crimson. Fear had drained away, replaced with unwavering resolve. "I am Atomic," he declared, his voice a mighty roar that cut through the chaos. With newfound determination surging through him, he undid his limitless technique. A blinding flash of crimson blazed outward, engulfing the approaching steel monstrosity around Atomic in a pulse of raw power, instantly transforming it into a breathtaking ice sculpture. "What is this?" Eric exclaimed, shock rippling through his words as he felt his control disappear at the change of matter. Seeing the wave of crimson coming at him, he flew back in a dash. He had this much strength. With new strength surging within him, Atomic burst through the ice with a thunderous crash and shot into the sky. His once cloth cape exploded into a billowing flame of pure white energy, propelling him forward like a comet streaking across the heavens. The sheer force of his flight speed threatened to overwhelm him, but he pushed against it with all his might. In the distance, Hughes and his crew operated their helicopters' weapons, unleashing a storm of bullets, rockets, and missiles against the incoming threat. Even as their attacks connected, most javelins zipped through the chaos, too swift and unpredictable for their laser-focused aim. "Shit!" Hughes yelled, tilting his helicopter away as a javelin missed by mere inches. Suddenly, a beam of red plasma erupted from below, obliterating a steel javelin. Hughes's eyes widened in disbelief as Atomic surged past his helicopter like a streak of lightning. In an awe-inspiring blur, Atomic materialized in front of another javelin, his hands moving with lightning speed. With a surge of red energy, he wrapped the projectile in his power, transforming it into a flurry of soft, harmless feathers that fluttered down to the ground below. Atomic darted back and forth with unyielding focus, dismantling the remaining javelins with breathtaking precision. Each transformation erupted in brilliant bursts of energy, mesmerizing the helicopter pilots and those watching from the ground, their faces illuminated with wonder and disbelief. Exhausted but unbroken, Atomic felt the brilliance of his new burst of inexplicable power begin to vanish, returning him to his usual state. What was that? Where did that power come from? Atomic thought as he tried to regain his breath. Oh. Holy crap, Wanda muttered, her eyes wide as she stood frozen, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before her. Such power, Mystique breathed, her voice barely a whisper as she struggled to process the immense energy radiating from the combatants. It was as if a storm had erupted right before her eyes, raw and primal. "Remind me never to piss off Atomic," Lance whispered, now fully awake and awestruck. His teammates all nodded in agreement, still trying to grasp the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. "Did you see that? That was incredible," one of the younger mutants exclaimed, bouncing on the balls of their feet, a mix of excitement and fear coursing through them. "I know, right?" Another chimed in, eyes sparkling with adrenaline. "It was like watching something out of a movie. That was so scary. But awesome, too," someone else added, their voice trembling slightly, caught between thrill and anxiety as they watched the fight escalate. Around them, the crowd of mutants buzzed with energy, a mix of disbelief and exhilaration filling the air. For Jubilation, Samuel, and Robert, it felt like they were witnessing a celestial event that would be etched into their memories forever. The sounds, the colors, the sheer intensity. It was like observing two gods clash, each blow reverberating through the air and sending ripples of power around them. Amidst the chaos, one of the helicopter pilots, wide-eyed and pale, broke through the stunned silence. "Hey, boss," he stammered, his gaze fixed on Atomic soaring through the sky, a brilliant figure against the darkening horizon. "I think we should get the hell out of here. Like right now." His urgent voice snapped others out of their reverie. Hughes, the commanding officer, swallowed hard, instinctively scanning the tumultuous scene as fear crept in. "Yeah, let's get the hell out of here." He barked commands to his men, urgency threading through his tone as he ordered them to leave the area as quickly as possible. The brass is going to have a field day with this one. Eric watched as the helicopters vanished, his expression emotionless. He allowed them to slip away, quickly shifting his focus back to Atomic, who was struggling to stay airborne. It was clear that the surge of power he had summoned to save the pilots had completely drained him. "You didn't disappoint me, Wyatt. Such incredible potential. You've reached heights most can only dream of in just a year." Eric's lips curled into a predatory grin as he envisioned an adult Atomic wielding unimaginable power, capable of decimating entire cities with a mere flick of his wrist. The thought of a fully realized Atomic, an indomitable force of possibility, sent a sinister chuckle rippling through him. "It would be a shame to extinguish such potential," Eric remarked, allowing the concealed spiked steel pillar to crash down with a deafening thud, shaking the ground beneath them. With his hands clasped behind his back, Eric glided toward Atomic, who instinctively tensed. After a moment of hesitation, he raised a hand defensively in a flicking pose. "Don't make me use this, Magneto," Atomic thought, a heavy resignation settling in his chest as he prepared for the worst. "I still haven't mastered this, but I'm spent. I have to use the last of my energy on this move. I can't let Magneto kill these people." "I believe the games are over, Wyatt," Eric said, his smile almost mocking in its warmth. "I've reconsidered your fate. Though your ideology is misaligned, I believe it is malleable. One day, you'll see that I was right all along." "Fat chance," Atomic shot back. Eric's demeanor shifted slightly. "I will give the young mutants a choice, to join my cause willingly, or they can refuse. No coercion. After everything they've endured, many may find my brotherhood's vision enticing. Those who decline, you can take them to Charles if you wish." With that, Eric turned on his heel, ready to depart, but paused to cast a lingering glance over his shoulder. "Oh, and take good care of my disobedient daughter. Like you, she'll come to understand one day." Atomic blinked, taken aback by Eric's unexpected civility. The silence stretched between them, thickening with unspoken tension, leaving Atomic unsure how to respond. "This is goodbye. At least for now," Eric said, his voice low yet heavy with threat, before soaring off, leaving Atomic grappling with the weight of uncertainty and dread. With the statement made, Eric soared into the sky, hovering over the vast, jagged crater that marked the remains of the MRD facility. Mystique cast one last piercing glare at Wanda before transforming into a majestic hawk, her wings stretching wide as she swooped to join Eric in the air. Eric's gaze lingered on Wanda for several heartbeats, his expression a mix of contemplation and frustration. Unfazed, Wanda raised both hands defiantly, flipping him off with a smirk. With a resigned sigh, Eric turned away and flew toward the throng of mutants gathered in the distance, intent on fulfilling his promise to Atomic. After delivering his message, half of the liberated mutants chose to ally with Eric, while the other half opted for their own paths. Once the chaos subsided, Atomic glided back to the remnants of the facility, landing shakily beside Wanda. As he released the gravitational hold that had aided his flight, he stumbled forward, only to be caught by Wanda's steadying grip. "Whoa, easy there," Wanda said, her voice a blend of concern and amusement as she helped steady Atomic. "What was that? Why did you and that deadbeat fight? Weren't you two supposed to be working together?" "We were," Atomic replied, shifting uncomfortably as he settled onto a large chunk of concrete. "But that's about the extent of my relationship with Magneto." He paused, pretending to be unaware of the connection between Wanda and Eric. "What do you mean by deadbeat?" "Oh, right. Well, that old bastard is technically my father, biologically speaking," Wanda confessed, taking a seat beside him, her expression a mix of exasperation and resignation. "So, deadbeat. I see," Atomic replied, nodding slowly as he processed the revelation. "Yeah." Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the occasional groan from the unconscious agents sprawled nearby. The quiet was abruptly broken by a loud, rumbling growl from Atomic's stomach. "Seriously? You just had this epic showdown with that deadbeat, and you're hungry?" Wanda asked, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her lips. With a playful glint in his eye, Atomic reached down and picked up a fist-sized rock. In an instant, the rock transformed into a steaming bowl of shrimp fried rice, the mouth-watering aroma wafting into the air. "When I use my powers, a lot of the energy comes from my caloric intake," he explained, conjuring a set of gleaming chopsticks as he undid the lower part of his helmet. "That's why I make a point to eat a lot each day. After that fight, I'm practically starving. If I'm going to take everyone out of here, I need to refuel." "Ah, that's neat, I guess," Wanda said, still bemused by the sight of food materializing out of thin air. "Can I have some?" With a tired smile, Atomic conjured another pair of chopsticks, offering them to her as the enticing aroma of the shrimp fried rice filled the air, mingling with the remnants of battle. Oh. All right, let me make sure I understand this," Samuel said as he and the other mutants who had refused to join Eric stood at the edge of a secluded area of Lake Tahoe. They were no longer dressed in their dull facility jumpsuits. They now wore comfortable, loose clothing created by Atomic. "So, you're saying we have two options. We can either go home, where the government would most likely come after us again, or we can go to an institution in upstate New York that protects mutants from the government. Did I get that right?" Atomic nodded. "I understand that the choices are limited. But as far as the government is concerned, you are all escaped fugitives they will want to recapture. While I know you all want to go home, I don't believe that's the safest choice." "But we've been gone so long," a young girl said, clutching her arm. "I miss my mom. Yeah, I want to go home. I'm sick of being placed in places I don't want to be." A chorus of angry voices erupted among the crowd. Tensions were rising as everyone wanted to express their feelings. The noise ceased abruptly when a loud crack echoed from a nearby tree that had been torn down. Wanda's hands stopped glowing as she climbed on top of the fallen tree. "Listen, Atomic just fought tooth and nail to free us all. I've been trapped in that place like everyone else. So let me make myself clear. I understand. We all have homes we want to return to. But some of us don't, she said softly, shaking her thoughts away and gaining Atomic's attention. Even if we go home, the government will just come back for us. But what guarantee is there that they won't come for everyone here at this institution? This Charles Xavier guy might have an agreement with the president, but won't harboring them break that? Robert asked Atomic, gesturing to the large gathering. How can you ensure their safety? A chorus of agreements filled the forest. Atomic nodded and turned to everyone. Trust me, my plan's to help you all go far beyond just freeing you from that facility. From this point on, things will only get harder from here, but I promise you all, I will fight for your freedoms every step of the way. I will ensure that no mutant will ever again be taken from their home simply for awakening the X gene. You have my word. The forest was bathed in a serene hush as Atomic finished his speech, the echoes of his words lingering in the air like a gentle promise. Shadows from the fire pit flickered playfully among the trees, illuminating hopeful expressions on the faces of the assembled group. What do you mean? Things will get harder from here? Jubilation asked. Is it because of this? Robert asked as he brought out his personal phone from his pocket. On his screen flashed dozens of news articles from a wide array of news organizations spanning the country, each accompanied by vivid images and striking headlines that demanded attention. Amidst the clutter of information, several headlines stood out boldly, emblazoned across the pages in dark, commanding letters, drawing the reader in like moths to a flame. Yet, despite their varied tones and angles, they all revolved around a singular, controversial figure. Atomic, hero or terrorist. New York's local hero, Atomic, strikes back, attacks U.S. government research facility. Urgent calls for the immediate arrest and capture of Atomic from the DOJ and law enforcement agencies nationwide. The United States Supreme Court issues a mandate. Atomic must appear before the Senate Judiciary Panel to answer for his crimes. That was fast. Too fast. Atomic thought as he read over the headlines with acceptance. That's exactly right, he murmured, his voice low but steady. If I want to ensure that the government no longer goes after innocent mutants, I have to show everyone the atrocities the MRD and the U.S. government have committed against you all. When I stand before the world at Capitol Hill, that's when I'll reveal all the everything I've seen. Everything. They won't be able to hide once it's all out in the open. But how do you plan to do that? Isn't it just going to be your word against theirs? Wanda asked. A knowing smile cracked beneath Atomic's helmet, a spark of confidence shining through. Trust me, it'll be their word against their own. Around the lake, everyone was filled with a mix of anticipation and hope as they took in Atomic's words. While some skepticism still flickered within them, a wave of collective hope washed over the mutants. They had little choice but to believe in the hero, because in the end, that was all they could do. With the remaining embers of hope within them, they decided to believe in Atomic. But until the fateful day when Atomic would step onto the steps of Capitol Hill, ready to unveil the truths hidden by the MRD, they all would embrace the safety of Charles Xavier School for gifted youngsters until the day they could be truly free arrived. Wait, so how are we all supposed to travel across the country to get to this school? Last I checked, I don't think they allow fugitives to buy plane tickets, Jubilation said. Atomic grinned under his helmet and turned to the Grand Lake beside them. Holding his hands out, he closed his eyes and focused. Everyone watched in awe as a brilliant light shone over the lake. Pulses rippled across the water's surface as the lake rose and transformed into a massive, concentrated object. With one final flash of crimson light, an elongated version of the X-Men's Blackbird, made of pure energy, flew above the lake. Did he just make a plane? Samuel whispered in disbelief. I think he did. Jubilation nodded, rubbing her eyes. Yup, that's a plane. This isn't a real plane, Atomic explained. I just reconstructed and repurposed one I scanned a while back, and recreated it using my own energy. It's taking a lot of my brain power to keep it tangible, but it will hold strong until I get you all to the mansion. With that, he commanded his glowing Blackbird closer. With a thought, the side of the jet opened up, and a set of stairs extended down in front of the group of mutants. "Everyone have their plane tickets?" Atomic joked. With childlike excitement, everyone quickly stepped inside the grand jet and looked around in awe. As they climbed aboard, they all touched every surface in the rows of seats, marveling at how real and tangible everything felt. Wanda stepped beside Atomic and watched as her fellow mutants boarded the plane. "I'm starting to wonder if there's anything you can't do," she said. "There's a lot I can't do," Atomic replied, glancing down at the urn floating beside him. "But that doesn't mean I won't try my best." Wanda nodded and looked at John's ashes. "You're a weird guy, but you're a good person. You remind me a lot of my father. My real father. He was a good man like you." "Was?" Atomic whispered. "He died. He and my mother died in a boating accident 2 years ago," Wanda admitted quietly. "Not long after that, I found a letter in my mother's closet while packing away her things. The letter said that I had a brother in the United States. I had family here. It's why I decided to move here, only to be locked up as soon as I landed when my abilities awakened." "I'm sorry," Atomic said softly. "It's okay." "Well, not really. I'm still furious that they kept me locked up for a year, but at least I'm free now." Wanda smiled as the last person boarded the jet. "Do you remember that favor you owe me?" "Oh, yeah. I want to help. I want to be like you," Wanda said, her voice a whisper as she stared at her glowing hands, a mix of hope and uncertainty washing over her. The flickering images of Atomic's surface memories of him saving lives and coming to the aid of those in distress played in her mind, each one sharper than the last. "My father always told me my destiny wasn't meant to be spent in our little town in Sokovia. He believed I was destined for something greater, something better. I sometimes wondered if he only said that because he knew that my biological father was a powerful mutant, or if he dreamed of a brighter life for me. I guess I'll never know, but what I do know, deep in my heart, is that I want to use these abilities of mine to help others, to save those like myself from people who want to hurt them. I want to become the person my parents always envisioned me to be." She added. Her once dull eyes were now bright and electric. Atomic nodded as he listened, absorbing her words without interruption. This Wanda was vastly different from her MCU counterpart or any other version of her that he's seen in his other lifetime. Sure, she looked like her on-screen MCU counterpart, but her personality and mindset were utterly different, likely due to being raised by two loving, kind-natured parents. Ultimately, it didn't matter why she was who she was. This Wanda was her own person, and she wanted to forge her own path away from hatred and Eric. That Atomic could respect. After all, he was still forging his own path as well. After a moment of consideration, Atomic nodded. With a thought, he altered the windows in the jet so no one could see outside. In a flash, he removed his helmet and smiled at Wanda. "I'm probably not the best person for the job, but if you're fine with me, I'd be happy to help you." "Wanda," Wyatt said, extending his hand. "I'm Wyatt. Wyatt Wilkins, New York's local hero and now terrorist." Wanda blinked as she took in his appearance, and after a moment, she chuckled and shook his hand. In an astonishing and bewildering turn of events, New York's cherished superhero, Atomic, has found himself branded a terrorist by the U.S. government. This shocking turn of events has ignited a fervent firestorm of outrage, disbelief, and confusion across the nation, leaving many to grapple with the implications. Emerging reports have detailed a harrowing incident in which Atomic, along with several alleged accomplices, orchestrated a devastating assault on a high-security government research facility located in Nevada. This facility was reportedly at the forefront of developing groundbreaking cures for deadly diseases, including cancer and Alzheimer's. The scale of the destruction and the unknown motivations behind the attack have raised urgent questions and fears, sending shockwaves rippling through communities nationwide. As the news spread, the atmosphere in New York City, a city that once celebrated Atomic as a symbol of justice and courage, quickly descended into chaos. The streets have been flooded with police, FBI agents, SHIELD agents, and military personnel, all engaged in a frantic manhunt for the once revered figure whose past deeds of heroism are now being scrutinized under a harsh light. Tension permeates the air, with citizens gathered in public squares, their chants for Atomic's arrest reverberating ominously against the city skyline. Graphic news footage has depicted the aftermath of what authorities allege was Atomic's rampage. A massive crater, now a haunting reminder of the destruction in the place that had been a beacon of hope for future cures for countless individuals. As one news anchor solemnly noted, as we feared, his facade as a superhero concealed a darker reality. His heroism was merely a front, a ruse designed to mask his real intentions. Similar news stations and media outlets have galvanized public sentiment, framing Atomic as a symbol of betrayal and a stark warning against unchecked power. The media frenzy has been relentless, with headlines splashing across screens and newspapers detailing the fallout. In a press conference that captured the nation's attention, the president's press secretary, Gregory Key, unveiled distressing images and video footage of the defaced research facility. What was once a facility dedicated to the betterment of humanity now lies in ruins, he asserted, emphasizing the extent of the damage. This tragedy stands as a stark reminder of the dangers posed by those who wield power without accountability, his words further polarizing public opinion. Responses from the public have ranged from outrage to deep skepticism. Voices have erupted across various platforms, echoing the sentiment of betrayal. A popular radio show host couldn't contain his incredulity, exclaiming, "Can you believe it? We were duped. I can't fathom how we ever trusted him. To think he could destroy years of research just like that." Others joined in, echoing concern that the hero Atomic had been a carefully crafted facade, engineered to lower public defenses before he unleashed his deep-seated contempt onto the public. The emotional toll of these events has also been profound. A visibly distraught mother in Brooklyn expressed her heartache while speaking to a gathered crowd. "What am I supposed to tell my children now that their idol has been labeled a terrorist?" she lamented. Her words resonated with many, highlighting the deep implications this scandal has had on families who once looked up to Atomic as a hero. In sharp contrast, a vocal minority has pushed back against what they perceive as a hasty rush to judgment. A prominent podcaster pondered aloud in a widely shared episode. Why is this so-called research facility only coming to light now? Why would Atomic attack it if it was supposedly working on life-saving cures? Her probing questions suggested a growing skepticism of the official narrative, with some supporters suggesting that the images released lacked concrete evidence directly linking Atomic to the alleged attack, besides a few blurry shots of the hero flying in the air. In Harlem, a group of supporters rallied around a well-respected community leader who declared passionately, "Something is off here. Atomic is one of the good ones, someone who has genuinely looked out for our community, especially when the police have failed us." His words sparked fervent agreement among his peers, encapsulating the belief that Atomic represents a counterbalance to a government they feel has historically marginalized their voices. Community leaders are also weighing in on the controversy, addressing the ramifications of labeling Atomic as a terrorist. Stephanie Delgado, a prominent voice in Manhattan, stated, "Atomic is far more than a mere superhero. He embodies hope, strength, and resilience for our city. By labeling him a terrorist, we undermine everything he's done for us. We need to be cautious about taking everything the government and media is saying about him as fact." In a surprising turn, Emma Frost, the ambitious and influential CEO of Frost International, has also joined the debate. Standing confidently in a pristine white suit outside her newly launched building, she urged for restraint and judgment. "I refuse to believe Atomic is guilty without hearing his side of the story. He deserves a platform to defend himself and the chance to prove his innocence at the Capitol Hill hearing this Friday," she asserted, emphasizing the need for justice and reason amid the chaos. Her rising influence urged the public to consider the nuances of the situation, igniting heated discussions about the roles of justice and media in shaping public perception. As the hearing looms closer, passions are flaring on both sides of the debate. Will Atomic rise to defend his name and regain his status as a hero, Or will this mark the tragic end for a figure once viewed with admiration? Amidst a tumultuous backdrop where conflicting narratives vie for supremacy, the fragile thread of truth hangs precariously in the balance. As the days unfurl leading up to the pivotal hearing, tensions simmer and emotions run high, poised to shape the destiny of the once beloved hero who stands at the crossroads of fate. Oh, how long are we going to ignore the elephant in the room? Serena asked as she and Wyatt sat at a table outside a small coffee shop. You're right. When were you going to tell me your cousin was teaching you karate? Wyatt said with a small smile and took a sip of his iced coffee. Serena's flat expression caused Wyatt's smile to fade. It's not true, you know. What they're saying I did. He said. I know, Serena quickly said. What I want to know is what you're going to do about it. Are you really going to show up to the hearing in Washington? Yes, I am, Wyatt said and looked out at the surrounding area. Unlike his home city in New York, the streets in the Valley, California, were much larger and less populated. Even so, life moved on along the sidewalks and streets. What I did in Nevada, it's not over yet. Not by a long shot. Serena nodded and rubbed the built-up precipitation on her cup. Can you tell me what happened? Wyatt took another sip of his drink and nodded. Quietly and carefully, he gave Serena a quick summary of why and what had happened in Nevada. The government kidnapping innocent mutants. The secret Nevada facility that kept mutants under lock and key. And his subsequent infiltration and extraction of the captives and his fight with Eric. Wow, that's a lot, Serena said. Yeah, I like to stay busy, Wyatt chuckled dryly and rubbed the back of his head. I guess I can see why you're avoiding New York now. It must be hectic over there right now. I feel terrible that the city is under a state of emergency, but I can't be there right now. I don't want the people there to get caught up in the middle of whatever organization is trying to catch me. I'm sure they'll use everything in their power to capture me. I can't risk anyone getting hurt because they got caught in the crossfire, Wyatt said and finished his drink. Discreetly, he refilled his drink, much to Serena's exasperation. You're still drinking too much coffee, you know, Serena said with a playful smile, hoping to shift the focus away from Wyatt's ongoing troubles. I thought you were going to cut back a little. She watched him for a moment, gauging his reaction, and then her eyes lit up with a sudden inspiration. Hey, I have a great idea. How about I take you to the Miyagi-Do dojo, where Daniel trains me? It's such a beautiful place. I think you'll really love it. With that, Serena stood up, her enthusiasm contagious, and reached for Wyatt's hand. As they stepped out together, she began to guide him through the vibrant streets of the valley. The sun streamed down, casting warm shadows on the sidewalk, and the air was alive with the sounds of laughter and the distant hum of music. She pointed out the little cafe where she and her new friends grabbed pastries and the park where kids often played, weaving in stories from her new life in California as they walked. It was the perfect distraction, and she hoped it would lift his spirits as they made their way to the dojo. Oh. Wyatt's jaw tightened as he gripped the door handle to his hotel room, pausing for just a heartbeat. He narrowed his eyes, his instincts on high alert. With a deep breath to steady himself, he pushed the door open and stepped inside with an expression that appeared relaxed and unsuspecting. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, he tossed his room key and phone onto a small table. Placing the takeout bag he bought on a nearby table, he let out a tired groan escaped his lips as he pulled off his red and white hoodie. But the sound that followed, a soft squeak, made him freeze. You know, I've been meaning to come and meet you myself. Nick Fury's voice cut through the silence, his tone as intimidating as Wyatt had imagined. He lounged in a large recliner chair while the shadows kept his figure hidden. Coulson put in a good word for you, so I stayed away. But you and a group of mutants just had to go and destroy a major government facility. Despite the situation, Wyatt's heart remained calm at the sight of Nick Fury. He let out a pulse that rippled through the walls of the hotel, confirming that there were no hidden agents lying in wait. Still, this was Nick Fury. Even if the man was technically powerless, he wasn't one to be underestimated. You don't seem surprised to see me, Nick said, his eyes glinting with a challenge. Yeah, well, when the entire country wants to take you in, you figure someone with decent skills is bound to find me sooner or later, Wyatt replied, leaning against the door. So, you know Coulson. I'm guessing you're part of S.H.I.E.L.D. too. I'm not part of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury said, rising from the chair, his presence filling the room with authority. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let me make this clear. You're in a world of trouble, son. Powerful people want you in custody. I trust Coulson, so when he said you could be trusted, I believed him. But you need to give me a damned good reason not to drag you in kicking and screaming. Wyatt's mouth twitched slightly upward. You do realize that no prison can really hold me, right? He strolled toward the duffel bag in the corner, every movement calculated, aware of Fury's piercing gaze locking onto him. I'm guessing you've already gone through my stuff, but I made sure to keep this to myself. He fished out a flash drive from his pants pocket, the small device feeling heavier than it should. He set a laptop on the table, his fingers flying across the keys as he booted it up, the tension thick enough to slice through with a knife. What do you really know about that research facility in Nevada that I allegedly destroyed? Wyatt asked, plugging in the flash drive with little concern. Nick blinked, momentarily caught off guard by Wyatt's nonchalance and sarcasm. Go off the assumption that I know nothing. Enlighten me. Wyatt wanted to roll his eyes, exasperation flickering across his face for a second, but the oppressive weight of Nick's penetrating gaze pressed down on him, demanding answers. His fingers danced over the laptop's keys, entering an intricate sequence of characters that no normal human could remember to unlock the flash drive. After what felt like an eternity, he finally turned the laptop around. The dim glow of the screen illuminated Nick's sharp features as he stared at the avalanche of files and images unfurling before his lone eye. What Nick discovered were not merely documents. They constituted a tapestry of secrets, revealing a scarred history of everything the so-called research facility, which in reality was a mutant prison camp run by the MRD, had been conducting in the shadows in the guise of creating an army of super soldiers. The horrors of their cruel treatment and experimentation on mutants were laid bare. Nick's single eye widened almost imperceptibly, disbelief flickering within him as he began to scroll through the countless atrocities captured in pixelated fragments. Nick had known that the U.S. government, under the command of General Greller, had been taking emerging mutants away to secure facilities in order to prevent another catastrophe, but he hadn't been aware that the children that were being captured were subjected to inhuman testing and borderline torture. He was led to believe by his superiors that the mutant situation was well under control by the U.S. government, that they were taking the extra steps to help regulate and train any new mutants to control their abilities to avoid another Sasha Connor incident. But to think such egregious act had been occurring under his watch as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. left Nick in utter disappointment at himself. He should have dug deeper into the MRD and the Nevada facility. With a heavy sigh escaping his lips, Nick slowly closed the laptop, his expression shifting from anger to acceptance. When do you plan on releasing this? The morning of my hearing, Wyatt replied, his voice steady, unshakable. The world needs to know the truth. They need to know what really happened in Nevada, the families they ripped apart, the lives they disregarded. It has to end. I will end it. Nick placed his hands on his hips, narrowing his lone eye as he processed this revelation. I can't believe this all happened under my nose. How? The question hung in the air, laced with disbelief, mostly directed inward. Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment, a frown creasing his brow. I think I know why. It's because Hydra is involved, he thought, his stomach sinking at the realization. The implications of this connection sent a shiver down his spine. Should I tell him? No, I can't. Not without any substantial proof. Damn it. You can't blame yourself, director, Wyatt offered, his voice calm but firm. What matters now is finding a way to ensure that this never happens again. As he spoke, he felt the intensity of the moment shift. There is so much at stake. While I'm sure the evidence I gathered is substantial enough, I could always use more help. Nick had always prided himself on being the best spy in S.H.I.E.L.D., a master of stealth and strategy, slipping through the shadows like a ghost. His training and instincts had honed him into a figure who was always one step, if not 10, ahead of everyone around him. Each mission he undertook solidified his reputation. His cunning and resourcefulness were legendary among the organization. Yet today, the stark daylight of reality was casting harsh shadows on his pride, revealing cracks he had never noticed before. He had always trusted his instincts, but now they felt like treacherous whispers, warning him that there were forces at play far beyond his control and knowledge. There's more at play here. There's no way all this could have been kept away from me. Not unless there's someone at the top who made sure I never found out. Nick thought grimly. With renewed resolve, Nick stepped toward Wyatt, extending his hand. Wyatt met him with a small, determined smile as their hands clasped firmly. "Talk me through your game plan," Nick said, his voice a low growl, determination etched into every syllable. The streets of New York City buzzed with an undercurrent of anxiety, a palpable tension hanging in the air as police vehicles, government officials, shield agents, and a National Guard patrolled every corner. Once buoyed by hope and a sense of safety, the citizens now navigated their neighborhoods with trepidation, their everyday lives overshadowed by an unsettling unease. Despite the extensive presence of law enforcement, crime rates surged alarmingly, creating an atmosphere thick with desperation. Atomic, the red and white hero who had once stood as a beacon of justice, faced accusations that tarnished his name in the eyes of both the public and authorities. The media frenzy painted him as a threat rather than a protector, which only emboldened the city's criminal element. His absence was deeply felt, and the shadows that once trembled at his mere presence were now filled with brazen criminals roaming the streets, undeterred by fear. The week-long disappearance of Atomic intensified the already rampant criminal activity. Police forces, stretched thin by the dual demands of searching for their missing hero, now terrorist, and managing the escalating crime wave, found themselves overwhelmed. Reports of violent confrontations and gang-related incidents flooded the precincts, leaving officers frustrated and desperate. With their ranks divided and morale dwindling, the thin blue line meant to protect the city appeared dangerously close to breaking. Yet, hope flickered in the form of a diverse group of individuals stepping forward. A coalition of established heroes and newcomers united against the rising tide of lawlessness. Figures like Spider-Man swung through the skyline, his bright red, blue, and white costume sending criminals running. Daredevil prowled darkened alleys with heightened senses, seeking justice for the voiceless. Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, initially skeptical of Atomic's motives, recognized that their city needed protection and were ready to fight for it. Iron Fist brought his martial prowess, while White Tiger, driven by a sense of responsibility, joined the fray. Even Tony Stark, in his guise as Iron Man, carved out time from his demanding schedule to lend a hand against the escalating chaos. Some of these heroes, having chosen to live among ordinary citizens, had initially turned a blind eye to the struggles around them. However, as crime encroached upon their own communities, they realized that inaction was no longer an option. Without Atomic to maintain order, the streets that had once felt safe became battlegrounds of fear and desperation. Ordinary New Yorkers also played their part, inspired by Atomic's compassion and selflessness. Many, though lacking superhuman abilities, rallied together to protect their neighborhoods, organizing watch groups and outreach programs to support those in need. They understood that every small act of kindness could serve as a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, echoing Atomic's legacy of heroism. Still, each day represented a daunting challenge. The protective aura that Atomic had enveloped the city in was now a distant memory. With his departure, a new breed of criminal emerged, equipped with advanced technology, lethal weaponry, and even superhuman abilities. They seized the opportunity to further their malicious goals, emboldened by the vacuum created by Atomic's absence. Sinister figures lurked in the shadows, waiting to exploit the turmoil. Wilson Fisk, the shadowy kingpin of crime, sought to expand his influence over the city's underbelly. Norman Osborn, with his own ambitious agenda, orchestrated chaos from behind the scenes, and The Hand, a secretive and ancient organization of ninjas, planned to increase their influence during this tumultuous period. These nefarious entities were undeterred by the potential for collateral damage and were motivated solely by their grand ambitions for power and control. One thought permeated every mind, whether heroic or villainous. The upcoming hearing on Capitol Hill regarding Atomic would be a pivotal moment. As the world tuned in to witness the proceedings, the outcome of his judgment would ripple through the fabric of New York's future, influencing the fate of its citizens and the delicate balance between good and evil. Oh. With his court date in Washington looming ominously tomorrow afternoon, Wyatt wandered through the bustling streets of Burbank, feeling somewhat aimless. Clad in a black outfit that matched his turbulent mood, he observed the vibrant city life unfolding around him, a stark contrast to the chaos that had consumed his own life. Every passerby carried their own story, immersed in the mundane, an elderly couple holding hands, a group of teenagers laughing as they shared ice cream, a businessman buried in his phone. Wyatt found solace in watching them, even as the weight of his own reality pressed down heavily on his shoulders. For the first time in his short but arduous career as a superhero, Wyatt was granted a reprieve, a welcome week of respite from the relentless duties that had always defined him. Yet the irony of this brief vacation was not lost on him. It stemmed from the fact that he was now branded a terrorist, relentlessly hunted by those he once sought to protect. The very city that had once celebrated him now cast a shadow of suspicion on his every movement. Even while trying to savor this unexpected freedom, Wyatt couldn't shake the feeling of responsibility gnawing at him. In New York, hundreds of discreet cameras that he had strategically placed throughout the city remained hidden in plain sight. With the help of his AI, Eve, he stayed vigilant, tracking the chaos he had inadvertently sparked. Guilt seeped into him as he reflected on the turmoil his actions had unleashed, knowing that many of his fellow heroes were now left to pick up the pieces of a fractured city. However, a flicker of hope nestled within his heart. Wyatt clung to the belief that once the court proceedings concluded, the turbulence and crime that had escalated in New York following his revelations would gradually subside, restoring a sense of normalcy to a broken society. Yet he was acutely aware that only time would reveal whether his bold declarations would resonate positively with the world or further entrench fear and animosity. Wyatt was no fool. He understood the complexities of human nature. He knew that within the hearts of many lingered a dark fear of the unknown, a persistent belief that mutants were fundamentally dangerous. But amidst that darkness, he believed there lay a growing number of individuals who would choose to see mutants not as monstrous aberrations, but as fellow beings deserving of empathy and understanding. It was this hope that fueled his resolve, guiding him through the uncertainty that lay ahead. "It's hard being hopeful in a world like this," Wyatt said as he reached a skate park. He turned his head and watched as a few skateboarders performed their tricks and rode the halfpipes. But something else caught his eye. Far off in the corner of the skate park was a small gathering of teenagers. 3 girls and 2 boys surrounded a single girl, trapping her in front of a wall with their bodies. Without thinking about it, Wyatt began walking towards them. EW, do you seriously still listen to these has-beens? Their songs are like not even that good. One of the girls, the main ringleader, Ellie, said as she held a graphic notebook with a picture of one of Korea's famous idol groups, the Sunshine Sisters. Zoe, a 16-year-old girl with black hair styled in twin braided buns and micro-bangs, shrank into herself as she continued to stare at the ground, feeling isolated by the group around Ellie. Opening the notebook she took from Zoe, Ellie laughed as she flipped through its pages. "What's this? Lyrics? Don't tell me you think you're going to be a songwriter." Ellie's group all laughed at her words. "Yeah, it is pretty stupid." Zoe gave off a weak laugh as her hands balled up tightly beside her. From a young age, Zoe felt the weight of not fitting in. Born in the vibrant streets of South Korea and later moving to the sun-drenched town of Burbank, California, she often felt like a stranger in her own life, unable to find a community where she truly belonged. Yet, amid the isolation, there was one constant source of solace: the music of the Sunshine Sisters. Their melodies wrapped around her like a warm hug, offering moments of peace and happiness that helped her forget her worries and fears. The uplifting rhythms and heartfelt lyrics ignited a passion for music within her, sending her on a quest to explore every genre with a compelling beat. California's lively street culture introduced her to the exhilarating world of rap battles, where the energy and creativity of the performers captivated her spirit like nothing else. At school, however, Zoe's unique interests and her struggle to connect with others made her an easy target for those seeking to bully her. Her love of music, which might have brought her closer to others, instead set her apart, painting her as an outsider. Among her tormentors was Ellie, the high school queen bee, who used her popularity to make Zoe's life even more difficult. Ellie's sharp tongue and relentless teasing felt like constant reminders of Zoe's loneliness, amplifying the heartache she tried so hard to overcome. "Great, so you wouldn't mind if I just—" Ellie lifted up Zoe's notebook and began to tear page after page out, much to Zoe's silent horror. "I know," Zoe muttered as she watched each page she filled with her thoughts and beats fall to the ground. The laughter of Ellie's friends filled Zoe's ears as Ellie continued to rip her notebook to pieces. "That's enough." Wyatt stepped in and snatched Zoe's notebook from Ellie's hands, surprising her group with how quickly and silently he moved. Ellie hissed and turned to glare at Wyatt, but paused as her eyes landed on him. She instinctively took a step back, her dilapidated human instincts warning her of the presence Wyatt exuded. But just as quickly as that feeling emerged, it vanished. Shaking her head, Ellie growled, "Give that back." "Sorry, but this doesn't belong to you." "Does it?" Wyatt replied, his tone easy and relaxed. "Who the hell do you think you are, shithead?" One of the guys in Ellie's group, Stan, said as he and his friend Gerald moved closer to Wyatt. Ellie and her two other friends smiled, feeling superior as Stan and Gerald loomed over Wyatt. "Don't you know who we are? To me, you all look like a bunch of bullies," Wyatt said, remaining unbothered. Like a deer caught in headlights, Zoe could only watch as her unexpected savior prepared to face off against her high school star quarterbacks. Without another word, Stan lunged forward and threw a wide punch at Wyatt, who deftly sidestepped the attack, causing Stan to stumble forward. With a growl, Gerald launched several awkward punches at Wyatt. As he did so, Wyatt noticed that Gerald was getting increasingly close to stepping on Zoe's torn pages. Ducking under a wild haymaker, Wyatt moved into Gerald's space, making the teen gasp. With a firm grip, Wyatt seized Gerald's wrist, spun him around, and pushed him into Ellie and her two other friends. Hearing rushing footsteps, Wyatt leaned to the side as Stan tried to sucker punch the back of his head. Wyatt's hand shot up, quickly using Stan's outstretched arm to pull him into an over-the-shoulder flip. It was a maneuver Wyatt had experienced dozens of times against Logan. Gerald moved in and checked on the groaning Stan, whose face looked up at the relaxed expression Wyatt held as he looked down at him. With a gulp, Gerald helped his friend to his feet and rushed out of the skate park. Seeing their only muscle leaving, a nervous Ellie quickly followed, as did her two other friends. "We won't forget this," Ellie yelled over her shoulder. However, the stares from the other skate park visitors caused her to blush in embarrassment. With one final glare, she and her group ran away. That was so cool. Like a switch, Zoe's once withdrawn, turtle-like behavior turned off, revealing a more hyperactive side. This momentarily threw Wyatt for a loop. "Are you like a ninja or something? Or was that karate?" she exclaimed before her eyes landed on her torn papers. The sight of her hard work ruined and strewn about instantly deflated her excitement. "Oh," Wyatt gave Zoe a small smile and bent down to gather the torn pages. "I'm Wyatt. It's nice to meet you." "All right, I'm Zoe," she said, mustering a small smile. "Thanks for helping me, but you probably shouldn't have done that. They're not going to forget what you did to them." "I'm not worried about them. How about you? Are you okay?" Wyatt asked as he placed each torn page back in the correct order within the notebook. "I'm fine," Zoe said with a forced smile, her eyes landing on the notebook. "You can stop. You don't have to do that. The book's ruined." "I wouldn't say that." Wyatt smiled as he stood up. "Do you like magic tricks, Zoe?" "Magic? Yeah, I guess so," Zoe replied, tilting her head. With exaggerated motion, Wyatt pulled out a large red handkerchief from his back pocket and placed it over Zoe's notebook. With a swift use of his powers, he mended the pages back together. "Abracadabra," he announced with a flourish, pulling the handkerchief away to reveal the notebook, which was now intact. Zoe took it with a sad smile. "I appreciate you trying to cheer me up, but—" Zoe began, only to gasp as she opened her notebook, seeing that it was back together with no damage in sight. "No way," she screamed with a happy squeal. "How did you do that?" "Sorry, a magician never reveals his secrets," Wyatt said with a bow. He was glad to see Zoe's mood brighten. "Oh my God, you really are a magician," Zoe exclaimed in Korean, her eyes wide with excitement. "I wouldn't call myself a magician. Otherwise, the people at the Sanctum Sanctorum might sue me," Wyatt replied, also in Korean, shocking Zoe even more. "You speak Korean?" Zoe jumped in happiness. "It's a bit rough, but yeah," he admitted. "Oh, I know this great place that makes the best kimbap in the city." "My treat," Zoe said, speaking English once more, grabbing her backpack and skateboard from where they leaned against the wall. "Let's go, let's go." She grabbed Wyatt's arm and dragged him out of the park. "Oh, okay," Wyatt muttered as Zoe pulled him through the streets of Burbank. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Wyatt wore a soft smile as Zoe chatted away. Deep inside, he felt grateful for Zoe's presence and happy disposition. It was a welcome distraction from his hearing at Capitol Hill tomorrow. "Hey, can I have that handkerchief?" "Sure thing." Washington, D.C. throbbed with an undeniable energy as Capitol Hill erupted into a vibrant spectacle, attracting an extraordinary crowd. News crews set up their cameras. Reporters dashed about gathering interviews and sound bites. Passionate protesters rallied with unwavering conviction, and engaged citizens from every corner of the nation gathered around the emblematic building, wholly focused on what many declared could be the most watched court hearing in history. Security forces, police officers, SHIELD, and the National Guard were deployed in full force, their presence a formidable assurance that order would prevail. They stood ready to enforce the law and keep the peace, underscoring the gravity of the situation with their vigilant watch. Across the United States and around the globe, people were riveted to their screens, eagerly waiting to see if Atomic would comply with the summons. The air buzzed with anticipation and speculation, each individual wondering what shocking revelations might unfold if he chose to appear. In the heart of New York City, an unusual stillness contradicted the city's typical lively pace. Residents prioritized their attention on televisions and radios, completely immersed in the live feeds from Capitol Hill, consumed by the unfolding narrative. Opinions ran deep and fierce. Many were utterly convinced of Atomic's guilt, pointing to his week-long disappearance following the devastating destruction of a secret government facility in Nevada as clear evidence of his wrongdoing. Yet, a steadfast group of supporters refused to waver, asserting that the allegations were nothing more than unfounded rumors and that Atomic remained the heroic figure they always believed him to be. This day was not just pivotal, but a defining moment brimming with the potential to unveil crucial truths. The world was poised for answers. Was Atomic a terrorist, or did he still embody the valor admired by so many? All eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, ready for the truth to break free from the shadows. Look up there." A loud voice pierced through the din of the crowd, fingers trembling as they pointed skyward. A billowing white cape sliced through the air, catching the light of the day. Like an unleashed storm, the masses on Capitol Hill collectively shifted their gaze, their breaths hitching as they beheld the figure of Atomic slowly descending from the heavens. As his boots touched the ground, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The very air felt charged as hundreds of protesters, fueled by fury and passion, erupted into a violent symphony of curses and accusations. Handmade signs, adorned with messages of hatred, waved like banners of war, their faces twisted in rage and despair. Barricades, police, and military personnel formed a desperate barrier against the tide of anger threatening to spill forth. "Terrorist! Lock him up! You're a fraud!" The cacophony of voices surged, drowning out reason, merging into a relentless roar that assaulted Atomic from all sides. He stood there, stricken by the weight of their ire, yet his expression remained unreadable behind his helmet. From the overcast sky, a suit of black and gray armor descended, the sound of metal striking the ground resonating with a heavy clang in front of the Capitol building. Standing 6 feet tall, James Rhodes, encased in his war machine armor, faced Atomic with a steely gaze. "Colonel Rhodes," Atomic acknowledged, his voice steady. "Atomic," James Rhodes replied, his tone strong from his military upbringing. Another resounding clang shattered the silence as Tony Stark's Iron Man suit landed nearby. The front of his helmet shifted upward, revealing a confident, if somewhat sardonic expression. "Well, Red Ranger," Tony said, his words carrying an edge of irony. "Looks like you found yourself in some hot water." "Mr. Stark," Atomic responded, glancing back at the Iron Man critically. "Colonel Rhodes makes sense, but you? Are you here on orders as well?" "I don't really do orders," Tony retorted, his smile understated, almost grim. He gestured toward the imposing Capitol building. "I'm here to hear your side of things." Drawing in a deep breath, Atomic turned toward the massive structure, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He strode forward, flanked by both armored figures, their presence both shielding and imposing as they moved toward the grand, historically rich building. As he advanced through the endless hallways, Atomic felt the stares of onlookers, camera crews, officers, military personnel, and SHIELD agents alike. This was no ordinary day. The air was thick with tension. Conversations halted, eyes widened, and whispers filled the space, turning an ordinary workday into an unyielding spectacle. Oh. Within the halls of the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, a tense stillness enveloped the air as the members of the X-Men gathered to witness Atomic's determined stride through the Capitol building. His head was held high despite the cacophony of curses hurled at him by the hundreds of protesters gathered outside. Charles, with his furrowed brow, Logan's tense muscles coiled like a spring, Beast's analytical gaze, Aurora's unwavering strength, and their newest teacher and school doctor, Robert McPherson, all stood in solemn solidarity, wrestling with their mixed emotions. Across the large media room, Wanda stood with a confident demeanor. Her unwavering confidence in Wyatt's plan left her the calmest of them all. Kitty, Evan, Kurt, Rogue, Jean, Scott, Jubilation, Samuel, and the rest of the freed mutants from Nevada all observed the large plasma television with a mixture of nervousness and hope, their eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation while their uncertain future hung in the balance. Meanwhile, within the Parker residence, Peter, Harry, Gwen, Ben, and May were glued to the television, their expressions a stark contrast to one another. While Peter and Ben held serious looks, each grappling with the weight of their own thoughts, Harry, Gwen, and May watched with an inquisitive curiosity, trying to make sense of the chaotic, unfolding drama. In the office of Nelson and Murdoch, Matt sat in thoughtful silence, his cane cradled in his hands as he absorbed the updates from the radio. His friends and colleagues, Foggy Nelson and Karen Page, flanked him as they listened intently. At the Baxter Building, renowned for its groundbreaking advancements in science and technology, Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Ben Grimm, and Johnny Storm paused in their respective endeavors, drawn together by the news feed. Their usual banter was replaced with a shared silence as they absorbed the latest developments. Within the comfort of her home, Serena, Lucille, Daniel, and the elderly Narioshi Keisuke Miyagi gathered in the LaRusso residence, their collective attention riveted to the screen. Lucille held Serena's shoulders as the girl clenched her hands tightly in front of her. Meanwhile, in the bustling science lab of their high school in San Francisco, Gogo Tamago, Honey Lemon, Wasabi, Fred, and Tadashi Hamada huddled around a projector screen, their expressions a blend of curiosity and unease as they watched the unfolding events. The scent of fresh, experimental materials lingered in the air, yet all thoughts of science were overshadowed by the drama they were witnessing. In his newly constructed hideout, Eric and his Brotherhood of Mutants observed the spectacle with vested interest. The master of magnetism was intrigued, his piercing eyes never leaving Atomic's determined form. Although her investment in the situation was less grand, Zoe sat in her bedroom, captivated by the live stream on her phone. She absent-mindedly tapped a pencil against her desk, her focus unwavering as she absorbed every detail of the unfolding narrative. A neatly folded red handkerchief rested over her Sunlight sister's notebook. Finally, every person Atomic had ever helped, saved, or interacted with stood, watching with bated breath, their hopes and fears intertwined. Each of them carried the weight of their shared history, wondering what this moment might mean for the future of their hero. While the world held its collective breath, an onslaught of files inundated hundreds of journalists, news stations, and internet forums across the globe simultaneously. The impending revelation from the files promised to turn the world upside down. Oh. All chatter within the hearing room abruptly ceased, a heavy silence descending like a shroud. Heads snapped in unison, eyes widening with a mix of shock and anticipation as Atomic made his entrance. He strode forward with an air of determination, each step reverberating through the tense atmosphere. The collective breath of the room hung in the air, heavy with expectation. Tony and James loomed near the main doors, their imposing figures dwarfed by the magnetic presence of Atomic. The buzz of politicians, government officials, military generals, and journalists grew muted, the air thick with the weight of their scrutiny as Atomic paused before silently pushing open the swinging doors before him. He approached the podium, the microphone looming in front of him like a sentinel, ready to capture the roar of truth about to unfold. Flashes from nearly a dozen cameras ignited, momentarily blinding, each click encapsulating this pivotal moment. The Senate Judiciary Panel, a formidable congregation of 22 United States senators, sat in their elevated positions, gazing down at Atomic with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. With Mr. Atomic joining us today, we shall commence the hearing. The focus of our discussion centers on the recent attack on a top-secret government research facility located in my home state of Nevada. This facility has been dedicated to the important work of researching and developing cures for numerous diseases that have affected humanity for centuries. Notably, the teams of dozens of hardworking and brilliant scientists and researchers were merely weeks away from finalizing and making these breakthroughs available to the public. Senator Francis Finch, representing the state of Nevada, stated in a measured and composed tone, "The evidence against you is substantial, Mr. Atomic. You are rightly charged with terrorism due to you and your cohort's attack on the said research facility, resulting in the destruction of millions upon millions of dollars and the tragic deaths of over a dozen of its personnel. In a just world, you would already be in handcuffs, facing life imprisonment for your heinous crimes. However, we operate within the rule of law. Therefore, you'll have the opportunity to present your case and be heard," Senator Finch asserted. Atomic nodded and stepped closer to the microphone. "Thank you, Senator. Did you or did you not assist in the destruction of the Nevada top-secret government facility that would have eventually prevented the deaths of thousands upon thousands of lives on June 18th? Senator Wilson Garrison of Kentucky asked. "Yes, I did," Atomic replied. "I helped safely dematerialize the walls and defenses the facility had. But that was the extent of my involvement with the damage done to the building structure. Then how do you explain the utter destruction and the massive crater where the facility once stood?" Senator Stern inquired. Atomic turned to the senator and glared at the secret Hydra agent from behind his helmet. "Unfortunately, the facility ended up in such a state because of the actions of my allies during our efforts to rescue the captives inside at the time. However, the complete destruction of the facility was due to my confrontation with a man named Magneto." "Now hold on. What do you mean by rescue efforts? What captives?" Senator Caroline Johnson of Massachusetts asked in confusion, a sentiment echoed by several other senators. "Let's get back on topic." Atomic is clearly trying to divert from the issue at hand. Senator Stern interjected quickly. "No, let's get to the truth. This so-called research facility that the people of the United States and the world have been told existed is nothing more than a lie, Atomic declared, his hands firmly planted on the podium. In reality, this facility was established solely to imprison innocent people while treating them with blatant cruelty for the sole reason that they have awakened the X gene. Moreover, this facility, overseen by Senator Finch, General Greller, and operated by the government's Mutant Response Division, has conducted inhumane experiments on its captives. I can't speak for my allies at that time, but the reasons behind my actions are unequivocal. I refuse to stand idly by while such egregious acts are done to innocent people. Atomic's powerful words sent shockwaves through the room, igniting a flurry of conversation and flashes from cameras as everyone reacted to his bold claims. All eyes turned swiftly to General Greller and Senator Finch, which resulted in both men looking nervous before turning to glare at Atomic, sweat dripping from their brows. Those in the room looked on, incredulous, grappling with the unsettling possibility that Atomic's accusations might be rooted in truth. The gathered senators all looked baffled and unbelieving at what Atomic said. Everyone, except for Senator Stern, whose face began to sweat with nervousness and fear. You're making a mockery of this court. Do you think this is a place to make such wild and preposterous claims? Senator Finch said, his rage barely kept in check. What proof do you have to back such words? At that very moment, the room erupted into a cacophony as the phones of everyone present began to blare incessantly. The sharp, staccato ring of calls and the pinging of text messages pierced the air like the relentless fire of a machine gun. In this bewildering chaos, the usual decorum was tossed aside. Everyone instinctively reached for their devices, curiosity and dread flashing across their faces as they absorbed the unfolding horror. Jarvis, is this true? Tony's voice was barely above a whisper as he frantically sifted through the overwhelming tide of documents, images, and videos flooding his HUD. The very same information that had just shattered their reality was now laid bare for the world to see. Yes, sir. All of this data is authentic. I've initiated extensive background checks and executed multiple verification protocols, and each one has confirmed the integrity of the information. Jarvis, Tony's sophisticated internal AI, responded with mechanical precision. Jesus Christ. James mused in disbelief, his gaze riveted to the harrowing images that depicted the harrowing, inhumane living conditions endured by the mutant captives imprisoned by the MRD for the past 3 long years. The weight of the evidence hit him and everyone else like a blow, a visceral reminder of the cruelty that had been concealed for too long. Quickly, with the assistance of their aides, each senator seated on the panel was apprised of the dire situation. As the news broke through every media outlet, television broadcasts flickering with urgency, radio waves crackling, and the internet buzzing with a frenzy, the grim truth of the MR Durand facility in Nevada was exposed under the harsh glare of public scrutiny. Names of every individual, employee, researcher, scientist, government official, military personnel, and politician who played a role in the facility's sinister inception were laid bare for all to see, illuminating the shadows of deception that had long loomed over them. The footage captured from the attack helicopters in Nevada provided a vivid portrayal of Atomic's intense battle with Magneto, highlighting the chaos and destruction that unfolded. Viewers were treated to a gripping chronicle of the hero's daring attempts to rescue the pilots amidst the fray. Additionally, interviews featuring members of Hughes's team offered profound insights, illuminating the underlying reasons behind the utter devastation that had reduced the facility to nothing but crumbling debris. In addition to those interviews, recorded testimonies of the facility's guilt-stricken personnel were released as they spoke about the truth about what had truly occurred within the walls of the MRD facility. The horrid and inhumane treatment the mutants that had been brought and received. Another important detail that emerged was the complete absence of the supposed casualties resulting from the devastating destruction of the facility. The purported figures of injuries and deaths circulating in the media from Atomic's supposed attack were nothing more than fabrications, orchestrated by the government in a calculated effort to depict Atomic as a menacing terrorist. Those who had died from the attack were from the result of infighting, proven true by a highly respected coroner who performed an autopsy on the bodies. It was all a lie? Why? Why weren't we told the truth? How could they do such things? How can we as people still stoop to such depths? I thought we had evolved as a society. Atomic isn't a terrorist. He acted like anyone with a heart and conscience would in such a tragic situation. We've been lied to by our own government. Talk about a shocking changeover. We went from fighting against the Nazis to becoming them ourselves. It's utterly despicable. These sentiments echoed around the country, and soon enough, the globe, flooding social media platforms with a torrent of outrage and fury as the horrific truths about the brutal treatment of mutants came to light. Enough! Stop this madness! Senator Stern thundered, his voice echoing like a war cry as he surged to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table with a resounding crack. His rage was derived from his own name being plastered all over the documents and forms he had signed. And now all those forms were out in the open for the world to see. Senator Stern's eyes burned with a volatile mix of fear and rage, a storm brewing inside him as he glared at Atomic, the one undeniably responsible for tearing the lid off this explosive truth. You bastard! How did you get all of this information? From that very same facility in Nevada and the classified files you and your colleagues thought were buried under the Pentagon, Senator, Atomic replied, his tone icy and unyielding. He deliberately turned to face the cameras in the room, the silence amplifying the weight of his words. What you all see now is the result of human fear. Fear that has warped our judgment and paralyzed our humanity. Instead of reaching out to understand and support those who awaken the X gene, we chose to demonize them, to watch as they're ripped from their homes and families. But let me make this crystal clear. They're not the monsters we've painted them to be. They're just like anyone else. Yes, they may awaken extraordinary abilities, and their appearances might defy the norm, but they are no less human at their core than you or I. A fact we've conveniently buried under a mountain of ignorance and fear since the tragic accident when a young child, Sasha Connor, lost control of her abilities due to her not receiving the help she needed. Senator Stern's face twisted with fury at Atomic's words. Tragic accident? There was nothing tragic about what that little monster did that day. Mutants are a threat to humanity, to American lives. If you believe otherwise, you're living in a dream world. His voice rose, raw and loud, charging the air with tension as he spat out his conviction and anger in hopes of regaining control of the narrative. The room was charged with anticipation as eyes turned toward Atomic, eager for his response. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and viewers tuning in from televisions, radios, and online platforms held their breath in expectation. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Atomic stepped forward. He knew what he had to say. Good. Dreams save us. Dreams lift us up and transform us. And on my soul, I swear, until my dream of a world where dignity, honor, and justice become the reality we all share, I'll never stop fighting. Never. Atomic said as he turned to the cameras. This is my message for the world. Let it be known that I will fight for those who can't fight for themselves, no matter who or where that may be. That is my promise to you all. With his message made, Atomic turned back to the panel. Do you have any more questions? Silence filled the room, their expressions a mix of somber reflection and profound discontent. No, Mr. Atomic, we do not. You're free to go. This panel has found no wrongdoing on your part, Senator Johnson said after she and the rest of the panel exchanged glances. Atomic nodded before he turned and strode out of the room. The heavy doors swung shut behind him, muffling the tense atmosphere within. Just moments later, a dozen SHIELD agents burst into the chamber, their sharp uniforms crisp and imposing. They moved with military precision, advancing purposefully toward General Greller, Senator Finch, and Senator Stern, their expressions serious as they assessed the situation. The air crackled with urgency as the agents prepared to engage. What is this? Let me go, Senator Stern demanded as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents put him in handcuffs. Meanwhile, General Greller accepted his fate with a look of resignation. Senator Finch also showed a similar acceptance as the agents placed handcuffs on him. "I'm afraid not." With long, confident strides, Mariah Hill walked into the room and showed off her identification. "Senator Stern, Senator Finch, General Greller, you three are under arrest for your crimes against humanity. Get them out of here," she said as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dragged Stern, Finch, and Greller out of the room. They were only the first to be arrested on the long list of culprits responsible for what had occurred in Nevada. Once outside, Atomic took a moment to absorb the scene before him, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of people gathered at Capitol Hill. The atmosphere was charged with an electric mix of emotions as he noticed the signs crafted by protesters strewn haphazardly across the ground, bearing messages that criticized or sought to discredit his actions. They fluttered in the light breeze like forgotten reminders of a divided sentiment. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd, the weight of their emotions palpable in the air, until one brave soul broke the stillness with an enthusiastic clap. That solitary gesture rippled through the assembly, igniting a wave of applause and cheers that surged through the crowd like a powerful tide, echoing off the marble facades of the historic buildings surrounding them. Atomic stood tall amidst the rising crescendo, taking a moment to acknowledge the shift in atmosphere with a small nod. Without uttering a single word, he soared upward, leaving behind the cheers of the crowd. Oh. Following the historic hearing on Capitol Hill, a wave of outrage surged among citizens across the United States and around the globe. The hearing unveiled shocking revelations about the treatment of mutants, igniting a fervent demand for justice and reform. In the face of mounting pressure from advocacy groups, civil rights organizations, and the general populace, the United States president was compelled to take swift action in fear of facing impeachment. In the aftermath of the hearing, he quickly fired his press secretary, who was involved in the horrific incident, and claimed he had no knowledge of what had been occurring in Nevada, a fact that had been proven true by Nick Fury with the help of Alexander Pierce. Within days, the president signed a series of groundbreaking laws to protect mutants and ensure their rights, a move that sent ripples of change throughout the world as other nations began to adopt similar measures. Although there remained a vocal minority who justified the previous atrocities committed against mutants in Nevada, their support dwindled rapidly. With each passing month, the number of individuals espousing hate speech decreased significantly, largely overshadowed by the growing chorus of voices inspired by Atomic. As the dust settled from this tumultuous period of transformation, the fabric of society had evolved. Mutants, once marginalized and persecuted, were slowly becoming fully integrated into the cultural and social landscape. No longer seen as outcasts, mutants participated openly in all aspects of life, contributing their talents and perspectives to a world that had come to value diversity as a strength rather than a threat. The shift marked a significant turning point in history, as acceptance and coexistence became the new norm, paving the way for a more inclusive future for everyone. 2 months later, Atomic drifted serenely in the vastness of the Earth's exosphere, the infinite cosmos surrounding him in a canvas of shimmering stars. With his eyes closed, he embraced the tranquil state where thoughts faded into a gentle whisper, allowing the silence of space to envelop him. Suddenly, his cape burst to life, igniting into a brilliant white energy that cascaded around him like an ethereal flame. Twin crimson orbs blazed brightly beneath his helmet as he opened his eyes, illuminating the darkness around him. "This is it. This is the power I wielded during my fight with Magneto," Atomic mused, his gaze locked onto his outstretched hands, pulsating with energy. "I can't maintain this power for long, but I can feel it. My powers have been amplified 5-fold. In the months following his epic battle with Eric, Atomic had tirelessly pursued a way to replicate that overwhelming strength. He had experimented with every technique imaginable, sinking into countless hours of meditation, yet each attempt ended in disappointment. Then came today, the day he chose to meditate amidst the stars, with the earth spinning in serene beauty beneath him. This time, he embraced a new meditation method he had learned just a week ago from an aged Tibetan monk. Their unexpected encounter had occurred when Atomic had came upon the monk in Tibet's serene, snow-capped mountains as the older man was about to be attacked by a pack of snow leopards. Moving quickly, Atomic scared off the predators and came to learn that the monk was on a spiritual journey. As if sensing his issues, the monk had offered to teach Atomic his hidden methods of meditation as a way to thank Atomic for saving his life. Not seeing any harm, Atomic accepted and began to learn from the monk. During their meditation, the monk had given Atomic words of wisdom. You carry the burdens of the world upon your shoulders, yet it is a weight not meant for you to bear. To find peace, you must liberate your mind, lest the world itself overwhelms you, the monk advised, offering Atomic a simple fruit, despite his own meager resources. Atomic, not willing to take any of the monk's minimal supplies, insisted he didn't need the fruit because could conjure anything he desired. But tell me, young one, is that truly so? What value does a man possess when he seems to have it all? The monk replied, gently refusing to take back the gift he had given Atomic. After this exchange, Atomic undid his suit and thought about the monk's words as he resumed his meditative posture. As he closed his eyes and turned inward, he began to peel away the layers of his ambition and desires, finally catching a faint glimpse of the profound power he had grasped all those months ago but had never fully understood. Sir, there's been an explosion on the Sydney Harbor Bridge. A school bus full of students is being reported to be on the verge of falling. Atomic's AI, Eve, said in a much more human-sounding voice, snapping Atomic out of his memories. Current flight time, 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Make it 5 minutes, Eve, Atomic said, and turned in the direction where Australia was located. Using the boost from his current state, which he had come to refer to as his own version of the Kaioken, Atomic surged forward through the ethereal expanse of Earth's exosphere, where the grip of gravity and air resistance was almost non-existent. This celestial highway amplified his speed, making him feel like a blazing comet streaking through the vastness of space. 2 months prior, after he had played a crucial role in dismantling the surge of crime that plagued New York, thanks in part to his notorious past as a former terrorist and a week-long disappearance, Atomic found himself at a turning point. It was finally time to fulfill the promise he had made to himself and Carlson. Atomic had always believed in the potential of his abilities to enact meaningful change, not just in New York, but across the entire globe. Yet, despite his grand ambitions, he grappled with the reality that he couldn't be aware of all the tragedies and injustices unfolding worldwide. Unlike Superman, who possessed superhuman hearing to monitor every corner of the planet simultaneously, Atomic relied on his own skills. What he did possess was a formidable intellect and coding expertise, complemented by powerful abilities that enabled him to create anything he could ever need. Thanks to the combination of his highly durable suit and near-limitless application of his powers, Atomic could soar into the cosmos without fear. The combination not only buffered him from the extreme pressures of the void, but also allowed him to regulate the temperature around him, generating oxygen from the carbon dioxide he exhaled. For Atomic, flying into the vastness of space was as effortless as a bird taking flight. With his ability to soar through space, Atomic skillfully navigated the intricate web of satellites orbiting the Earth. Alongside Eve, he implanted several small hard drives filled with his own code into their complex systems. Now fully integrated into the globe's extensive surveillance and internet infrastructure, Eve granted Atomic an unparalleled level of surveillance capability, swift and precise, allowing him to monitor every corner of the world, regardless of the country. While he recognized the moral and ethical implications of his actions could be met with skepticism if ever discovered, Atomic's intentions were rooted in a desire to protect and serve the world's populace rather than to invade their privacy or pilfer data. However, he was no naive idealist. Atomic understood the real danger that lurked in the shadows, the possibility of his systems being compromised by individuals with malicious intentions. In preparation for such a dire scenario, he had embedded a contingency protocol within his hard drives. Should he or any external force attempt to hijack his creations for nefarious purposes, the drives would trigger a catastrophic self-destruct sequence, erasing all data and rendering his sophisticated network completely obsolete. Correction, you have arrived within 4 minutes and 25 seconds, Eve said as Atomic finally arrived over Sydney. He quickly found the chaotic site of the Sydney Harbor Bridge. Very funny, Eve, Atomic said, and used his powers to lift the precariously hanging school bus back onto the bridge. With a wave of his hands, he extinguished the surrounding flames and secured the cases of highly dangerous explosives that had fallen out of a smoking armored truck that was now on its side. Dashing toward the truck, Atomic removed the driver's door and picked up the unconscious, badly burned man. Good. He's alive. Atomic breathed with a mix of relief and urgency, carefully lifting the man and carrying him to a safe distance away from the chaos. With swift precision, he conjured several ice packs and soothing burn cream, applying the cool relief to the man's injuries, watching as the redness slowly faded under the care of his abilities. Hovering beside the wreckage of the destroyed bridge, Atomic raised his arms high, channeling the remnants of his Kaioken energy. A surge of brilliant power coursed through him as he focused, visualizing the bridge's form. With a fierce determination, he mended the shattered structure, weaving together steel and concrete until it stood even stronger than before, a testament to his newfound power and skill. As the last echoes of his Kaioken faded, a profound weariness washed over him, sweeping through his limbs like a heavy fog. The exhilarating strength dissipated almost instantly, leaving behind a gnawing hunger that clung to him. A stark reminder of the toll his Kaioken boost exacted. It looks like the limit for my Kaioken is 7 minutes. Atomic thought. As Atomic ascended into the sky, the vibrant energy of the crowd below swelled around him. Throngs of cheering spectators had gathered on the bridge, their applause resonating like a wave of sound that enveloped him. Faces bright with excitement, they watched in awe as he soared above them. Touching down on the bridge with a graceful thud, Atomic immediately set to work, his instincts guiding him toward those injured in the chaotic aftermath of the explosion. He assessed their needs with focused precision, offering comfort and first aid to the wounded. His hands moved deftly, applying bandages and soothing words alike, ensuring each person felt cared for in their moment of distress. When the paramedics and police finally arrived, red lights flashing and sirens wailing, Atomic briefed them on the condition of each individual he'd attended to, his voice steady and calm amidst the urgency. He knew that his role was crucial, and even as the chaos swirled around him, he remained a beacon of hope for those in need. His burns are pretty severe. It's only thanks to him being unconscious that he isn't screaming his head off, David Arnold, a paramedic of 4 years, said to himself as he examined the burned man who had been driving the volatile armored vehicle. Can you administer a sedative to keep him asleep until you get him to a hospital? Atomic asked as he kneeled next to David. This caused the man to jolt at how close the world-renowned superhero was to him. Unfortunately, our supplies have been running low, and I don't have any sedatives in hand, David said, but blinked in amazement as Atomic held out a hand and instantly created a small case full of lorazepam, midazolam, and diazepam. Never mind. Moving with the quick precision of a seasoned medical professional, David injected the unconscious burn victim with a sedative. Atomic helped David lift the man into the ambulance and then shook David's hand. Good work, mister, Atomic said. Oh, David. My name is David. It's nice to meet you, David. Be sure you get him to the hospital quickly, Atomic said. All right. David quickly nodded and entered his truck. As he drove away, he couldn't wait to tell his children how he met a real-life superhero. With his work done, Atomic offered a quick salute to the people of Australia, his silhouette briefly framed against the azure sky before he rocketed back into the depths of orbit. Later that day, news outlets nationwide would buzz with excitement, spinning tales of his remarkable exploit and the heartfelt exchange he shared with David, a dedicated Australian paramedic. This incident would be another shining gem in his ever-expanding collection of heroics and daring rescues. "Sir, it appears that Daredevil has sent you a message," Eve announced, her voice calm yet urgent. "Daredevil, I have a lead on Reznov. I need you back in the city." Atomic's eyes narrowed with determination as he instantly altered his course. With a flick of his wrist, sleek boosters and glimmering jet wings emerged from his now bulkier suit, ready to unleash their power. "How long until I reach him?" Atomic inquired, urgency lacing his words. "At your current speed, you will arrive in New York within 4 hours." "Not good enough," Atomic muttered as he summoned every ounce of strength. Ignoring the demanding strain coursing through his muscles, Atomic propelled himself forward, his velocity shattering the sound barrier as he surged past Mach 4. Kitty Pryde strolled past the expansive dormitories that Wyatt had created using his powers after rescuing the mutants from the Nevada facility just 2 months prior. The cold November air caused her to wrap her red scarf tighter around her neck. With their sleek, modern designs, the dormitories perfectly accommodated the unique physiological changes some of the new students had undergone. It was truly awe-inspiring to think of the intense effort Wyatt had poured into this project. It took him 3 days of relentless construction to finish the project, which would have normally taken a team of construction workers months to complete. The image of Wyatt at the dining table each day, piling plate after plate of food onto his plate while her friends looked on in a mix of astonishment and mild horror, still made her giggle. But that humor quickly faded as she recalled how, after his private meeting with her professors on the 3rd day, Wyatt had left the mansion almost immediately, barely managing to exchange more than a few words with her or anyone else. Unfortunately, there was one person he had spent a lot of time with before he left. Wyatt had engaged her in conversation for several hours each day before he finally left. The girl's vibrant orange-red hair framed her annoyed yet reluctant expression as Wyatt soared away, leaving her behind under Aurora's care. As she watched him leave, Kitty was weighed down by a flood of questions she longed to ask him. Everything from what he had witnessed at the facility to what extraordinary lengths he must have gone to for such a daring rescue mission. However, the expression on his face whenever anyone mentioned what he saw or did quickly stopped her. It was clear that whatever Wyatt saw had a significant effect on him. But now that he was gone and things began to settle, Kitty couldn't help but wonder about the new girl Wyatt had spent so much time with when he had returned. Wanda Maximoff. She couldn't help but feel that Wanda and Wyatt had some sort of connection. From what Kitty heard, Wyatt and Wanda, who, as it turned out, possessed abilities faintly reminiscent of his own. This similarity caused them to gravitate to one another as Wyatt was able to better help Wanda learn or practice her powers. In that regard, Kitty couldn't help but feel the sharp sting of jealousy whenever she saw him gravitate towards Wanda. Watching him choose Wanda over his other friends, and herself, annoyed her. Despite her attempts to understand, the ache in her chest only grew stronger. She longed to be the one he turned to share moments that could deepen their connection. She knew she was being unreasonable, but Kitty couldn't help it. But just as swiftly as he had returned, Wyatt was gone, whisked away to an unknown destination to prepare for his upcoming hearing in Washington. This was no ordinary hearing. Wyatt had solemnly claimed it would alter the world's perception of mutants. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, casting tension and anxiety over the mansion in the days that followed. And when the hearing finally arrived, it was a spectacle fraught with twists and turns. Kitty, along with everyone else, felt her heart break as she watched Wyatt endure the contempt of angry crowds gathering at Capitol Hill. The hateful signs and venomous curses hurled his way made her throat tighten with emotion, threatening to spill over into tears. Yet, she found unexpected strength in Wanda's unwavering confidence, a quiet yet fierce belief in Wyatt that radiated from her. Spurred on by that resolve, Kitty inhaled sharply and steeled herself. As the hearing unfolded, Kitty and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock and horror as undeniable truths came to light. Every news outlet fervently dissected the horrific atrocities committed by the MRD, and it was in that moment of despair that Kitty felt the hot sting of tears spill down her cheeks. But her sorrow was fleeting, quickly replaced by awe as Wyatt stood tall in his red and white suit, exuding an unshakable presence. He delivered one of the most powerful speeches she's ever heard. Kitty knew she would carry his words in her heart forever. When the hearing concluded, the world felt dramatically transformed. A wave of compassion surged forth, as if a collective consciousness had stirred from its slumber. Suddenly, everyone, civil rights groups, humanitarian organizations, and even local officials, mobilized with a fervor to extend their hands in solidarity with mutants. The air buzzed with a sense of hope and possibility, an exhilarating shift that promised liberation from fear for those like her. In response to this newfound momentum, Charles Xavier and the rest of her mentors sprang into action. They were far from passive observers. Instead, they seized this pivotal moment, channeling the energy of the movement to advance their cause with remarkable speed and effectiveness. It was their time to capitalize on the opportunity Wyatt gave them. Now, 2 months later, the landscape had changed dramatically. All government-funded programs designed to marginalize or discriminate against mutants had been dismantled, eradicated like weeds in a flourishing garden. Several groundbreaking laws were enacted to ensure that individuals who possessed the X gene would be treated with dignity and respect, complete with government-backed initiatives to assist both existing and newly emerging mutants in harnessing and embracing their extraordinary abilities. Amidst this transformation, Charles Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters emerged as a luminous beacon of hope and support for young mutants. The school became a sanctuary, attracting wealthy philanthropists and investors eager to fund its initiatives. They flocked from every corner of the country, drawn by the allure of aligning themselves with a noble cause that now gripped the public's imagination. To Kitty, however, these financiers were nothing but greedy opportunists, eager to bask in the glow of public approval while exploiting a moment in the limelight when helping mutants was so popular. Yet, she found consolation in the fact that their money poured into the school, providing resources for her and the rest of the new students who were pouring into the school. She couldn't help but appreciate the benefits, regardless of their motives. Despite the whirlwind of change that enveloped them, Kitty and her fellow students felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward the individual who had ignited this remarkable shift. Wyatt had become their symbol of hope and inspiration, the person whose courage had paved the way for a brighter future. Even Scott, who had once bristled at the mere mention of Wyatt's name, now wore a look of admiration and respect toward him. Despite the vibrant shift towards a brighter and more hopeful future, Kitty found herself wrestling with a sense of disappointment. Not once, since Wyatt's hearing, had he sought her or any of his other friends out just for the simple joy of spending time together or basking in light-hearted moments like they once did. He only showed up when there was work to be done, whether it was for his training sessions with Logan, intense sparring matches with Scott and the rest of the team, or personal training sessions with Wanda. It felt like the carefree times they used to share, filled with laughter and fun, had vanished, leaving only a relentless schedule of work without any breaks for enjoyment. Kitty couldn't help but admire Wyatt's unwavering resolve. His relentless focus stemmed from a deep-seated mission to confront the alarming surge of crime that had enveloped New York City. It was truly remarkable how swiftly he had managed to reorganize his efforts and regain a foothold in this chaotic landscape, accomplishing in the span of just 2 months what many seasoned professionals would have labeled an insurmountable challenge. But with Atomic now once more in the spotlight, the nefarious elements of the underworld reacted instinctively, scattering like cockroaches startled by the sudden brightness of light. Criminals who had once roamed the streets with impunity found themselves either lurking in the shadows or swiftly apprehended by the justice system, galvanized by the mere presence of Atomic. His reemergence on the scene had transformed him into a symbol of safety and security, instilling a potent sense of fear among criminals. The mere thought of encountering Atomic had become a powerful deterrent, signaling to criminals that their days of breaking the law or causing terror were numbered. In this revitalized atmosphere, hope flickered back to life for the citizens of New York, who were beginning to reclaim their streets from the grasp of fear. As New York's crime rate stabilized and began to dwindle, Kitty clung to a flicker of hope that Wyatt would carve out some time to visit her. But, to her dismay, that hope quickly faded. Wyatt, or Atomic as the world knew him, had begun to expand his heroic reach far beyond the familiar confines of New York City. With the ability to soar through the skies, he traversed the globe, leaping from one urgent crisis to another, responding tirelessly to the call for help wherever he was needed. His remarkable achievements encompassed a wide range of heroic interventions and humanitarian efforts. From thwarting a powerful tsunami that threatened to unleash its destructive force upon the vulnerable coastal communities of Japan, to skillfully intervening in a precarious situation to prevent a massive landslide that could have obliterated a picturesque mountainside resort in Canada, his actions were nothing short of extraordinary. Additionally, he played a crucial role in constructing vital water wells in the sun-drenched, arid regions of Africa, bringing life-sustaining water to communities that had long suffered from drought and scarcity. His efforts also extended to China, where he heroically rescued a town from the brink of disaster as a devastating flood loomed overhead, showcasing his unwavering commitment to safeguarding lives and fostering resilience in the face of natural calamities. Each of these feats not only demonstrated his exceptional skills, but also highlighted his deep compassion for those in need. Yet, as Kitty watched him dart from place to place, her pride and admiration for his altruism warred with growing concern. She feared that his relentless pursuit of heroism could lead him to the edge of exhaustion. The weight of the world seemed to rest upon his shoulders, and she couldn't shake the worry that, in his fervor to save others, he might end up losing himself in the process. Why the long face? Kitty blinked and turned to Rogue, who was giving her a slight, knowing grin. "You're thinking about him, aren't you?" Rogue asked, motioning for Kitty to sit with her in the newly constructed gazebo that overlooked the mansion's open courtyard, where several students were playing soccer as they ran over the colorful fallen leaves. "No, I'm thinking about other things. Really, am I really that easy to read?" Kitty sighed as she sat down. "Girl, you're like an open book. In class or during training, you always have that same expression on your face," Rogue said, leaning back as her shoulder-length hair brushed against her neck. "Ah." Kitty blushed in embarrassment. "I just miss him, you know. We used to see him every other week, and now he barely visits except when he trains with Logan or, Wanda. Yeah, well, he's become a major superhero now. You can't turn on the television without hearing about how the amazing Atomic saved someone in distress or how he helped rebuild a collapsing hospital in France. Wyatt's just too busy. It wasn't that long ago that he was just an ordinary guy struggling to learn to fly. Now he's some sort of beacon of hope worldwide. At least that's what the news is saying about him," Rogue said with a cheerful smile. "It's crazy how things turned out." "Yeah, crazy," Kitty muttered. Sensing that Kitty was still feeling down, Rogue slid closer and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "Just between us, do you only like Wyatt, or do you love him?" Rogue teased. Kitty's face turned crimson as she tried to back away, but Rogue's gloved hand kept her in place. What are you talking about? Me? Love Wyatt? No way. We're friends, just friends." Rogue hummed thoughtfully and backed off. Sure. So you wouldn't mind if, let's say, Wanda snatched him up for herself." She glanced over to the far-off training field where Wanda was practicing her powers to levitate a large stone boulder under Aurora's supervision. "No way," Kitty yelled, jumping to her feet and drawing curious looks from those at the pool. Realizing her outburst, she coughed into her hand and squinted at the chuckling Rogue. "I mean, I don't think Wanda likes him that way. She's just learning from him. They're just friends." "Yeah. If you say so," Rogue replied, stretching her arms overhead. "By the way, I heard something I think you'll like." "What?" Kitty asked as she retook a seat. "I heard from a pretty reliable source that the professor is planning to hold a big fancy winter ball in a month to celebrate all the new laws that have been signed." I suggest asking Big Red to go with you before someone else does, Rogue said with a playful smile as she stood up. Stepping up to Kitty, Rogue placed a hand on her shoulder. Kitty, word of advice. Don't drag your feet on this. I don't want you to regret this later on. Trust me on this, she said softly as she looked over to where Scott and Jean walked hand in hand along the tree line in the distance. Kitty remained silent as she watched Rogue walk back to the mansion. She let out a long sigh and pulled out her Stark phone. Opening her Photos app, she swiped through her pictures until she stopped on a group photo. Her gaze lingered on the image of herself, Wyatt, Evan, and Rogue, who was laughing at Kurt as he ran away from an angry Scott, whipped cream smeared across his face. A soft smile crossed Kitty's lips as she admired Wyatt's joyful expression. "Oh man, do I love him," Kitty whispered as she cradled her face in her hands. Oh. Reznov Ananov frowned deeply as he observed one man after another being taken down by the man, without fear at the center of the chaos. The echoes of grunts and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground filled the air around him. With a heavy sigh, he reached for the cold steel of the pistol tucked into his waistband, the weight of it a familiar comfort, and began to stride purposefully toward the unfolding melee. Clad in his striking red and black suit, Daredevil moved with a fluid grace, his adamantium batons whipping through the air as they connected with the advancing Russian gang members and the highly trained ninjas of the hand. Each strike was a calculated dance of power and precision, yet with every passing moment, fatigue crept into his muscles, a reminder of the relentless battle that had raged for 20 exhausting minutes. The old warehouse around them had become a grim battleground, its concrete floor strewn with the limp forms of the Russian human trafficking ring's henchmen and the elusive ninjas who had allied themselves with the notorious crime syndicate. In the weeks that followed Atomic's branding as a terrorist and his mysterious disappearance, the Russians had seized the opportunity to reclaim their lost dominance. Initially, their efforts proved fruitful, as they gradually regained their foothold and consolidated power alongside the Hand, their numbers swelling alarmingly, rekindling their merciless operations. Daredevil found himself alone in this fight, forced to navigate the seedy underbelly of their world while Atomic's focus had been scattered across the globe. Yet he pressed on, determined to disrupt the machinations of these two malevolent organizations. He was fortunate, however, to occasionally join forces with allies like Spider-Man, Luke Cage, and Iron Fist, their combined strength bolstering his efforts. Ultimately, all of his relentless determination bore fruit when a crucial clue finally surfaced, leading him to one of their most elusive targets, Reznov Antonov. When Daredevil finally tracked down his elusive target, he found himself ensnared in an unexpected trap. An eerie warehouse brimming with ruthless Russian mercenaries and a legion of the Hand's ruthlessly trained ninjas. After 20 relentless minutes of unyielding combat, Daredevil felt his stamina wavering. His muscles screamed in protest, and he could barely remain upright, let alone fend off the remaining 15 ninjas now encircling him like wolves stalking their prey. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of resolve buried deep within him. One by one, powered by sheer perseverance, he fought each ninja down, his fists flying in a flurry of strikes, each blow costing him dearly. Finally, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he sank to one knee, panting desperately as he collapsed onto his hands, his breath ragged and heavy. With a chilling calm, Reznov stepped forward, his looming figure casting a dark shadow over Daredevil. He pointed his pistol at the blind man's head, a twisted smile curving his lips. "I'll be sure to send Atomic your bullet-ridden corpse," Reznov sneered, pulling back the hammer of his gun with a sharp click. "A nice message, don't you think?" Despite his precarious situation, Daredevil lifted his head, determination burning in his unseeing eyes. There was no hint of fear on his face. Just then, his acute senses detected something slicing through the air above the warehouse, a sound that caused him to grin. "Why don't you tell him yourself?" Daredevil replied, his voice steady. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the warehouse, causing Reznov to whirl around, his gun momentarily forgotten. Moonlight poured in through a massive, gaping hole in the roof, illuminating swirling clouds of dust and debris that danced in the air. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously as a figure clad in crimson and white emerged from the haze, his flowing white cape billowing behind him in a dramatic flourish. Reznov, Atomic's voice rumbled, low and fierce. In a frantic attempt to regain control, Reznov spun back to where Daredevil had been, intending to use him as a shield. But to his bewilderment, the blind hero had vanished. Heart pounding, Reznov turned to flee toward the exit, only to find that his clothes had inexplicably stiffened around him, encasing him in a solid steel version of his outfit, rendering him as immobile as a statue. Emerging from the shadows beside Atomic, Daredevil stood tall, defiant, as both heroes glared at the trapped Reznov. "We've been looking for you," Atomic said, his voice low and steady. "Now tell us, where is Maximilian Zhukov?" When Reznov awoke, he found himself trapped in a cold, unyielding steel chair that seemed designed to be uncomfortable. The surface of a steel chair felt like biting frost against his skin, sending jolts of discomfort surging through him as he tried to gain his bearings. Having navigated similar harrowing situations before, he wrestled with the encroaching sense of dread at the reality of his situation, forcing himself to take stock of his surroundings. Desperation flooded his thoughts as he examined the stark, featureless room where he was imprisoned, desperately seeking any hint of escape. To his horror, the space contained nothing but 4 menacing steel walls, a grim concrete floor, and a metal ceiling adorned with harsh, glaring lights that illuminated everything in relentless brightness. The only potential distractions from the chilling monotony were 2 small air vents, their grills cold and foreboding. But the most disturbing fact of the room were the utter lack of doors. "What is this?" Reznov rasped, each word laden with frustration as he struggled against the merciless grip of the chair. His heart raced, a frantic drum in his chest, as he glanced down to witness the chilling sight of the chair fused to the floor beneath him, trapping him like a fly in a web. Panic surged within him, threatening to drown out the remnants of calm he clung to. In that silent, suffocating moment, a crimson light erupted over the center of the wall to his left. It flickered ominously before extinguishing, revealing a doorway. Paradoxically, instead of offering any glimmer of salvation, it only intensified the oppressive atmosphere, tightening the noose around his throat. With tense, unsettling stillness, Atomic entered the room. The moment he stepped through the threshold, the doorway vanished entirely, leaving only the cold, unforgiving steel wall behind. An icy dread settled in Reznov's stomach, like a stone dropped into the depths of a dark abyss, as he grasped the full extent of his entrapment. "It's you," Reznov hissed. Atomic said nothing as he approached the trapped Russian. Once in front of him, Atomic stomped his foot, and a plush, wooden chair rose from the ground behind him. Taking a seat, Atomic remained silent and stared down at Reznov, causing the hardened man to bristle. "What is this? Your attempt to intimidate me? I've seen and done far worse to several dozen men. This is nothing," Reznov barked, spitting at Atomic. However, before his spit could reach Atomic, it fizzled into nothing. Reznov composed himself, showing no outward signs that Atomic's presence affected him. Yet, deep inside, he was unsettled. Sitting across from him was a person who wielded an extraordinary power, capable of manifesting anything he desired with a mere gesture. This unique ability made Atomic an almost insurmountable force. There was little that any individual or entity could do to challenge or hinder him. With a simple wave of his hands, he could make weapons, armor, vehicles, and even illicit substances materialize or transform into something entirely different. The question loomed: how could any criminal organization possibly stand against such overwhelming might? It came as no surprise, then, that Atomic effortlessly dismantled colossal and formidable criminal enterprises, such as Maximilian Zhukov's extensive network involved in human trafficking and drug smuggling. In a matter of mere months, he eradicated operations that others could barely fathom disrupting. This accomplishment was not just a feat of power, but one of unprecedented efficiency. Even elite law enforcement agencies like the FBI, CIA, and SHIELD, blessed with vast resources and expansive authority, would have needed years, if not decades, to achieve the same result. Consequently, any criminal wishing to extend their presence lived in constant fear of Atomic's mere existence. The mere whisper of his name struck terror into the hearts of those who operated in the shadows, sending them scurrying into hiding. Confronted with his capabilities, escape seemed a futile endeavor. Capture was virtually assured, and evasion an even more unlikely outcome. In the eyes of the criminal underworld, Atomic emerged as a formidable force of nature, a harbinger of justice whose actions were swift and unyielding. The notion of him was synonymous with imminent danger and the dire need for concealment. Yet, amidst this pervasive fear, a singular fact brought a sliver of solace to those entrenched in illegal activities. Atomic did not kill. This strange moral code provided an odd sense of security, a twisted reassurance that while he would bring their operations crashing down and bring them before the police, there was a line he chose not to cross. You expect me to believe that you're going to force me to tell you where Zhukov is? I would sooner die than expose my boss, Reznov said with a large smile and leaned back on his uncomfortable chair. So, you might as well take me to prison. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time, Dash. Earlier this year, on April 21st, do you remember the name of the man you killed in cold blood? Atomic said, his voice low and steady. Reznov blinked and, despite himself, thought back to that date. In the end, he couldn't remember. I've killed many men. It's impossible to remember them all, he said with a cruel smirk. Why? Did I kill someone you knew? Were they family? Now I regret not remembering. Atomic watched Reznov laugh with his head thrown back, the simmering, cold, repressed rage he had locked away for several months was threatening to explode out of him. But he held strong, no matter how shaky that restraint was. His name was Luigi Lombardi. He was a good and kind man, a man who loved his daughter and his community, a man who brought so much light into the world, a man you murdered without a second thought after you beat him down like a dog in front of his daughter. Atomic said, his words slowly became lower, and his voice was shaky. That's who you killed. Reznov's eyes widened, and the memory of Luigi stepping up to his men to protect his daughter resurfaced. A gasp of realization escaped him, but it wasn't due to him suddenly feeling regretful over what he had done. No, he remembered now because of how hilarious the memory was. As such, Reznov began to laugh. A laugh so loud and out of control that one would think he just heard the most hilarious joke ever told by a master comedian. Atomic leaned back in his chair, his expression utterly confused as he listened to Reznov laugh. That's who you're so upset over? Some fat man who made pizzas? Oh man, I can't believe that's the reason you did all this for. Reznov's laugh began to ease into chuckles. I thought that I might have killed your father or something like that, but I couldn't have imagined it was that blubbering oaf. With a cruel grin, Reznov leaned forward. You know, you really should be thanking me, Atomic. One of my men, a real fucked up individual, I'll admit, wanted to fuck this Luigi guy's daughter right in front of him before we shot him. If it weren't for me, he would have done it. Go on, thank me, Dash. Instantly, all of Reznov's restraints and chair transmuted into oxygen. Standing to his feet, Atomic's own chair disappeared. In another flash, Atomic's armored gloves, cape, and helmet vanished to reveal Wyatt's enraged expression. Reznov looked up in shock at the sight of the 17-year-old Wyatt. Child, stand up, Wyatt hissed, his eyes burning with all the rage he's kept locked away for the last several years. Reznov's shock quickly disappeared, and he stood to his feet. He glared at the teenager in front of him and cracked his neck. What's this? What's your game here, boy? Wyatt glared at the man as his entire body shook with all his pent-up feelings. I thought I could do this the right way, the just way, but seeing you in front of me, listening to you talk, you're nothing but an animal who doesn't care about the lives he ruins. Reznov blinked at Wyatt before a small chuckle escaped his lips. You want to beat me down like a man? You could use your powers to destroy me in seconds. Why do this? There is no why. All I want to do right now is make you hurt. Right here, right now. There's nothing more than just me and you. No powers. No weapons. Just my fists, Wyatt said as he walked up to Reznov, the rest of his suit changing back into a pair of everyday clothes. Thinking this was his chance to turn the situation around, Reznov chuckled and ran at Wyatt with his fists raised. The boy may have godlike powers, but in a competition of skill and strength, Reznov's own body eclipsed Wyatt's own. Within a second, the two reached one another and sent out their fists. With a quick weave, Wyatt ducked under Reznov's punch and countered with a sharp hook into the older man's ribs. Reznov grunted and brought down a hammer fist into Wyatt's cheek. Ignoring the sharp sting of pain and the taste of blood, Wyatt moved in and slammed his right elbow into the same spot he had hit Reznov before. The man coughed as his ribs shifted from under the blow. Using fast and devastating combos, Wyatt unleashed a volley of violent punches, kicks, knees, and elbows at Reznov. Each new attack elicited a grunt of pain from the Russian. Once he finally caught his breath, Reznov grabbed both of Wyatt's wrists and crashed his forehead against Wyatt's nose, breaking it. Tears stung at the corners of his eyes, and Wyatt's body folded over as Reznov buried his fist into his stomach. Such an attack would have normally folded any other person, but Wyatt had been continuously beaten down by Logan during all of their training sessions. Greatly increases his tolerance to pain and strengthening his body's ability to absorb such attacks. In a snap, Wyatt grabbed Reznov's arm and tossed him over his shoulder. Reznov's eyes grew wide as he let out a scream, his back impacting the hard floor. With expert fluidity, Wyatt moved himself onto Reznov's side and held the man's arm in an armbar. With a thrust of his hips, a loud snap echoed in the room. A piercing scream of pain bounced off the walls as Reznov rolled to his side to nurse his broken arm. But a firm grip on the front of his shirt pulled him up. Reznov looked up right on time to see a bloody fist slam into his face. He gasped as the fist pulled away, but only to immediately come crashing back down. Punch after punch rained down onto Reznov's bloodied and quickly bruising face as Wyatt unleashed all his pin-up rage and emotions onto the man. At some point, he had let go of the man's shirt and used both fists to strike down. Red, hot tears ran down his face as he pictured Luigi's body being rolled out of his pizzeria and the sight of Serena standing within a shipping container. This is for Luigi. This is for Serena. This is for every fucking life you ruined. Wyatt roared as waves of pain shot up his fists with every new punch he struck into Reznov's face. Wyatt's knuckles were torn and bruised as he continued his relentless assault. As his breathing grew out of control, Wyatt's stamina quickly burned out, leaving him to pant as he kneeled over Reznov's stomach. His hands and face were covered in blood as Reznov's disfigured face stared up at him. Teeth and blood lay scattered all around the man's head as he barely managed to draw breath. With a growl, Wyatt reached out to the man's neck and began to squeeze. As Reznov began to wheeze and choke, Wyatt screamed in frustration and tore his hand away. Reaching down, Wyatt pulled Reznov up to his face and let out a blood-curdling yell full of all his rage, anguish, and regret. I want to kill you. God, no, I do. But if I do that, I'll be no better than you, Wyatt said, not to Reznov, but to himself. You don't get to change who I am, who I want to be. I won't let that happen. Rising to his feet, Wyatt looked down at Reznov with complete hatred and left the room. As he stepped outside, he created a high-security solid steel door that quickly closed behind him with a metallic clang. Wyatt stood in the brightly lit corridor of the prison, his gaze fixed on the plaque affixed to the wall beside the heavy steel door. The lone name engraved on it caused his injury to flare, Reznov. Beneath it, another title was etched starkly, Prisoner Number 1. In half an hour, tend his injuries and wake him up. I'm not done with him yet, Wyatt commanded, his voice steady despite the heaviness in his chest. A sleek, red and black robot, polished to a mirror finish and standing tall amidst the bleak surroundings, acknowledged him with a curt nod. "Very well, sir," the robot replied, its voice smooth and emotionless as it clutched a first aid kit with its metallic hands. Wyatt, still smeared with blood, strode through the cavernous hall. The atmosphere felt thick, oppressive. Rows of empty, inescapable cells lined the walls, each one a grim promise of imprisonment for humanity's darkest souls. He had constructed this facility deep beneath the icy expanse of Antarctica, a fortress built from the blueprints of the MRD Nevada facility. It had been a colossal undertaking, one driven by a sense of urgency and a heavy burden of moral responsibility. This prison was his solution, a fortress for those he deemed too dangerous to be left to the whims of a faltering justice system. Over a dozen robotic sentinels, like the one standing outside of Reznov's cell, were programmed not just to guard, but to attend to its future inmates. This prison had become Wyatt's answer to a dilemma he grappled with, his refusal to take a human life, no matter how justified the act might seem. He was determined not to become a vigilante who resorted to lethal force, not wanting to commit the very act he sought to prevent. He rejected the philosophy of heroes like the Batman, who placed their faith in a broken system that repeatedly allowed the worst offenders to slip through its fingers, escaping punishment or regaining freedom through clever legal maneuvering. Wyatt understood the stakes. He was painfully aware of how easily these monsters could return to wreak havoc on innocent lives. Despite the moral or outside consequences of his decision, Wyatt was determined to do what was necessary, no matter the cost to his own ideals or conscience. For several painstaking weeks, he devoted himself to the monumental task of constructing a prison buried deep beneath the ice-covered landscape of Antarctica, several hundred kilometers below the surface. This formidable facility was built using an impressive combination of the toughest materials known to man, with adamantium as its primary component, renowned for its unparalleled strength and durability. Each section of the prison was meticulously designed, incorporating expertly coded programs and advanced equipment to ensure seamless operation, effectively eliminating the possibility of human error. Wyatt deployed dozens of his newly constructed Guardian robots throughout the facility as an added layer of security. These machines were programmed to handle unforeseen circumstances with the nuance and adaptability of a human caretaker. Additionally, he stationed a small army of his highly advanced Gundam mechs, ready to respond to any improbable scenario in which a prisoner might attempt to escape. Even in the most unlikely of circumstances a prisoner does escape their cell, true escape would be impossible. If the prisoners somehow managed to overcome the Gundam mechas, they would then have to face the several thick layers of solid steel and adamantium, along with hundreds of kilometers of densely packed ice standing between them and freedom. Inside the prison, each cell resembled a minimalist New York apartment, furnished only with the bare essentials necessary for human sustenance. Bland yet nutritious meals and fresh water were delivered through a state-of-the-art shuttle system, ensuring that inmates received what they needed without the risk of interaction. Each room contained an assortment of books, brain teasers, and a small television encased in reinforced glass to protect against potential vandalism or attempts to disable it. The television, however, offered little variety. It broadcast only 2 channels, one featuring an endless stream of Sesame Street, reruns, and the other dedicated to streaming classic Hallmark movies. The prison Wyatt had meticulously crafted, aptly named the Fortress of Solitude, stood as a testament to his vision, an unparalleled fortress of security, escape-proof and extraordinarily efficient. Reaching the central control room of the prison, Wyatt stared unblinkingly at the large monitor screen displaying a video of Reznov lying unconscious. After a moment, the harsh reality of the brutal state he had left the man in finally sank in. Wyatt fell to his knees and looked down at his bloodied and torn hands. Clenching them into fists, he collapsed forward, pressing his forehead against the cool, iron floor. "God damn it," Wyatt hissed as tears began to stream down his face. Dressed in a thick black jacket that seemed to swallow him whole, Wyatt walked along the midst of Mount Hope Cemetery, watching as his breath escaped in delicate puffs of white mist, the chilly November air biting at his exposed skin. Each inhalation sent jolts of pain through his injured and bruised face as he trudged along the winding paths, surrounded by the solemn silhouettes of ancient tombstones. A few fellow visitors glanced his way, their eyes drawn to the stark white bandages and the angry bruises marring Wyatt's features. But they quickly returned to their own realms of sorrow, steeped in their grief and the weight of their memories. Finally arriving at his destination, he knelt before a pristine gravestone, its surface gleaming even in the muted light of the overcast sky. The name etched deeply into the stone, Luigi Lombardi. Reaching out with a trembling hand, Wyatt brushed away the non-existent dust that clung to the gravestone as if it could somehow erase the ache in his soul. He held onto the cool stone, his heart heavy, and let out a weary sigh, the sound echoing softly in the stillness of the cemetery. "I got him, Luigi. I found a man who took you away from Serena. He won't hurt anyone ever again," Wyatt whispered. I lost control. The things he said, I couldn't stop myself, and I just beat him down. I almost killed him. Wyatt looked down at the bandages covering his injured knuckles. I just lost myself to all that rage that I thought I had under control. But it was too much. It broke free after the way he talked about Serena. I couldn't stop it. A burst of heat rose in his chest, but it quickly settled. Even now, remembering the words Reznov said about how his men almost assaulted Serena still caused his inner rage to burst forward. But after the grave assault he performed on Reznov, which ended with the man's face being permanently disfigured, any and all of the anger Wyatt kept locked away had been finally released. Only embers of its existence remained. I can guess what you would say, that what I did to that man wasn't wrong, and that Reznov got what he deserved. Killing him would be easier than keeping him locked up for the rest of his life. I want to agree with that. I do. But I can't. I can't allow myself to sink to that level again. I refuse to become like them. I know it's naive. I understand that the world would be better off without people like him. But I don't want to be an executioner. I want to inspire people to be better. Wyatt took a seat and leaned on his knees. I know how that sounds. It's a childish dream, especially considering the world I'm living in. Hell, I know better than anyone that killing everyone who is or will be a threat in this world would be the smart thing to do. The easy thing to do. But is it so wrong for me to want to live in a better world? A world where everyone can just be good to each other? It's so obvious, at least to me. In reality, everything is connected. Everyone is connected. Wyatt lifted his head, his gaze lost in the mesmerizing dance of vibrant colors swirling in the air around him. This ethereal ballet was not a figment of his imagination. It was a vivid representation of the intricate web of existence that he could perceive with his unique abilities. Thanks to the inner workings of his powers, he had the rare gift of seeing beyond the tangible world, discerning the fundamental components of matter and the smallest atoms that comprised everything. Each line and hue he observed was a manifestation of the interconnectedness of all life. Humans, mutants, animals, insects, every organism, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, was interwoven in this vast tapestry of existence. There were even lines of dancing colors, strange atoms that were lost to even him, that he could not understand as well. While he understood how existence of life worked, he still didn't have all the answers. Even so, Wyatt understood that everyone's lives were not isolated threads, but part of a larger narrative, a complex ecosystem where each being influenced the others in ways both seen and unseen. In this profound understanding, Wyatt grasped the essence of what truly mattered. At the end of it all, beyond the noise and chaos of daily life, every living being shared one essential truth. Their existence was intertwined with one another. Each connection, each relationship, was a lifeline, grounding them in a shared reality where unity was the ultimate strength. The weight of this understanding settled within him, deepening his resolve to cherish and protect the delicate balance of life that surrounded him. Even those who would be better off dead due to their actions. Perhaps if he weren't able to see in such a molecular spectrum, Wyatt wouldn't be so adverse to killing. He wouldn't be so adverse to doing what was needed, to do what was easy. But he couldn't. Every life form had infinite potential for good, but also evil. It wasn't his call to decide if they lived or died, because if he ever crossed that line, he doubted he would ever come back. He doubted he could still be the same person. He doubted he could still be good. Wyatt was afraid of the man he could become if he simply started killing everything and everyone he thought deserved it. And so, he refused to kill, no matter how much easier it would make his life if he simply did so. That was his choice, his decision. In the end, he would choose what he would do with his life and his power. And what he decided to do was help and protect those who lacked the power to do so. Was that the correct choice to make? Wyatt didn't know, but he would walk down that path with hope for the future. It's an old-fashioned dream. I know, but it's my dream, Wyatt said and stood to his feet, not realizing he had spent an hour sitting. In a flash of light, a bundle of flowers sat in a beautiful vase in front of the gravestone. Thanks for listening, Luigi. Next time, I'll bring Serena with me. Turning around, Wyatt left the cemetery. The weight on his shoulders felt a little lighter. Oh. Maximilian Zhukov was not a man to be crossed. Over the span of his 65 years of life, he had clawed his way to power. He had lost count of the number of lives he had trampled, fractured, and ended in his long career of crime. Killing came to him as naturally as breathing. It was no surprise to anyone when he established a large and unstoppable human trafficking operation 20 years ago. Such cruel acts, such as selling a human being to another for monetary gain, didn't affect him in the slightest. All that mattered to him was his money and power. As the years unfolded, Maximilian's wealth and reputation grew exponentially, creating an aura of both fear and respect that surrounded his name. To many, he was an untouchable figure in the shadowy underbelly of the city, a man whose very mention was enough to silence a room and instill a sense of reverence. However, this status was irrevocably shaken when a new name began to echo through the streets. The big man known to some as Wilson Fisk, this formidable newcomer rose to prominence in the criminal underworld with astonishing speed, amassing power and influence seemingly overnight. The sudden emergence of Fisk as a significant player transformed the landscape of organized crime, and it enraged Maximilian. Who did Wilson Fisk think he was? How could someone so new to the game challenge a legacy built over decades? The sheer audacity of his rapid ascent was unprecedented in their world, a realm where trust and loyalty meant everything, and alliances were painstakingly forged over time. Maximilian had received word from one of his trusted employees that Wilson was employing a variety of modern techniques and innovative approaches to expand his empire. His methods included leveraging the World Wide Web and advanced technology, allowing him to outmaneuver competitors with alarming efficiency. Maximilian couldn't help but scoff at these tactics. He had always been an old-school operator who preferred the tactile feel of pen and paper, meticulously documenting his resources and strategies in ink. Yet, he recognized that the tides of change often demanded adaptability. In moments when technology was necessary, he relied on his loyal, tech-savvy subordinate, whose expertise was vital for navigating this new era. Additionally, Maximilian's connections within the government provided a safety net, ensuring that their operations could remain under the radar and shielded from prying eyes. Despite the rising storm that Fisk represented, Maximilian was resolute. He believed that his own organization, built on years of hard work and dedication, still eclipsed Wilson's burgeoning ranks. As he surveyed his operations, he knew that the battle was far from over, and he was determined to safeguard his legacy against this uninvited rival. That was until Atomic appeared like a demon possessed. It all began one fateful night when Maximilian's usual weekly shipment of new product, over a dozen young girls, left port, bound for Nova Scotia and their yet-to-be futures with their new owners. Just as the ship sailed into the dark waters, a figure emerged from the night, Atomic, the hero of New York, a walking god among them. With a blend of skill and overwhelming power, Atomic swiftly neutralized Maximilian's armed men, dismantling their defenses as if they were nothing more than fragile toys. In a matter of minutes, the girls were freed from their captivity, and with a decisive command, Atomic turned the ship around, steering it back to port where a legion of police awaited to take down the human traffickers. If that had been the end of it, Maximilian might have endured the blow and rebuilt his losses. However, Atomic was relentless. The vigilante embarked on a crusade to uncover every last operation linked to Maximilian's nefarious activities. One by one, he unearthed ships laden with contraband, dismantled clandestine warehouses brimming with ill-gotten wealth, and placed hundreds of Maximilian's once loyal employees behind bars. It was a systematic destruction that left Maximilian's empire quaking on its last legs. As the days turned into weeks, the foundations of Maximilian's power began to crumble before his very eyes, each blow delivered by Atomic feeling more personal than the last. Then came a tipping point. Wilson Fisk, the notorious up-and-coming crime lord who smelled the weakness radiating off Maximilian's. Without wasting any time, Wilson moved in. With a swift strike, he stripped away what remained of Maximilian's influence and resources, leaving him with only a handful of fiercely devoted men, like Reznov, and mere scraps of his once glorious wealth. In his desperation, Maximilian resorted to reaching out to Senator Stern, a longtime customer and financial backer, hoping to secure his faltering empire. Initially, the senator's intervention seemed to breathe new life into Maximilian's ambitions, helping him claw back a fraction of his lost power and wealth. But just as his fortunes appeared to turn, fate intervened with an unexpected twist. Atomic was suddenly branded a terrorist and vanished from the city, leaving chaos in his wake. Recognizing this as a crucial turning point, Maximilian knew he had to act decisively. The opportunity to reclaim what was rightfully his was within reach, and he was determined to seize it, no matter the cost. With no Atomic to stop him, Maximilian regrew his empire rapidly with Stern's resources and government connections, all in return for first picking any future girls he planned to sell. This was no problem for Maximilian, especially considering that the younger ones, Stern's personal favorite, were easy to kidnap. But then came Atomic's highly publicized hearing on Capitol Hill, and everything began to unravel once again. The weight of his past involvement with the government-run facility in Nevada, overseen by the notorious MRD, had finally caught up with Stern's. With his arrest, the support and resources that once flowed to Maximilian had vanished overnight. Stripped of his privileges, Maximilian relied solely on the meager foundation he had managed to build in an alarmingly short span of time. Despite the overbearing attention, Atomic returned to the city, his name cleared in a whirlwind of media coverage and public support. With unstoppable momentum, he unleashed a relentless wave of justice that swiftly dismantled the burgeoning crime syndicates that had begun to rise in his absence. Atomic was an unstoppable force, his power so overwhelming that crime bosses trembled at the thought of crossing his path. Most chose to avoid him entirely, like a contagious disease. Maximilian, however, had no choice but to resign himself to this grim reality. He would swallow his pride and operate from the fringes, lurking in the shadows like a rat scuttling in a dark alley. The very thought of his fall from grace ignited a furious rage within him. It was a bitter pill to swallow, knowing he had sunk so low. Setting his glass of vodka down with a clink that echoed through his dimly lit office, Maximilian took a moment to absorb his surroundings. The space was a far cry from the opulent rooms he once occupied, filled with lavish furnishings and the hum of high-stakes business. Now his office felt cramped and suffocating, a reflection of his diminished status and the tangled web of power dynamics that had turned against him. "Where is Reznov?" "He's late," Maximilian said to the two men who stood at attention beside the lone door of the room. Comrade Reznov said he was handling one of those vigilantes. One of the men, Nikolai, said. "That was 3 days ago." Maximilian frowned and leaned forward on his desk. "The daredevil, one of the pests that have been interfering with our business," he said with a glare. "Why hasn't Reznov reported back?" I'm not sure, boss. This isn't like Reznov, Nikolai said, pulling out his phone. I'll call him and dash. The door to the room burst off its hinges as a figure in red and black dashed in. With quick movements, Daredevil took out both Nikolai and his partner before they could pull out their handguns. Maximilian was about to grab the AK-47 from beside his desk, but froze as his body levitated off the ground, surrounded by a red glow. He looked over to the door and glared hatefully at Atomic. You son of a bitch. You ruined me. You dare show yourself to me. Maximilian yelled as he tried to move his limbs to attack Atomic. It's over, Maximilian, Atomic said as he tied him up with rope, just like he had done to the two unconscious men on the ground. Over? This is far from over. You think I'll stop just because you've captured me? My power and influence may have weakened, but I still have friends in high places. Maximilian spat out as he glared at Atomic and Daredevil with as much hatred as he could muster. You think these American prisons can hold me? I'll be out soon, and I'll find every last person you care about. And when I do, I'll gut them and deliver their mutilated corpses to you. I'll make you suffer tenfold for what you've done to me. Atomic turned to Daredevil and stared. The man without fear sighed and nodded. He's not lying. He means every word he said. Then it's decided. After everything he's done, after everything we've seen, the fortress is what he deserves, Atomic said. What are you two bastards? Maximilian started, but his words were cut off as thick tape wrapped around his mouth. I don't like this. If I allow you to do that, we're taking on the roles of judge, jury, and executioner. He deserves a real trial by the people to condemn him for his actions, Daredevil asserted as Atomic moved behind Maximilian's computer. Eve, give me access. I want everything, Atomic instructed, inserting a flash drive into the computer's USB port. On it, Eve replied. Within a matter of minutes, the laptop screen was full of pictures showing off-beaten and abused minors, women, and men as their bodies were shown off to interested buyers from across the world. Records of money transactions, evidence of bribes, and contact information to high-powered members of the city, police, and government were all displayed before Atomic. Maximilian is right. He knows a lot of powerful people who will help get him out of jail. A trial will only be a waste of time and resources. His computer holds too much blackmail on these people. They'll bend over backwards if it means all this doesn't go public, Atomic said. We know he's guilty. The horrors he's committed and ordered are real. I know this may not be the right thing to do in the eyes of the law, and it's not something we'll do for every criminal we come across. But the fortress is the solution for people like him, those who commit real evil. A real solution. Daredevil remained silent, his gaze directed away from the unfolding chaos around him. Years of rigorous law study and his dedication as a defense attorney echoed in his mind, urgently insisting that Atomic's proposed course of action was fundamentally flawed. Yet, deep within him, the very essence that defined him as Daredevil, a voice quietly but persistently argued that perhaps Atomic's solution was the only viable option. The law, a cornerstone of their society, was not always synonymous with justice. No amount of wishing could change that bitter truth. In his dual existence as a lawyer, both within the courtroom and beyond, Daredevil had witnessed the grim realities of an imperfect legal system. He had seen countless lives shattered as innocent individuals were ensnared in the web of legal machinations, suffering as affluent and well-connected lawyers skillfully maneuvered their clearly guilty clients out of accountability. He had even observed judges, once bastions of impartiality, swayed by the allure of corruption, their gavel strikes more reflective of personal gain than justice. Maximilian, despite the erosion of his power and the weight of his transgressions, still possessed a few aces up his sleeve. He was a master of survival in the criminal underworld, and it was only a matter of time before he would re-emerge from the shadows to reconstruct his empire. Walking up to the broken doorway, Daredevil paused. Fine, we'll do things your way, at least this time. With his words spoken, the man without fear departed. Atomic nodded, aware that Daredevil sensed his movement from beyond the room. Eve, release all of this to the public. Don't leave anyone involved out of it. You got it, Eve replied, much to Maximilian's horror. The muffled screams of the man filled the room as Atomic approached him. Lifting Maximilian into the air with his powers, Atomic stared deep into his eyes. Where you're going, no one will help you. You will answer for all your crimes, and you'll never see the light of day again, just like Reznov. Maximilian's eyes widened in fear as Atomic waved his hand, creating a large opening in the wall. With another wave, he fashioned a blindfold around the old Russian man's eyes. With one final muffled scream, Maximilian was carried across the skies of New York as Atomic flew him to the Fortress of Solitude, where he would spend the remainder of his natural life.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.